Okay, I'll turn on the two mics, and then. Okay, I've got the button pressed. I've got the button that says to director. Not sure. Can you hear me on that one? Can you? Okay. Okay. I'm on the right hand one at the moment. And on the left hand one, can you hear that? Don't worry. There's a difference between the two in that the right hand one I can hear myself in my headphones, the left hand one I can't. Okay. Can you hear that one? There's certainly a difference.
They're coming out with their hats on, Richard Dillingworth and Russell Warren. We're looking over at the Somerset team who are sort of gathering just beyond the rope. There was a problem for Casey Aldridge last night. He went off the field, hopefully more with cramp than a strain. I'm just trying to see if he's there now. I'm not absolutely certain, but we'll be able to sort that out very shortly.
Yes, better cramp than other injuries.
That's right. And Somerset were creaking yesterday. You have to say that the top three, we've only seen the three of them, they played superbly. Actually, in a very measured way to start with against the new ball. I think Jack Brooks and Lewis Gregory took the new ball and they were more or less on target. They didn't beat the bat that often, but just occasionally. But thereafter, they were dominant in different ways. And there was a fascinating little spell when Jack Leach came on. The first over, he got a ball to turn. Second ball, I think, just went over the middle and leg stump of Luke Wells. And then another delivery sort of squeezed between off bat and pad and dribbled towards stumps, didn't hit them. Leach opened with a maiden. Luke Wells looked very uncomfortable.
Somerset hearts were lifted.
Yeah, you thought, well, there's a way. The seamers aren't doing much, but there's a way here. And then in the next over, with the identical field, Luke Wells was on strike. Every time he defended, he looked vulnerable. First three balls, he reverse swept. 4, 4, 6. And that kind of changed the whole tempo of the innings. Somerset then had to sort of block off that shot. But Wells then decided, I'm going to use my feet. And he came and played some great drives down the ground. So whilst Jack Leach didn't bowl many bad balls, he was going at 6, 7, 8 and over and conceding boundaries against Luke Wells, who took the bold option. When he defended, he looked vulnerable. And, of course, then the ball never turned again, as far as we can make out.
There's some encouraging news at the outset in that the attack is going to be taken up from the river end by Casey Aldridge.
Well, excellent. It obviously was cramp. Early season cramp, if you like, rather than any hamstring strain, which can be tricky. Just a modest attacking fielder slip and a leg gully. And here we go. We're off.
First ball of the morning. Elegantly driven, but won't be a run. Keaton Jennings was remorseless yesterday.
Well, Wells caught the eye because he played some terrific, aggressive shots, particularly against Leach. He took the initiative, took a few risks, and they came off. When he went to hit the ball, he seldom miscued at all. Hit it with great power. One big 6 that hit one of the windows of the Lord Ian Botham stand. That's quite a long way. In the old days, it would have gone in the river.
Yes, that's high up in that stand, isn't it?
Jennings, by contrast, was measured to start with. Barely missed a ball. Often used his feet against the seamers, actually. It's such a true, slowish pitch that he would take a step or two down and then probably defend. And then later on, well, he was severe on any width. He played more freely. There was 3 boundaries in a row off Peter Siddle. And the runs came. Well, you can see the runs came just over 5 and over for 59 overs. So a chastening afternoon, to say the least. There looked to be some tired, cold bodies out there at about 6 o'clock last night.
Yeah, it was pretty chilly when we got here this morning as well. You were in a woolly hat, Vic, when you arrived.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's nothing else to keep my head warm. And, well, I certainly when I came down for one of the practice days I saw Somerset, quite a few woolly hats were being worn then. Not so many, perhaps in first-class cricket, but there's nothing wrong with wearing a woolly hat out there if you're fielding at first slip all day and not really having many means to keep warm.
And they're very colourful, the woolly hats.
They are, but
players
it
wear.
looks like they've taken. Sometimes teams do this. England do it occasionally. There seems to be a group decision. We're all going to wear our caps today. Everyone's got a cap on.
That's first runs of the morning, and you won't be particularly surprised to hear that there are 4 of them.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see Casey Aldridge bowling, but the last one was ill-directed in that it was short and a little bit wide and just pummeled to that short boundary where the ball has been pummeled pretty frequently in this innings. Didn't help Leach that when Bohannon came in, that boundary there is a little more than 50 yards, and he went down, got off the mark with a slog sweep. Some risk attached, but he hit it well, and I think his second scoring shot was also a perfectly reasonable delivery from Leach, which was slog swept into that stand. He's only got to clear 50 yards, which for the modern player is no problem at all.
And rather similarly to yesterday, and ominously for Somerset, Jennings looked to have plenty of time to execute that stroke.
Yeah. There's Jack Brooks. I'd say amid modest competition, he was the best of the bowlers yesterday.
Certainly the most economical.
Most economical, and of course he got the wicket, but although even that was more batsman error than a brilliant delivery, but nonetheless discounting that.
1 for 45
1
from
for 45
13.
of 13 is miserly by the standards of this innings. Ooh.
Outside edge.
Yeah. It's actually bounced a little bit and it got him high on the bat. So a little bit of movement. I don't know whether, I mean, we've had the pattern of wickets falling in the morning. Yesterday morning, Anderson, I suppose, showed why he's slightly different to the others.
Cut above.
Quite a good fifer on this surface, but he got the odd ball to move.
Yeah, comfortably ambled single here for Josh Bohannon. Goes to 76, 309 for 1. Bit of a hazy morning here at Taunton. Quantock Hills aren't as clearly visible as they can be. Another comfortable single. Down to deep backward square this time.
They've all got their caps on, but you can kind of gauge how long they've had them. In that, I mean, it used to be Marcus Trescothick, of course, who probably had about half a dozen county caps. But I'm looking at Tom Abel, who's now an extra cover, and of course he's had his cap for half a dozen years now, I imagine. Something like that. Yeah, his cap seems to be brown. It's sort of become brown and faded, but that's a badge of honour, really.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Obviously, Lewis Gregory, who's at mid-off, well, he might be on his second or third county cap, perhaps. His is not quite so brown, but he's obviously had a cap for a long time.
Yeah, well, it gives you a sense of the passage of time, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, this is mildly interesting in that that's a couple of bounces from Jack Brooks. And we've barely seen a bouncer all match. But I think he's probably thought, well, on this pitch, constant line and length doesn't necessarily get us anywhere. You need to occasionally surprise them and keep them honest with a bouncer. And that was actually slipped through quite nicely, although it was easy for Bohannon, who's... Well, he's only probably about 5'7", I'd say, and he just didn't have to duck very much, just let it sail over. But made a change.
It's two of the darkest caps, just continuing with that theme of being worn by the keeper in first slip. James Rue and Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Oh, that's
through.
Through. It's just hit. That wasn't such a bad ball as the previous boundary that Jennings hit. They're going to protect that area now. It was just a length ball, really just a little bit wide, but already Jennings, he trusts the pitch, he trusts his eye. He looked so composed last night. Even when he was defending, he was sort of defending with the absolute middle of the bat. And there he hit through the line to that short boundary offside.
I think Jack Leach knew, didn't he? Although he made a move to intercept, he knew it was going to be unavailing.
Yeah.
Won't be long before we see Jack Leach back in action, I fancy.
Yeah, although it was a difficult day for him yesterday because in their different ways, they countered him. It didn't spin after that first over. Jennings was... We had Wells, who really took the attack to him, partly out of a slight feeling, I suspect, of insecurity. Hang on a minute, I'm not getting anywhere trying to defend in that first over. Right, we'll put a stop to this. Of course, once the boundaries start to come, the ball suddenly stops turning anyway. Jennings was never fretful. He just picked him off. Lots of singles, easily getting off strike. Using his feet.
There's protection out at deep backward point for that stroke, so we'll just bring a single. Yeah, he hit the century, Jack Leach, yesterday. 17 overs, one maiden, 0 for 103.
Yeah, and it doesn't completely... He didn't bowl many really bad balls or anything like that. It's just that they attacked him so well. As I explained, Wells, and then Bohannon. In comes Bohannon. You think, at last he's got a new batsman, right-hander might help. And before long, in the modern way, really, Bohannon, a lot of small men are good at sweeping and cutting.
Yeah, we saw it from Alex Davies, didn't we, the Warwickshire game?
That's right. And he was taking toll in his own way.
Studied defence as the sun tries to emerge. It's just on the edge of the square, the sun, at the moment.
That's right. We had the lights on for much of the day yesterday.
Thought about a single, but it wasn't there. It's played up to mid-on to complete the over, 3:15 for one.
So you weren't at Worcester by any chance, were you, Stephen?
No.
No.
Wish I had been.
It's one of your hunting grounds, isn't it?
New Road is a beautiful ground.
Yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't put it above this one, but it's one of the most attractive non-test grounds.
Absolutely, but the high jinks of Gloucester.
Tom Price.
Absolutely
remarkable.
I'm still pretty sure that we've established.
There's Peter Trigo in the dugout. He's gone off-piste for the moment. He'll be up here shortly.
He's hunting a scoop of some sort.
Yeah, Tom Price and younger brother Ollie, both promising cricketers.
Yeah.
But that's a remarkable feat, isn't it? To
Well,
get 100 at number 9.
We reckon it's unique in first-class cricket, don't we? I haven't had the absolute seal. I can't believe anyone's got 100 and a hat-trick on the same day, let alone in the same match.
I'm hoping to get a glimpse of Gloucestershire this time next week, actually, playing Sussex in Bristol. And I hope they do play, because the only previous game...
We've been fretting about the outfield here, but probably the same applies up in Bristol.
Complete washout, the first game of the season.
And it hadn't been raining that much, I don't know. I mean, it didn't rain constantly throughout those 4 days, did it?
Just that the levels were so high that there was nothing the ground staff could do. Oh, there's a waft. This has been pretty good so far. Very early in the piece. Day 3. but it's been good from
Brooks, especially, has got a bit of rhythm, and the ball's carrying through nicely to Roux, and induced a false shot there. I mean, Jennings is looking to play pretty freely, I think, and why not with that scoreboard? And he will be thinking, well, not so much in terms of bonus points, but he's captain. He will be thinking in terms of forget the size of Somerset's total. You usually think 4-4-1. That's okay. The fact is that they're a little more than 120 behind with 9 wickets in hand. Big first innings lead. Let's get on with it. We'll need time to bowl them out. Don't hang around. So he's playing freely outside that off stump.
A couple of paces down the pitch there. Looking to attack again, but only getting as far as mid-off.
I think sometimes being captain too, which he is this year officially for Lancashire, it can free up batsmen a bit. In that they forget about the personal sort of agonies of, am I playing in the right way, or my technique okay? Because the broader picture comes in, it kind of frees them up. And the best example, and it's an old one, but it's a familiar one, is Brian Rose. When he became captain, he suddenly started playing a lot more shots again. I mean, he played a lot of shots as a teenager, 19, and then he went into the phase of making sure he got the quota of runs required to make sure he stayed in the team, and he became really quite dour. And he scored a lot of runs, and he got in the England team, playing in quite a restricted, restrained way. In the late 70s, close captain. And then, of course, he was made captain in 1978. This is ancient history, but bear with me.
I do recall it.
Well, you will.
We're probably the only two commentators who would.
No, well, no, we're not that old. And he knew he was always going to play. I'm captain. And he played far more freely and became actually a far more dangerous player and dominant player. And it's just possible that Jennings will be benefiting for that feeling of freedom now, that you're more concerned about the state of the game and how we're going to win it rather than what's my personal contribution. Having said all that, he'd love to get a stack of runs to enhance his credentials for a test recall. But he's played with great clarity in this innings and with increasing freedom. Look at that. That's a fine shot. It's all looked very easy.
Yeah, he started to run and then quickly realised that it wasn't necessary.
Yeah.
Keaton Jennings. Beautifully played.
Yep, there's very little margin for error out there.
It's worth having another look.
It was a half volley, you have to say that, but he put it away.
Impeccably timed.
Yeah.
Up to the Lordian Botham stand. So Jennings now on to 139.
Oh, that's
going to be 4 more.
That's 4 more. Look, I mean, it's that hard. It's a long boundary out there. And it was only, I don't know, 10 or 15 yards to the left of one of the boundary fielders, but he had no chance of stopping it.
Played it so easily again.
Yeah,
almost with contumely.
Yeah.
143 now. Edging closer to that 1.5 century mark. It must have been quite.
I mean, I haven't got the stats in front of me. I think he took over 100 balls to get his 50. He's more or less gone a run a ball since then, which is some acceleration.
Because it was Luke Wells who was the trailblazer,
yes,
wasn't it, at the top of the innings?
Oh, well, that's going to be 4, sadly. an angry response. It's hit him on the helmet. Oh no, it's hit on the helmet. Now usually at this point, it's the first time I've seen it happen this summer. At least I thought it hit him on the helmet.
It goes down as 4 byes. I think that's what was signalled.
Well, it must be leg byes.
He had one arm raised.
Well, at this point, it's the first time it's happened in a Somerset game I've seen this season. Usually, everyone rushes out. A new helmet's brought. A physio just checks him out. He looks absolutely fine, of course. You wonder whether that should be 4 runs, really, but it is. So I guess this might be the Lancashire physio who has to go through the checks. The players know that.
The Q&A.
Jennings is wandering. There was a stage where asking who the Prime Minister was quite a difficult proposition. Or who's the but
had so many.
I don't know what the question is nowadays. I'm not sure he's bothered with that. Yeah. What is the capital of Peru? The helmet's been checked out. Now, whether he changes the helmet or whether they've got a method of just checking that the helmet is still okay,
he's
not sure.
Examining the helmet's innards at the moment. There are probably various bits and pieces sort of in between the skin of it and where it goes on the head. And this is going to take a little while, but the odds seem to be in favour.
They're more interested in examining the helmet than they are examining Keaton Jennings, I think. Let's just assume that he's okay, and he looks fine, and totally unbothered. I mean, that's one of the big differences. We're talking about our age, but I'm so old that when I started playing, there were no helmets. So if anyone got hit on the head, it was a serious matter. And not many people did get hit on the head because it was a serious matter. Now it's totally routine. Quite a good response, curiously, from Casey. Just been hit for 2 fours, dismissed disdainfully for 2 fours. And he banged in the short ball. The odd thing is that Jennings was totally unconcerned by the fact that it hit him on the head and then went over the keeper for 4.
I remember Mike Brearley was a trailblazer on the helmet front.
Skull cap type of thing.
Under his cap?
Under his cap. And Sunil Gavaskar was another one who had a similar kind of protection.
Pulled away, but will just be a single this time.
And then I remember playing down here, and Dennis Amos came out to bat, and he had a kind of, it was like a motorbike helmet. It was white and quite shiny, with no peak or anything like that, but with a sort of grill, and it looked like a motorbike helmet at the time, and we all chuckled. Of course, within a week or a month or two, we all recognised too that this was actually rather a good idea. But a lot of people then, I was one of them. I think a lot of players didn't have a grill. They didn't want the grill. Partly because the first grills were like sort of farm gates. They were so thick, the grills, to sort of make sure they weren't in the way. You couldn't see. They weren't these thin little wires. But they changed the game in the sense that they changed the way players bat. Because of it changed also the way tail-enders bat. Understandably, the first priority back then, when the fast bowlers were on, if they were bowling short, was to make sure you didn't get hit on the head. And that was the correct priority. Now, that was that bothered, although we know things can go wrong.
Those were the days of the Fast Bowlers Union.
Well, yeah, but it was sort of disappearing around then. Packer, I think, certainly ended. Well, certainly in Packer cricket, there was no Fast Bowlers Union, I don't think, and it was starting to disappear.
That'll be a dot ball to start a new over for Jack Brooks. Kerry Packer did a lot to change the face of cricket.
Yeah,
back in the late 1970s,
and at the time it was regarded as the end of the world is nigh. and a source of horror.
I remember my feelings of outrage as a teenager.
Of course, now it's a more nuanced response because there's a lot of the stuff that he brought in, like night cricket in Australia, it's fantastic. Before Packer, in terms of broadcasting, I think the BBC rejected the notion of having cameras at both ends. It'll confuse the watcher. When it's obviously a better product when you can see what's happening. Another bouncer. Just trying to be a bit more aggressive. Here's our news hound. He's back. He's here.
Yes, cameras at both ends, coloured clothing.
Yeah, yeah.
That hadn't been heard of before.
White balls.
Packer. And some fantastic cricketers involved in World Series cricket.
And it's all about the pursuit of television rights, of course, and it was patched up within a couple of years. But at the time, you thought, well, the game is on the brink of catastrophe.
It did
it certainly, and it did boost incomes, particularly of international players, I think. It was all stemmed from the fact the Aussies thought they were hopelessly paid.
Yeah, I remember.
At international level.
It did give some chances to players to play for their country, which wouldn't otherwise have been there. I do remember my favourite cricketer, probably of all time, is Alan Knott.
Oh, yeah,
but he joined Kerry Packer, and it gave Bob Taylor a chance to shine behind the stumps, and my word, he did.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they're very unlikely rebels. So-called, they were rebels. I mean, he went to South Africa as well, of course, but always, it's a bumper barrage from Brooks.
Don't often hear
and
that.
He's actually getting it through nicely, but it's an unusual sight. Yeah, I mean, two of the most unlikely rebels, although they went on the rebel tours either way, were Derek Underwood and Alan Knott. And indeed Dennis Amos, for that matter.
Yeah, Derek Underwood and Alan Knott now have a stand named after them in Canterbury.
Yeah, right.
I've always felt it's the wrong way round. It's called the Underwood and Knott stand, whereas it was always Caught Not Bowled Underwood, or Stumped Not Bowled Underwood.
Yeah.
But apparently Derek insisted.
Oh, did he? It doesn't sound like him at all. Oh, another it's a bumper barrage. Well, they tried conventional let's bowl a length for quite a long time yesterday to no avail, and they're hitting the middle of the wicket far more often.
Bumper barrage.
Trying to find a wicket.
Both ends.
Well, it's an unlikely pairing to produce a bumper barrage. And maybe, but, I mean, I think he's minded Jennings to have a hook. He's got, there we go. And he's hit it for 4, I think.
He has.
Yeah. It's just the trouble when I've seen England do this. There's a lot to be said for bowling the odd bumper. I'm all in favour of that. But when the batsmen know it's coming, they can just set themselves and the odds are in their favour. Another man's going out. There's going to be 3 men on the leg side boundary now. Jennings is just surveying them and probably calculating, shall I keep going after the short ball, or shall I just let it sail by? There are 3 men, long leg, deep backward square and a sort of square mid-wicket, loitering, plus a fine third man. Oh, and he's in for 6. Off the top edge. I mean, it's a sort of moral victory, but it's 6 more gone. Down here in front of us.
It's a short boundary down here.
Well, it's short, yeah. It's 150 to Jennings. He wasn't in total control, but the top edge,
carried over comfortably.
It often carries quite a long way, and that sailed over the boundary here. Is he going to give him another one? Yeah.
Yes. Up in the air.
And he's hit that for 6 too.
This is carnage.
Well, it is carnage. You end up, I mean, he's carrying out the plan. The only problem is that if you bowl every ball, I mean, if you bowl every ball short, Jennings can just set himself. in the knowledge of, I know exactly what's coming. Looks like they're going to change tack. He's going to come over the wicket, and maybe they're going back on the bumper barrage plan. Understandably, because it keeps going for 6. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the field. But it always surprises me when they go short, which I understand that, the notion you're desperate for a wicket, and there is a risk for the batsman. But if you do it every ball, they just know what's coming. And so they can get into position. It's easy.
350
keep
up
them guessing.
for Lancashire.
Not even Trigo, with his pace, would bowl bumpers every ball. Well, he might have done when he was 18.
We'll hear from him very shortly in answer to that.
Well, we'll find out whether... I mean, I could just imagine him doing when he was 19, but not when he was 29. Or even 39.
He's almost 39.
Yes, he is. No, he is. He's gone past that.
His birthday comes in during the season. It's quite early season, as I recall. Last year, he was commentating right here on his birthday.
Well, what better thing to do on your birthday?
Here is Aldridge then. Will this be short? No, full.
Well, you can sort of tell from their field, you see. That's the trouble. You signal with the field you set what you're going to bowl. And occasionally you can bluff. But anyway, I can understand having a little dip with the short ball, but I get frustrated when it happens every ball. And I've seen England do it. I've seen Stuart Broad come in, roll, and there can be mayhem, and then eventually someone holds out and they say, well, look, there you go. Anyway, Trigo will tell us more of the modern way.
He will, in...
relatively modern way.
In just a mo.
So, the run's still gushing. What was it? I can't remember what the score was overnight, but they're going in excess of a run a minute. They've just notched another bonus point. That's 5 for Lancashire now. 350 for 1, 351 for 1.
Good morning, Vic.
No shots today, then?
No. I thought it was the forecast looked a little bit chilly. It was 302 for 1 at the start of play.
Okay, so 49 in the first half hour.
And it's going the way that Lancashire would want it. They're scoring at a healthy rate. And the Somerset bowlers, even though I do believe the bouncer ploy was part of the plan, I kind of agree with you. If it's too sort of obvious and prescribed on a pitch that hasn't got a huge amount of pace to someone who's on 130 odd at the time, it's a very dangerous ploy. I thought the tactics from Somerset would be to contain and keep them out there as long as possible, rather than go searching for wickets. It can often lead to high run rates if you search for wickets on flat pitches, in my experience.
Well, I don't think Lewis Gregory, who's just come on, who's bowled no ball now, is going to exploit the middle of the pitch. I mean, it's an odd one. You saw Aldridge. I don't mind just trying very briefly, but even the top edge, he got the top edge, which is what he's looking for. It still went for 6.
Yeah,
and then the second 6 was out the middle of the bat. It went a long way.
Yeah, I think the bouncer ploy to young fast bowlers, there's no doubt the case he's got some magnificent ability as Keaton Jennings just whips a slightly too straight ball from Lewis Gregory through mid-wicket. I think it becomes an ego battle, doesn't it? And I think that can be dangerous. Yes, it's part of the plan, but or sort of a let's try something plan. But like I said, that top edge I think would have almost inspired Casey and given him
nearly got him there.
Oh yeah, nearly got him, but it was nearly 15 rows back. I'm all for trying something. I mean, one thing that I always thought bowling on a Taunton pitch that had lost its pace, especially against left-handers, that when you go around the wicket, you're kind of taking all of your potential attributes away. I get that it's the modern way, but that kind of only really works if the ball's shaping or nipping around. From over the wicket, you've got a natural angle to find the outside edge.
You could get in it.
Yeah, and I think once you come over the wicket, once you go round the wicket, I think almost every bit of movement you can utilise is gone. Because, like I said, angle is also a kind of a movement, isn't it? A way towards the slips. I mean, most bowlers try and get the ball moving to the outer edge of the bat, and around the wicket on a flat pitch is
yeah. I mean, a lot of modern bowlers, in a way that didn't happen so much, have, when it's swinging, have the capacity to swing it from around the wicket away from the left-hander, which was a rarity when I started playing. Probably was when you started, actually.
Yeah, it wasn't the go-to because, you know, as a right-arm bowler to a left-armer, if you swung the ball back onto the pads, that was...
You'd be aiming for LBW, first of all, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and my sort of ratios when I started bowling against left-handers early on in my career would be sort of hunt the pad with probably one ball every 2 overs going away towards the slips as a change-up delivery. Yeah. Whereas actually towards the back end of my career, when I started picking up more wickets, the ratios almost changed. It was go away from the lefty.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what...
I mean, James Anderson is the master.
But that's what he does. His ratio has changed, as I reckon, as his career has evolved. He goes away from left-handers as his standard delivery, and the surprise ball, if it's swinging a bit, is the one that comes in, you know, the LBW ball.
Yeah, 100%.
And he's obviously, you know, take note of how he goes about his business. Yeah. And obviously the old timers say, "Oh, it's swinging, like, you know, that front pad, hit that front pad." But he uses that as his surprise ball, and his stock ball is going towards the slip cord, by and large.
I have a theory for you.
Yeah.
Based on what I've seen over my career and watching cricket before my career, and I think it's got a lot to do with video analysis and practice, bowling machines in particular. Mm-hmm. So left-handers, mid-late 90s when I started playing into the early 2000s, all left-handers ground out every practice to negate the ball swinging back in, so they got very comfortable with it. It's like a right-hander facing a left arm. You don't face it very often.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why left-armers hit the pad so often.
And people like when you started, I remember Matt Bulbeck, who didn't play for very long, but when he played, he got wickets in clumps when it was swinging.
Well,
LBW Bulbeck.
Shah Willoughby, I've never seen a guy get so many first ball of the innings wickets, just hooping one back onto the pad. As Leachy comes into the attack, clip down the wicket to long on for a single. Well, I think this whole evolution of how right armers, you know, Broad, Warner, the whole evolution of how right armers go against, you know, facing up to left-handed batsmen has changed just because the fact that so many, I think, to make it as a top order quality left-handed batsman, you had to negate the ball swinging back into your pad. So over the decade, left-handers got very good at and very used to the ball coming back in. And so, you know, the Broads and your Andersons of this world went the other way round. As Leachy, a massive appeal there. What could that have been if it wasn't glove? Well, 5 very confused Somerset batters surrounding Keaton Jennings.
We'll not be able to tell you much here. Jennings was going nowhere. I think in a discreet manner he might have indicated that it was just above on the forearm rather than the glove. It was an attempted paddle sweep.
So anyway, that's my theory.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah,
but there's still scope. Also, it would depend what time of the innings, wouldn't it? I mean, if you get someone in the first 10 deliveries, and you're a left-hander, say you're bowling to a left-hander, you've got to be tempted by that LB, that straight ball,
100%.
And then, but if you recognise that the guy is seeing the ball well, he's not missing him, then it becomes a higher risk ball because they'll be looking to, you know, if you did it slightly wrong, they're clipping it through the onside and the runs are coming. So it's the sort of ball that, there he goes, and it's just gone over, well, it's cleared mid-off quite easily. So more frustration for Jack Leach. I felt for him yesterday in that he didn't bowl much rubbish, but they attacked him brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that's very much the match situation here.
Yeah.
Is it's a fair play to Lancashire. They're trying to force something out of this game, and the way that they're going to do that is give the bowling attack time to bowl Somerset out potentially.
Yeah, yeah.
So the run rate being high is playing right into their hands.
I don't know whether you saw much of yesterday, but it was fascinating. Leach's first over, he almost got Wells out twice. He got one to turn in the second ball. He turned, came through the gate, went over middle of the leg. Next, same over, popped forward, dribbled back, didn't quite hit the stumps. So he looked really vulnerable. And then the second over, brilliant batting really, he reverse swept the first 3 balls that went before 4-6.
Yeah, I did see the footage of the reverse sweep.
In the context, it was brilliant because he looked so vulnerable in that first over. You thought, hang on, it's turning a bit too. And he looked crab-like. And then he just had a rethink. And he took the bold course at 3 reverse sweeps. Maybe in hindsight, perhaps Somerset should have defended that area more quickly. But you thought maybe he'll top edge one. He hit them perfectly. And after that, it was an uphill struggle. He started, when they protected that area, Wells came down and hit him straight, flawlessly, really.
Yeah, I mean, the attacking shots are practiced, for hours and hours and hours. I'm sure that would have been one of the, I think when you get into a phase of pre-season or your winter practice, you think, right, what wasn't I doing well last year? And maybe scoring heavily off spinners would have been it. And a lot of batters now are very, very competent with reverse sweeps and switch hits. I mean, it's a real headache on a good wicket. The interesting thing is
that I suspect Wells, fairly early in the innings, he felt more secure reverse sweeping than playing a forward defensive.
It's crazy, isn't it? Really,
it is crazy, but I think he was. And it was, it was before they were fretting about run rates because they were just trying to get established.
I mean, I think the challenge for the Somerset bowlers now, I mean, they were out there having a meeting, and Tom and the coach very kindly asked me to sort of lurk around and say a few words, and I think, it's an emotional kind of day for bowlers when they don't feel like there's anything in their favour. But that's when your senior bowlers, you guys like your Lewises and your Pete Siddles and Jack Brooks, they really stand up and they're counted. And looking 3 or 4 hours down the line, they might not have the wickets, but it's the attitude in which they approach their work today, which is really crucial. Maybe they won't pick up the wickets, but trying to go for sort of 3 runs and over, 3.5 runs and over would be a kind of mini win.
Yeah.
As Lewis strays onto the pads and
leg buys, but
what you'd call them 14 runs to the Lancashire total, 364 for 1 now.
But then, yes, I mean, what happened is they obviously thought too we hardly saw a short ball in 2 days, and Jack Brooks bowled some bouncers, but they were not hit, and then Casey Aldridge had a go with Jennings, and I think they've abandoned that policy after an over or 2 because the runs were just flooding. That's an edge.
Slash through gully, catchable height, but just to the left-hand side of Bancroft. That would have taken some catching. Nothing going Somerset's way at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more about the bouncer ploy. I mean, set 3. I mean, for me, when you go bouncer, my definition of going bouncer is set the field that tells the batter that you're going to bowl a lot of them, but still only bowl it sparingly. And when you do, make sure it's high. Set the 3 men out.
It's got to be around your nose, isn't it, or a bit higher.
Yeah, set the 3 men out. Still operate around the top of off stump, but use your 1, maybe 2 and over max. If you go 4 bouncers and over, I mean, that's just a license to print.
And even actually, I mean, I'm wondering whether 3 is too many in the sense that you need, if you're going to bowl a conventional length 5 times and over, you want a bit of protection.
This is where the double bluff comes in, isn't it?
The treble bluff.
The reverse Malachi, as the late great Shane Warne used to say.
Yeah, but you can have a couple back. You can have 2 men back, which is a sort of conventional. That doesn't signal a bouncer. Bouncers are coming left, right, and centre necessarily. Then just use it as a surprise weapon, or as you say, 1 and over maybe. I heard one of my old colleagues, who you probably came across, but he's older than me, but Mike Selvey, who played for England. He was a sort of English-style bowler, swung the ball at a sort of not rapid but lively pace, but swing and movement was his main thing. But played for Middlesex and for England a few times, and he was a very bright bloke, and he rationalised stuff. And he was playing under Brearley, and Brearley, like bowlers, to zip it through their ear holes a few times. You know, he got very frustrated one year when bloke Wayne Daniel from the West Indies kept pitching it up because Daniel discovered that the Sun newspaper was giving money to the bowler who hit the wickets most often. And that was Brearley at first stage. For goodness sake, let him have this one. And he liked Mike Selvey to bowl bouncers as well because he unsettled the batsman. And yeah. And then Sal, though, didn't really like bowling bouncers because it wasn't really his style. So he worked out a system that he bowled bouncers quite often, but always to batsmen he knew never hooked. So
Very
everyone
wise.
was happy.
Very wise. Yeah, the challenge for Somerset is going to be, can they take wickets, but can they keep the runs down? And
I think Jack
on this pitch is going to be a challenge. Leachy with a speculative appeal.
He is frustrated. He got frustrated yesterday, and I don't blame him. And that was a frustrated appeal, really.
Yeah, he's throwing out there into the rough. I think he's...
Well, he tried that yesterday, and it didn't seem to...
Well, he's asking Jennings to sweep, hoping for a top edge. I would say, looking at the field that he's set, he's going to throw it out there, make it difficult to score through the offside.
Well, that's right. Actually, come to think of it, he didn't bowl to this field much yesterday, and he's got protection on the offside. He's given him the paddle sweep. Anyway, he's got a single now, but I think that's not a bad idea. He's obviously thought about it a bit after yesterday.
Well, I suppose Jennings has got the option there. If he's throwing out wide into that rough, he's either got to drive it through the covers out of the rough, which gives Leachy a chance, or he's got to sweep to score runs.
You've got no one behind it, and he played a sort of slog sweep, didn't he? If the ball's outside off stump, it's likely to go in front of square.
Yeah, it's harder to get that.
Yeah, that's the area he's
protecting.
protecting.
Yeah, and I think actually that was the tactic that brought the off the arm appeal in the previous over. So I think there is that's a well thought out plan from Leach.
Well, he might. Yeah, I mean, he might be. They've obviously sat down because Leach's figures were pretty ugly last night. As I say, without him bowling, he didn't bowl a succession of full tosses or long hops. It's just that they kept attacking.
Yeah, Leachy currently 19 overs, 1 maiden, and rarely naught for 110, which is an early gallon, isn't it?
It is really. And it all seemed so straightforward after his first 6 balls. It looked like he was going to cause quite a problem.
Senior overseas bowler Pete Siddle into the attack from the Marcus Trescothick stand end into Keaton Jennings. First ball down the leg side. Maybe they're the sort of changes of fortune Somerset need. A little tickle down the leg side to James Rew could get the wickets column ticking over. But Lancashire, you have to give them credit, have played beautifully so far for their 375. Ever closer to going or meeting Somerset's score. And I would imagine that this is playing a fair bit of cricket against a Glen Chappell's led Lancashire. This is almost their standard performance. They love grinding a team down. They're massive believers in keeping people out in the field. They'll be looking for a bat once, big scenario here.
Old bowlers, that's how they used to think.
Bowlers will be up there with a cup of tea,
never happier than
up.
the feet up on the balcony. But it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, to be fair, they haven't really grinded. I mean, they've only faced 70 overs.
Yeah, they're well known for batting long, batting big. They've got some brilliant middle order players, Croft and Vias to come in.
No, Croft's not playing.
Sorry, Croft not playing. I saw him here today.
He's there, but he's not playing.
Oh, what a shame.
Balderson is playing.
Balderson playing.
And Vilas is playing.
Yeah, both. Yeah, Vias in particular, since he's joined the club, it's been a pretty heavy run scorer in that middle over.
He doesn't hang around either, does he?
Middle order, sorry. De Grandhomme.
Yeah.
He can certainly get on with it as well.
There's a bit to come.
Yeah, there's a lot to come. A lot of work for the Somerset bowlers to do. Pete Siddle with a little bit of movement back in towards Keaton Jennings there. At some stage in this game, Vic, the Somerset batting lineup are going to be strongly tested for their character. I mean, the first innings score of 441 was, vastly made up of the contribution of Abes and Rue. There's a couple of batters under a bit of pressure in Game 3 of the Championship season.
I mean, it's a benign surface. It was clear on the first morning, really, even though it was a little bit greener, and Anderson bowled nicely and got some movement, but it always looked like a beautiful batting surface, a benign, gentle batting surface.
But are you ever out the game when you've got someone of the skill quality of James Anderson? As Peter Siddle has been rewarded for a little bit of movement and nagging away at that off stump. That's the line that Somerset need to persevere, and feedback was that we didn't quite hit that a great deal yesterday, but he has today, and Bohannon departs for 85. Well bowled. Peter Siddle striking in his first over. A little edge through to James Rue.
Yeah. Quite a good catch. I mean, it was a regulation catch, but it kept quite low, and he had to move a little bit to his right.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got to catch it, but
of course,
not entirely straightforward.
Peter Siddle just operating that professional line and length, as I'd describe it. That back of a length, hovering around the top of off. Caddick used to love the top of off. A little bit taller than Peter Siddle, but he's got a nice bit of movement there away. And again, like I said, James Rue's taken that catch very smartly. Actually, one thing I've noticed, commentating a lot on James Rue, early part of his career, looks a very switched-on cricketer from a batting perspective. But the greatest compliment, I suppose, from his other skill, wicket-keeping, is you don't really notice him. No. He is a young keeper, but he just does the job, and he does it very well.
Yeah. He's spent quite a lot of time in this innings standing up to the seams too, because Jennings has been using the crease lots against most of the Somerset bowlers, and he's done that pretty well. What was also noticeable to me, which is unusual in this day and age, I thought, was he got his 100. And he was so laid back about it. He was not punching. I mean, Tom Abel, even when he got his 100, he kind of punched the air, and you could feel the exhilaration and relief, I guess, on his part, that he's back in and going again. Rue got his 100, and Abel was far more excited than he was about this.
Vic, it almost makes me embarrass some of my celebrations whenever I ticked over 100. I mean, I'd be bouncing off the walls if they were.
Well, obviously you scored quite a few, but I promise you that when I got my 100s, I probably shook hands with someone. Yeah, I might have shaken hands.
Well done, dear boy. No, I mean, I think it's just. I mean,
it's part of your character, but it's also seemed to suggest that he's got that bigger picture.
Yes, well, I was just about to say that he's probably someone who's expecting to score hundreds, and someone who an event of scoring a first-class 100 is something that's going to become commonplace. Certainly hope so. Anyway, as Jennings pats one back down to mid-off again, just ticking over with ease, which is a little bit of a concern for the scoreboard. Getting Jennings out or slowing him down is going to be a real key to this afternoon's play.
Yeah, and well, he's got a new batsman to bowl at, Jack, which will be a relief. He's just got the slip, though.
I can't imagine much to work with off the middle of the pitch
to a
right-hander, but like the great Geoffrey Boycott said, in the first 20 balls, anyone can get me out. But watch out if I get past those 20. I think that was one of his statements years ago.
Sounds right.
Vias there, if you notice that, Vic, a little bit of touch there. Very, very purposefully got that into an area where he can dab a quick single. Playing one-day cricket against him, he's very, very hard to bowl a dot ball at. Good manoeuvre of the ball. I'm sure his mission is to be pretty busy and score quickly. Just
well, that's his natural way, isn't it? Isn't it? You've played against him, obviously.
Yeah, just a very busy player. Like I said, he's very good at dab and run. Even when he's getting in, he doesn't face a lot of dot balls. He's very busy. He moves around in the crease, and like there, he just opened the face on that one. even first ball. So we'll see how that develops. Leachy very much on the figures clutch back today, which is a rare sight for Leachy. He's had a lot of success here at Taunton, albeit on slightly different pitches. He's made himself into an excellent Test match bowler. But I suppose he did experience a little bit of this treatment when they played Pakistan.
Yeah,
they went pretty hard at him there. So he's not.
No, so he's kind of used to getting pummeled, but I think he would have been a bit surprised yesterday about the reaction of Wells in particular, going from crabby defence in his first over, uncomfortable, and then, as I say, 3 reverse sweeps in a row. And those reverse sweeps, they're off, conventional deliveries that are landing in the right place as far as Leach is concerned. And of course, in the winter, with Stokes as captain too, the notion of putting men back early has gone out the window. And there is a logic to it, in that, keep taking that risk, I'll get you in the end. But sometimes it doesn't seem very risky.
Yeah,
if they're playing well.
Or settling a bowler into a spell, bringing the field up once he's bowled, 10, 15 balls.
Yeah.
Siddle into Jennings. Walks quite a long way down the pitch there and just tucks that off his hip.
Yeah, he did that a lot yesterday. He's almost taking LBW out there. He comes down so far. Often he came down and ended up defending yesterday. Big strides down the pitch, and that's why James Roux came up for quite a lot of the bowlers.
Yeah, he's a fine player. I think it would have to be a consideration to get back into the Test side with the way he's been scoring runs since his omission.
Well, he was on tour, of course. He came to Pakistan, but did little else than come on as a sub fielder, as the other opener. Didn't go to New Zealand, curiously.
Yeah, I think they've dropped anchor with Crawley, I think, but he's probably on quite a limited leash now with players around the county circuit piling on the runs.
Well, Jennings will be one of them. He scored runs before he looked in prime nick right from the word go yesterday, and he's got runs already this summer.
And also has Test pedigree as well, doesn't he? So,
but it's amazing. He scored most of his runs in the subcontinent, and we did look him up yesterday. We remember quite a lot of his runs, and yet he averages 25 in Test cricket. So there was a reason to drop him.
Yeah, a couple of hundreds and 150, 781 runs at your right, 25. And I suppose, looking at a player of his quality, 9,500 runs at 36, there is scope, definitely, for that to improve.
Yeah. Well, there's scope for him to come back, but you can understand why he got left out. That's my point.
Yeah, no. It's a surprise when you think he would be a nailed-on 40-plus man. Pete Siddle again operating around that knee roll, that top of off stump. He's been round the block a few times. He'll know what the job is today. I did actually notice that this morning he had a very steely look in his eye, Peter Siddle. He understands that standing up and being counted on a flat pitch is your currency as a senior fast bowler. So he's doing a grand job so far, and he looks fit as a fiddle as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's more comfortable this end. He was upset yesterday, I think, coming from the river end. In that there's some nasty sandy bits. The footholds don't look great. Just as you're coming into your delivery stride, and he bowled 2 or 3 overs up there.
Well, I spoke to Josh Davey about the sand from that particular end, the end that I operated.
That was your end, was it?
I used to, bowling with people like Willoughby and Caddick.
You had to bowl which
always had to bowl uphill and into the wind normally, and I actually felt very uncomfortable bowling downhill in this end. So. We spoke about it. He said, I've never had a problem bowling uphill, but the sand and how soft it is creating a problem, because not only is it very hard on your calves, because you're kind of running through sand, for those who have run in sand before, but also every sort of delivery stride as you take off, you catch the sand and it slightly sort of jolts your foot either way, and
so
it puts you
lose
off
balance
balance.
a bit,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it was interesting speaking to him, who obviously played the previous game here, and I think a lot of the bowlers, that is the feedback. It's that takeoff jump before you go into your delivery stride that they're struggling with, which is a challenge.
Well, it's weird because I never perceived there being an uphill and a downhill when I played it. And I mean, it may have changed slightly.
Well, I think over time, I think there was, I mean, it's minimal from that end, but I think over the years, when top dressing the square and that sort of surrounding area has created a little bit of a tabletop, and it is, if you're actually down at the ground level, there is a slight rise to the crease. It's not like a Headingley or anything like that.
No, I can remember that you slightly got up onto the square, maybe. But I always used to like bowling that end anyway, because the boundaries are a bit longer.
Gives you a little bit more to work with.
And also, more often than not, I think the breeze, although it's not been the case in this game, that it tended to come from leg to off, which I would have liked. You would have liked that.
Yeah, swing. Yeah, drift away for you and swing for me. Yeah, I think also it was just that was what I had to operate with because all the fast bowlers, all the tall fast bowlers bowled from this end.
Caddick wanted this end. Yeah.
You know, the list will go on. Richard Johnson, all of those fast bowlers always loved this end.
He bowled with some great bowlers, didn't he? I mean, Caddick, obviously. And
Caddick,
Overton will be a very substantial figure in Somerset bowling. Hello, he's got that one fine.
Lewis gives up chase there as it trickles over for another for Jennings, managing to manoeuvre that from way outside off stump behind
I mean, that's for an opening bat. That's what his England career is notable for, because he got those runs in the subcontinent. He's terrific at manipulating the field with a series of different sorts of sweeps. It's not a straightforward shot to get that ball from outside off stump behind square with that sufficient power to reach the boundary as well.
Had a little bit of a hint of an under edge, which I think took it further behind square.
Yeah.
But it's just that he's in tick over mode, isn't he? I mean, he's going to anchor the innings. You know, if he scores at a runner ball, which he is at the moment, while Vias is getting in, that's very smart batting tactically from Keaton Jennings. As Lancashire move on to 387 for 2 on day 3 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Well, Somerset in pursuit of that bowling point. Only one more needed.
Yeah, one more wicket needed, but in some of the bowlers' eyes, it looks a long way away. Thanks, Vic. Vic's going to take a little bit of a break, and I'm hoping Stephen Lamb's going to come in and join me for another over of Peter Siddle. He's already worked his magic in his first over. Bowled beautifully since coming into the attack, and a lovely bit of pace there as he puts one up. The Lancashire opening batsman. Stephen, how are you?
Morning, Coach.
Oh yeah. That's it's been a while since I've been called that. January the 15th, I think, was the last time I was called coach.
And very well you did too.
Yeah, it was a really nice experience, and thank you very much for our little chat this morning. It was nice for me to do a bit of coaching out in Nepal for those who followed that. But right now, the challenge is Somerset, and pretty substantial task of keeping either Lancashire's score down or taking these 8 wickets.
Yeah, genuine bowler's wicket though this morning for Peter Siddle, I felt.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, I'd describe Sid's as he's a line bowler. He has the ability to sort of shape the ball. He's not a big swinger of the ball, but he's a line bowler. He challenges off stump and he gets a little bit of nip either way, and that's his bread and butter. That was a beautiful delivery, slightly angled in and just held its line and caught the outside edge of Bohannon, and it was well deserved. He's always one of those bowlers that you could tell he runs in. He's a 100%er, and he's one of those guys that you always think, yeah, fair play, you deserve that, pal.
Absolutely. Emphasis on containing as best you can as a bowler on what's a bit of a road.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I suppose the concern from a Somerset perspective is the ease in which Keaton Jennings is managing to score. He's picking up the occasional boundary, even though he's not really going for boundaries, but it's the fact that he's just picking up ones so easily, rotating the strike.
It's an excellent piece of fielding down at long leg.
Villas takes on the bouncer, and I think that's young George Thomas on as 12th man. Very athletic piece of fielding. What you'd expect from a young guy coming in and being around the first team environment. Swooped round.
Yeah, he had no time to spare before gathering that in.
Well bowled again. Peter Siddle. It's one of those sort of catch-22s. I like the fact that Peter Siddle's operating from over the wicket. As I said to Vic, it gives you at least an angle to bring your wicketkeeper and first slip in, but also Keaton Jennings is a very strong back cutter, which he sort of tried to execute there. So it has his risks bowling across a guy like Keaton Jennings, but I think it's the only way you're going to get him out is just to try and get one just to nibble a little bit away from him. As Peter Siddle tries a slower ball, maybe just pitching outside leg, but that's a good shout.
Yes, he didn't go straight up, I don't think, Peter Siddle. And I just have a sense that there was a pause before the appeal. We'll have another look at it.
A little slower ball there for him. Yeah, pitching way outside leg stump. A desperation appeal.
Yeah, passionate from the Australian. He still loves his cricket.
Yeah, you never get anything else but 100% and a lot of passion from Peter Siddle. You know, one of those guys that you sign him and you just go, yeah, that's a good guy to have. You know he's going to perform, but also what he's going to give to the team, the environment. You know, he's one of life's radiators of positive vibes, I think, from my experience of being around him. Leachy at the other end is another one of those characters, even though he's having a tough time at the moment. No wickets for 121 runs, which is very unusual for Jack Leach's Jennings. Hard sweeps again and nails it for 4, beating Sean Dixon out there on the square boundary.
Yeah, he did everything he could, Sean Dixon, to intercept that, but it was always beyond his reach, really. Got around very, very quickly on the boundary edge. You'll see the dive. Oh, nearly there, not quite.
Yeah, he's as good a sweeper as you'll see in first-class cricket, Keaton Jennings. As Vic said, he scored a lot of runs in the subcontinent, and that is a shot you certainly have to be pretty savvy with, and he's showing that again here at Taunton. Leachy, I suppose, yeah, it's not a huge amount of turn, so it's more change of pace he's going to have to operate with. That one was a little bit more tossed up and respected by Keaton Jennings. He moves on to 185, and his scoring strike rate is just creeping up and up and up through this innings.
Another comfortable single here. He enjoys batting against Somerset, doesn't he, Keaton Jennings?
Yeah, he has a knack of getting the runs, that's for sure. He's I believe this is his 26th first-class 100. So, and I think he does have a habit of going quite big when he does get in. So I'm sure he has no sort of hurry in his mind. He's going to take his time and try and maybe even carry his bat, which would be a real headache for the Somerset bowlers.
Went big at Southport last year, Keaton Jennings. 3 figures, triple century there, and he's just 14 away from a double here.
As Graham Gooch said, a daddy 100. Yeah, I think it's pretty ominous signs from the way that Keaton Jennings is playing.
Yes, it takes one to know one, a daddy 100. And Graham Gooch, of course, did it at the highest level at Lord's against India.
Certainly did. 3-3-3.
3-3-3 followed by 1-2-3 in the second innings.
That's
neat and tidy, isn't it?
That's a heavy game, that, isn't it? I suppose Somerset now will be having that eye on the overs column as well. There'll be a new ball due in a few overs' time. I think that will be. I think Somerset are almost in a position where they have to take it. You know, that's going to be due with about 35 minutes left of this morning session here on day 3. The runs are coming too easy with the old ball, so I can't see that there's an excuse that we won't take the new ball because this one's soft and not going for runs. I think Somerset have to take that bold, brave move and take that new ball.
Yeah, presumably Tom Abel will be keeping Lewis Gregory and Jack Brooks back for that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I wouldn't bowl Peter Siddle too many overs in this spell. Try and get him off so he can, come in, pretty fresh after lunch. Casey's been expensive this morning, going for the bouncer tactic, but Jack Brooks and Lewis are normally pretty canny operators with the new ball, so I'm sure that's in the captain's mind for sure.
Yeah,
I'd like to actually see maybe a Lammers have a bowl.
Couple of overs.
Yeah, just might be worthwhile as we're waiting for this new ball. And that's, I think, kind of an indication that Lancashire are playing pretty well. That very phrase, waiting for a new ball, almost hoping for something to happen.
Potentially 3 overs away after this one. That new ball, it's going to be 4 here, down to third man off the outside edge. So a moral victory for Peter Siddle, who looks a little bit put upon as he heads back to his mark.
Yeah, that's that smile that, the closer you'd pan in on Peter Siddle's face, that smile would actually be a bit of a grimace. No one likes seeing a 4 past the vacant slip area.
Dane Vilas goes on to 8, and the 400 is up for Lancashire. Just 2 wickets down, just 41 behind now. Elegant looking off drive for no run.
Yeah, I think with Vilas coming down the wicket so much, it wouldn't surprise me if Peter Siddle uses his quota of short deliveries just to try and keep Vilas honest, so he's not lunging too far down the pitch. No fast bowler likes that happening too many times. Slower delivery, beautiful cover drive from Dane Vilas. Through the covers like a rocket. 4 more runs to the total, and a relatively good over has already disappeared for quite a few runs.
Yeah, and that was the way of things in the last session yesterday. Lancashire pretty much picking up where they left off. They have lost the 1 wicket this morning, with the total on 376. That was Josh Bohannon for 85.
Yeah, I suppose, Peter Siddle looking at the economy rates of the innings so far, Sid's just going for a tad over 4 and over, which would probably be quite high for him. And the only bowler that's really sort of done a containment job was Jack Brooks, going at under 3.5 and over, which is an exceptional effort considering the pitch. Those two picking up the wickets, the 2 wickets, and I think that's very much a message there that the lowest economies out of the bowlers used so far are the guys that have picked up the wickets. Even though it's only 1, I still think that it does show a sign that they've stuck to some sort of plan. And I think every bowler in the Somerset lineup just has to keep sticking with it.
I was just about to speculate about the floodlights potentially coming on, and lo and behold, as if by magic, they have. Got a lot greyer here at Taunton. There is rain about this afternoon. I don't know whether that will impinge on the day at all, but it was hazy sunshine when we got underway here. It's now clouded over quite substantially.
Yeah, I think for those keen weather watchers, they'll be looking from the Colin Atkinson Pavilion over our shoulders to look at the is it the Blackdown Hills over the way? They're the ones that normally fill in quite quickly, past the churches. If those hills disappear, that's normally a sign that rain is on its way.
Nice take from James Roux, off a wide. Got well down the leg side, Roux. Reverse, and will be a single. Wants two, after hurry, he's safely home.
Lightning quick between the wickets, Dame VS. That's a real signature of his batting. Very, very busy. You know, I think years gone by, Jack Leach bowling that outside leg stump line would get padded away a lot, but instantly gone to the reverse sweep, making sure that the runs keep ticking. VS has moved effortlessly to 15. Again, just dabbing into the offside for an easy single. Smart fielding there from the left-handed Lammerley, as Leachy just keeps trucking away. Tough day for Leachy. We hope he can pick up a wicket or two, but certainly the Lancs batters at the moment have got the winning of this contest.
Reverse again from the left-hander this time, down to what becomes deep backward square, would have been deep backward point. Yeah, you mentioned the church towers. It's one of the pleasant views we've got looking the other way from the cricket up here in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion.
Yeah, it certainly is. New Road, Worcester springs to mind whenever I think about church views. There's some fantastic scenery around the county scene, but yeah, those iconic churches here at Taunton, the spires.
Yeah, we were saying about New Road, the scene of some individual heroics for Gloucestershire in the game that's going on up there. Tom Price.
100 and a hat-trick, isn't it? I mean, that's some
Remarkable.
day out. That is some day out. I mean, back in the day, he'd be going straight from the ground to the nightclub Bushwhackers to celebrate, but those days are gone. He'll be into the ice bath, a protein shake, and an early night.
But it is one of the iconic views, isn't it? At New Road of Worcester Cathedral, which is just on the other side of the River Severn up there, which regularly floods the ground in the winter. They've got King John at Worcester Cathedral. He's buried in the chancel, I think, up there.
Really? Good knowledge. Yeah, it's extraordinary what that ground goes through in the winter. I mean, I don't know how many feet of water, but it's quite a few. It goes right up to almost the top of the newly built D'Oliveira stand at one end. Completely floods underwater.
Yes, the Graham Hick Pavilion, when that was built, which I think was around about 15 years ago, something like that, was deliberately built on stilts because of the flooding. Flooding's not just been an issue at New Road this spring, it's been an issue everywhere. Nicely taken again by James Roux, one of Somerset's two first innings Centurions. What a special partnership that was.
And a required and needed one as well, because without those two, I think the prognosis for this game would be ever the poorer. No, it was a brilliant performance. Really great to see Tom Abel, you know, come in. Had a lean first match back after injury, but you know, straight back to what we expect from someone like Tom Abel. His quality, 151, career best score, and James Roux adding to his other first-class 100 early on in his career, 117. But importantly, you know, over 500 balls batted between them. Brilliant show of resolve, temperament and skill against a high-quality bowling attack that includes arguably the best seam bowler that's ever pulled on an England shirt, James Anderson. Well, he's certainly the best of those. You could argue he's the best ever. I mean, his wicket tally is quite phenomenal.
Yes. There's another great Lancastrian whom I have to admit I never saw, Sydney Barnes, who's probably in that category. Not so much cricket played in those days. James Anderson must be up there.
Skill,
Up there with the very,
longevity,
very best.
fitness. I mean, it's just he's certainly got it all. That's for sure. 5 for 76 here on day 1 and 2 in the first innings. No matter how flat the pitch is, when you've got skills like that, you're always going to be a threat, and something that Somerset and the lineup will have to negate at some stage during this game, maybe even today, later on today.
Still plenty of time left in this game today and tomorrow. There may be the odd intervention from the weather. We don't know that. It was expected yesterday and it never happened. There was thought to be rain about, but had a full day's play.
I gave up looking at forecasts in this country a very long time ago, where you see 100% rain and then the following day it's cracking flags and all that. Yes, best forecast I think is just to look up.
Single, where at the moment we see grey clouds, where they weren't there first thing, but they are now.
But always remember, I mean, this is you know, the grand context of the globe, a pretty small island, but I can remember playing in New Zealand, and we were playing in Wellington, and Matt Sinclair said something like, oh, there's a sou'wester today, we're not going to bowl a ball. And it was a 20 over match, and we were about 35 minutes from play. And he said, we're not going to bowl a ball. And I was netting, and it was 30 degrees, and I had to put on suntan lotion, and I was baking. I said, there's no way this is going to be rained off. About 10 minutes later, the heavens opened as Keaton Jennings is very gingerly limping down the wicket after that single. It looks like, if I had to guess, he might have popped a hamstring or a calf. I mean, that's interesting. He's called for the physiotherapist, maybe cramp.
Struggling, isn't he?
He looks in a real spot of bother there. Very gingerly walking. And the way he's sort of carrying his foot makes me think that it might be a calf.
He struggled to complete that single, no question. Keaton Jennings.
Hamstring, it looks like hamstring, cramp. I mean, hard to diagnose from 100 metres away, but while he is suffering with what looks like cramp in his right hamstring, there's a bit of rain starting to drizzle down here at Taunton as Josh Davey, the other 12th man, is coming onto the field with the bag of drinks. The umpires are in the middle having a conflab. What to do?
Yeah, we can just see a vestige of drizzle looking out here at the moment, which is emerging from a pretty gloomy sky. And as attention is paid to Keaton Jennings, I wonder whether he'll be able to continue. 189 not out, he'd certainly want to.
Yeah, it certainly looks like a spot of cramp. I hope he hasn't pulled anything, but he looks like he's in a spot of bother, that's for sure. He's intimating up to the dressing room that he requires a runner. And the way that he's going, he might have to do quite a lot of running.
Yes, the umpires, not sure whether they're talking about the light or...
Let's hope he doesn't do a James Hildreth, gets injured and then scores 137 more runs on a broken leg.
Yeah.
Still one of the most incredible things I've seen on a cricket field.
After your ministrations,
After I physioed him, yeah, we still laugh about that. You know, I actually still feel so. You know, I reacted in the moment, I suppose, to James's request. But I can remember how bad I felt when I saw the X-ray and how badly his ankle was broken, and I was like, "Oh my Lord, have mercy!" I strapped him. I told him, "If you don't take your sock off," and I did this rudimentary strapping. Rammed his shoe back on, thinking, "Oh, it's just a bruise." Gave it a thump at the sole as well to get it back on. He was yelping in agony, and the bloke went out and scored 137. What a genius!
I was counting myself fortunate to be here to see that.
never seen anything like it.
Extraordinary day.
Yeah, that always remember just going over and giving him a hug and apologising when I saw the X-ray of the bone just completely sheared through. There we go. Maybe that's why I would have almost certainly failed medical school, or any school that I went to, that for the matter.
He must have been in a fair amount of pain.
Yeah, I think there's actually a case looking at, again, after seeing the X-ray, he was probably verging on in a bit of shock. You know, because it was a real nasty break of the ankle bone, and I think we have spoken about it. I think he was in proper strife for a while, and then it just sort of numbed off. I think those sort of really nasty injuries have a tendency to do that. But I mean, batting's hard enough, but to do it literally stood on one leg is something else as well.
He had to choose, didn't he, for a runner between Marcus Trescothick and Tom Abel.
Yeah, that's not a tricky one, that's for sure.
It made me think, actually, that the stand we just mentioned between Tom Abel and James Rew, it made me think of Tom Abel and Marcus Trescothick. A few years ago now, they had a big stand together. They both got hundreds, and that was a special day.
Yeah, I mean, Abe's has really come to the fore with his batting. His record is just getting better and better. His runs are just looking. You know, he's just looking more and more every inch an international cricketer. I mean, we really hope that he gets another opportunity. You know, this particular injury took him out of the Bangladesh tour, but
yeah, I felt so sorry for him about that. Yeah.
Still long conversations going on the ground here between the physios, the umpires. Richard Illingworth out there on screen now talking to Keaton Jennings. Doesn't look to be in too much discomfort in terms of an injury, but maybe the cramp is the problem.
We've got a runner emerging from the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
One of the unlucky two batsmen that are out have had to get the pads out of the... I mean, I tell you what, in terms of like for like, I mean, this is a pretty good like for like. Left-handed, almost the same height, the same build. They could actually be brothers, Jennings and Wells, couldn't they?
They could indeed. Luke Wells, who made such an impression yesterday, one Lancashire wicket to fall yesterday afternoon for 82. He was close to a runner ball.
He probably would have felt like his batting work for the week was done, but the pads would have been stowed away, packed up, ready for tomorrow night's trip home, but he's had to rustle them together and get them back on.
So Jennings is going to continue with Wells at the moment stationed at square leg. That's where the runner stands.
Always get some sort of like PTSD when I see a runner on a cricket field remembering the 2020 finals day with Dan Christian and Hampshire and that run-out fiasco that we had where we could have whipped the bails off and won that final on the last ball. Leachy into Jennings. Just looking to get back in after that long little break we've had.
He's moving very stiffly, Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling, that's for sure. He's probably, I think he's
possibly going to go off, I think.
Yeah, I think that looks like a retired hurt. I think maybe it's something a bit more considerable than a cramp. Keaton Jennings is waved towards the dressing room and is strolling off. Retired hurt.
Gets a reassuring and sympathetic pat on the back from Luke Wells, with whom he opened yesterday, and applause as well. That's nice to see.
Well, I suppose that's one way for Somerset to get him out. Grind him into submission. He's played beautifully there, Keaton Jennings. Not sure, I hope there's nothing too serious, as I've no doubt he'll have an eye on the England selections throughout this summer. Played beautifully here for his 189, but for now, he's going to go and get on that physio's bed. Looks like he might have pulled a hamstring.
Yeah, I suspect that's the last we're going to see of him on the field in this game as he disappears into the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Luke Wells following him, so that must be one of the shortest stints as a runner in cricket history.
Yeah, I think he'll be over the moon with that. And talking of stints, my stints come to an end. I'm going to reintroduce Somerset great Vic Marks to see you through till lunch.
Thanks, Pete. So, although it says 2 wickets down on the board, we have the number 6 batsman coming in the form of George Bell, Lancashire wicketkeeper. Both keepers batting at 6 in this game. And Somerset will be hoping that George Bell doesn't emulate his opposite number in this situation. James Rew got a ton in the Somerset first innings. And we'll see what George Bell can do as Vic comes back.
Well, increasingly, that looked like the likeliest way to get rid of Keaton Jennings. I mean, I feel sorry for him. He's a very fit man, but just the body rebelled. Going for a quick single, and it looks like a sort of thigh, maybe it's a hamstring, but a thigh injury. And he took the wise decision, I think. Why aggravate it in this situation as well? Why aggravate it?
So, Lancashire, I suppose you could say they have to rebuild, although rebuilding at 4-1-3 for 2.
I'm not so sure. I mean, it should slow their progress, obviously, as George Bell accustoms himself to the crease. Fields up now for Jack Leach. He's got the possibility here, Stephen, of bowling a second maiden.
Yeah, that's another dot.
He'd be very keen to seize it. I think he's only got one more left. One more ball and he can... I used to be quite proud of your maidens column. He's only bowled 1 and that was the first over he bowled. He'll be... And he's got it.
Terrific.
I mean, it's a minor landmark. And actually it's quite a good time to bowl now, but they may well...
Maybe he's lost over for a while, won't it? Because 80 overs have been bowled in this innings now.
Let's have a look. I think it looks to me like he's going to have a break, Jack Leach, because James Rew has dispensed with the helmet that he wears when standing up to Jack Leach. They're leaving the field. Here's an oddity that it was quite intriguing in that George Bell and James Rew played for England under 19s together, and neither of them were keeping wicket. In this particular match we looked up.
That's interesting.
Yeah, there was a guy, I think Alex Horton or someone from Glamorgan was. So both Bell and Rew were playing for the England under 19s as batsmen and fielders. I don't know what James Rew got. Anyway, we have a new ball. I think this is probably the last ball of this innings as it loses its shape.
I recall Surrey
having a third new ball, did they?
Just thinking on the wicketkeeper line.
Oh, right.
Surrey fielded in one game against Somerset. They fielded 6 wicketkeepers.
Yes. Yes, that's right. When people like Wilson was keeping wicket, and then a whole host of people. Pope.
Good start.
And there we go. So. That's the closest, well, it's the biggest celebration I've seen from Somerset in the field for many, many hours. First ball with that new ball is a good delivery. Slightly ominous, actually, when you think about what might happen later on in this game. But a lovely full length, a bit of a walking defensive shot, outside edge, tuck under the armpit, off you go.
Yeah, both the wickets that have fallen have been proper bowlers' wickets.
Yeah.
Peter Siddle earlier, and this one.
Yeah, well, that new ball, it was a walking defensive shot, which is not quite how the manual tells you should play it.
He didn't even.
But
look
it was
him.
a good ball. I mean, he knew he nicked it. Here he goes, and it looked like a fine delivery. It just held its line, sort of angled in and held its line, kissed the edge, Another nice little neat catch from Rue, and Glory beat another point.
So it's on the board for Somerset, a bowling point.
Certainly like to get another bowling point. You need 3 more wickets in the space of 30 overs, which is not beyond the realms of possibility.
It's another pretty impressive performer coming out to replace Dane Vilas, though, in the form of Colin de Grandhomme.
Yeah, well, he can hit it if he gets in. But
Strongly built.
Strongly built, but the new ball, that delivery from Gregory, he does bowl a few, he bowls some jaffers, Gregory. Let's see whether he can get on a roll.
He has 2 batsmen out there who haven't faced a ball.
Not against him, but Bell's faced a ball. But
oh, did he? I beg his pardon.
Yes, he's calm down, Stephen. He faced 4 from Jack Leach.
Yes.
Pro.
In all the excitement.
Yeah. What a wicket. Yeah, well, wickets, they only fall in the morning in this match so far, but I'm not sure that'll be sustained. The lights are on. It's sort of new ball, cloud cover. Pitch still looks increasingly sort of biscuit brown. It's sort of rich tea brown now, isn't it? Jack Brooks is just getting his body loose. He's going to be bowling the next over, and it's great to have new batsmen at the crease.
Yeah, new batsman and a new ball.
Yeah. So the odds have switched a little bit to the possibility of getting a wicket. Keaton Jennings, as we say, that's having to retire her on, what did he have?
189.
189. He went reluctantly, but I think it was the wise decision. I mean, there was a long delay after he pulled his hamstring. We were waiting for the runner to come out.
Yeah, wondering whether it might be cramp.
Yeah,
at that point.
And then, as play resumed, ooh,
another one. Wow.
Well, he does get them in streaks.
That was maybe an injudicious stroke.
Well, it was a loose shot. I mean, he that's the great virtue. When you get that new ball, and Gregory does this well, is that he's not afraid to bowl that full length, driving length. Another catch for Rue. Straightforward catch.
Rather firm-footed.
Firm-footed drive. Thought it was right up there in the arc. Loose cover drive. Gone. So de
Grandhomme, not quite the Grandhomme we might have expected.
No, well, no. He's hopeless in a crisis. But off he goes. He's been waiting up there for a long time, and now he's got to go. There's still batting to come, of course, because it's George Balderson, isn't it?
It is.
It's certainly Balderson, and I'm just checking it's George.
It is.
Okay, good. He's coming in. He's a proper all-rounder. He bowled quite a few overs, but he's more of a. I think he's more of a batting all-rounder, really.
He's number 4 on the scorecard.
Yeah.
So
anyway, he's coming out. He's left-handed. That much we know. And he quite busy throughout the Somerset innings. Didn't actually. I might have picked up 1 wicket. I think he got Abel out, actually.
Yeah, he did. 1 for 102.
Yeah.
He
did a lot of the donkey work, to be fair. He bowled at the less favoured end. And he was ready. That's the great thing. Because the wickets have fallen, or people have come and gone really quite quickly. We've got 2 men still on naught. 4 down, plus Jennings retiring hurt. I don't imagine he'll be coming back out again to bat. Yeah, so because we're not quite in crisis territory yet.
Effectively 5.
Yeah. There's a bit of rain in the air.
Too early, of course, to speculate on whether Somerset might take a first innings lead.
Yes, Stephen, calm down.
You're
getting all excited. But we've seen this match be a topsy-turvy affair. Where look at the Somerset card, which is not in front of me, but 2 men scoring 100, but no one else got over 50.
Yeah, Tom Kohler-Cadmore. I beg pardon.
Jack Leach.
Jack Leach, 40 not out. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, 38.
Yeah.
Tom Abel singled him out in the conversation he had after the first day's play, in that he felt he changed the momentum of things.
Well, that's certainly true. They put on 50 together, and I think he got his 38 on 40 balls. And he played some big shots against Balderson, actually. Popped down and hit him for 6. And looked terrific. And it was a bit of a strangle. He was caught flicking a ball from the Grandhomme in the air towards that short boundary. He's caught right on the edge there. Out of me to the bat, but in the air to the fielder there situated. But it's a sort of frustrating dismissal, almost a strangle. On another day, well, he would have hit it for 6 because he hit 6s for last time. But he flicked it, and it just kept going. And when he was gone, and he was actually looking very positive, and he looked in control. But it wasn't to be. But he got got from 25 for 3 to 80 for 4, which was some sort of progress, demonstrating that there were runs out there, actually. Jack Brooks, and suddenly there's a bit more noise out there.
Double wicket maiden for Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, well, we only need a couple more of them and we're right back in it. He is an extraordinary cricketer, isn't he, Gregory? Just things happen in streaks. He got all those wickets at Trent Bridge. Got some runs in the first match. He usually crops up somewhere. And now there's a bit more of a spring in the step. 2 new batsmen at the crease. George Bell on strike. And confidently clipping that away, however. It's a great delivery, but he's put it away nicely.
Nice way to get off the mark for George Bell. 417 then for 4.
He's a little man. He looks like a keeper, George Bell, even though he didn't necessarily always keep for the under-19s we'd established. But he's nimble, quite small. That's another lovely little time through the onside. I think they'll catch up with it, but
yes, nicely done. Nice joint effort by the 2 fielders out just inside the boundary.
if you saw the team photo of Lancashire and you saw George Bell, you say, well, he must be the keeper. He looks like an old-fashioned keeper, little man, as I say, quick-footed, and he's just got off the mark neatly a couple of times there.
Yes, I suppose the current England incumbent, Ben Folkes, would be something of an exception. He's a bit taller.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, not all keepers are
they usually are.
But I think increasingly there are bigger ones around, aren't there? But you're right. I should think Ben Folkes is a good 6 foot tall, isn't he? Moves well, but he's a 6 foot, I would have thought. Down here, of course, Rob Turner, who's a big man for a keeper, but a good one. You know, there are good, Gilchrist, I suppose, 6 footer. But by and large, your archetypal keeper, he's a sort of 5'7", 5'8", quick on his feet, with silky hands.
Cutter and a sweeper.
Yeah, cuts and sweeps. Sort of, that's right. Slightly quirky batsman. Notty is your man. I know your man. And I played against.
He fits the bill.
Absolutely. And he was lovely. I'm looking back. It's a little vignette. You remember that. You're lucky to have played with Notty just behind you and Underwood bowling. Quite tricky. He was always a very sort of chatting away, but in a very kind of generous way. He wasn't
not in sledging,
not at county cricket. I'm sure probably not in Test cricket either. He wasn't sledging you, but he'd have a chat in a friendly manner, and he just loved the game. And
he was a cheerful soul.
Yeah. He was slightly mad in a way. You know, he was obsessive in certain things. I say when he toured India, he never shook hands with anyone unless he had a pair of gloves on. He was sort of worried about his health and stuff.
Yeah.
And I once asked, I did a piece with him once, and I remember asking, can you remember perhaps one of your best sessions as a keeper? And and he plucked out a match for England in Pakistan. Can't remember exactly where, but I think possibly Lahore, as a highlight of his keeping career. And he said, I was deadly, Derek Underwood. He bowled the whole session, and I was keeping to him. And they said, I didn't take a ball. He said, but I was ready to take every one. And he kind of highlighted that as one of his career highs. I mean, Underwood was so accurate, and bowling to the right-handers, he looked like Jack Leach. He'd be hitting off stump, and the batsman couldn't leave anything. But he said, I was ready to take every one.
I have no doubt he was.
Yes, absolutely.
He took a wonderful catch off Derek Underwood. He took many wonderful catches off Derek Underwood, but there's one that stands out in my mind. Dilip Sardesai.
Right, that's some time in India.
It was in 1971. It was actually a game that India won. It was their first Test victory in England.
Ah, right.
It was at the Oval.
Yeah, when you were there.
I wasn't there.
But you remember seeing it.
I remember the catch.
Yeah.
Well bowled. It was outside edge, quite a thick outside edge.
Yeah.
And he held it, it was almost reflex.
Yeah.
He held it one-handed.
Yeah. He used to take a lot one-handed. He'd work out that it was actually the odds were better in his favour sometimes if you went one-handed, because you wouldn't have to stretch quite so far. You could stretch further with one hand than trying to get there with two, obviously. Yeah. But he thought, he had lots of theories.
I remember Jack Russell telling me, this was another great Alan Knock catch.
Yeah.
Rick McCosker, 1977, I think.
Right.
Diving in front of Mike Brearley, one-handed.
Yeah.
You mention it.
Yeah.
And Jack Russell was watching.
Right. Yeah.
He was a school kid, I think, at the time, and he saw it.
That's what I want to do.
I want to do that.
Yes, the out-and-out specialist is gone. Even the modern keeper doesn't look like the traditional keeper now, because they're usually people like Joss Butler and Johnny Bairstow, brilliant in the field. They're a brilliant outfielder. Joss Butler, when he played down here, was a fantastic outfielder. Whereas if you put Alan Knott or Jack Russell or Bob Taylor in the field, I mean, they couldn't throw it more than 20 yards. They weren't necessarily gazelles in terms of sprinting 20 yards. So they were like a fish out of water. Duck out of water? Yes. They were not in their comfort zone when they didn't have their pads and the gloves on. Whereas nowadays, most keepers, I mean, they haven't necessarily kept all their life, and they're brilliant fielders. Pope has been another one.
This is good from Somerset at the moment with this new ball. They're keeping the pressure on. We saw that boundary from George Bell.
Yeah.
But there's been precious little else against this new ball.
Well, I mean, clearly Lancashire their plan will be to get a really substantial lead, not to mention their final batting point. Oh, I didn't quite know where that was going.
Was not in control of it.
And it's been such plain sailing all the way that now suddenly two new batsmen, the Grand Dame going for a duck. Understandably, they're taking time to try and just make sure they really consolidate. Whereas Somerset, if they get one more, you're not exactly into the... Well, you're into the bowlers. If you get one more, I think Balderson is clearly a genuine all-rounder who actually probably bats more than he bowls. After that, though, we're down to a dangerous batsman, but he's a bowler who bats Tom Hartley, I think. And so there is still scope for a little flurry of wickets and to keep that first innings lead down to manageable proportions.
Yeah. Jack Brooks is...
There's a sandy patch, just
we were talking
both
about this
sides
earlier.
of the wickets, yeah.
Peter Siddle wasn't very happy bowling from that river end yesterday.
All the teamers have preferred bowling from this end.
Yes.
Marcus Trescothick end.
Unlike in the game against Warwickshire, when it was reversed.
That's right, yeah. little bit of movement there for Jack Brooks.
You mentioned about keepers being quirky. Jack Russell certainly picked that up from Alan Knott as well.
Absolutely.
Weetabix having exactly the right amount of milk.
And soaked for the appropriate time too, I think. It might have been a 12 Weetabix or a 15 Weetabix a day man, I don't know, but everything was wonderfully quirky.
Got everything behind that. He was a natterer behind the stumps as well.
Oh,
Jack.
yeah. Probably
In a
less gentle than not, particularly when Gloucester in their one day they had a phase where they were terrific in one-day cricket and terrific in the field, and Jack would kind of be orchestrating it from behind the stumps, often standing up to the seamers, and then the string of fielders who they sort of hunted. I think they liked the notion of they're hunting for the ball here, there and everywhere, in one-day cricket especially.
It was a good arrangement he had with Mark Elaine, the captain. That Elaine was more the strategist.
Well, seemed a gentle soul too, and whereas Jack was getting a bit of mongrel in there. That's what Jack Russell should. Well, not. Oh, I mean, yeah. But
I get the drift.
Yeah, But I mean, I saw him play some terrific innings for England. Usually quirky defensive ones, actually, but not always. But Russell is Atherton's partner. He batted for ages, for barely scoring a run. Didn't matter, but
Johannesburg,
yeah.
Yes, he was good at geeing himself up.
Yeah. With those elaborate leaves outside the off stump too, which would annoy bowlers. But it's a wonderful example, Jack Russell, I think, of having the confidence as his career evolved to play his own way, which was a quirky way as a batsman.
It'd be a comfortable single here.
Yeah. He didn't get at all self-conscious about how stupid he might look or how certain shots didn't sort of match the manual. He would play his own way, and once he established that after a few tests, he got that into his head. He was confident enough to play his own way.
And again, there's a bit of a similarity with Alan Knott there as well, because he became increasingly quirky as a batsman.
And inventive. I mean, he was playing all sorts of different sweeps. He came down apparently just after I finished, but Chris Tavray was captain, and he got Notty to come down to do a bit of work with the keepers. And he also did some work with the batsmen. And Notty was a great sweeper of all sorts. He'd play all sorts of dab sweeps, hard sweeps. And I remember, I wasn't there, but Tav telling me how he went through about 5 categories, which included the defensive sweep, which sort of made some sense. I can imagine that, he had all sorts of array of little shots, tickle ones, very, very fine. But of course, sometimes when you get into a position, you realise, hang on a minute, I'm struggling here. I've just got to defend it. I've just got to stop the ball because it's straight, and if I miss it, I'm done. And I don't know quite how you played the defensive sweep, but you got a bat on it somehow.
Gregory. Again, another play and a miss.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a different game at the moment.
Well, it's that new ball, and also that prospect of wickets. And of course, when you see that happen, you think, well, hang on a minute, Somerset got a bat again against the best bowler, new ball bowler in the world. And suddenly there's a bit of life there. That was a bit short, but it left Bell, and he missed it by a margin, I think.
You could sense his regret at even playing at it. No, won't be a single there. And Somerset are just keeping things tight.
Yeah, the whole tempo of the game's changed for the moment. They're just hanging on against the new ball. It makes perfect sense from a Lancastrian point of view. They've gone so quickly. They're way on target to get their final batting point and thereafter to build a big lead. But they just need to get through this difficult passage before lunch with that new ball. Gregory's threatened in a way that hasn't been the case, well, throughout this innings, really. He got another no ball there.
It's been good to see Lewis Gregory. He's found something of the old rhythm.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he obviously...
season, certainly up at Trent Bridge he did.
Yeah, I mean, totally different surface. His 7-fer here, 7-fer at Trent Bridge is probably the equivalent of a 2-fer here. But he's in rhythm at the moment, and when he's... You get that ball to move when he's in rhythm.
You mentioned Chris Tabaret. I watched him. I actually commentated on him get a wonderful 100 here in a one-day semi-final
For Kent.
against Essex. No, for
So,
Somerset.
yeah, I
against
remember
Essex.
it. Yeah, that was 18. That was my last season. I mean, he was a terrific one-day player. I played a lot. I played my first class match with Tav at Oxford. My last one with him at Somerset.
Wonderful symmetry.
And I saw him, and I played England schools with him. I was with his captain at the Wissenden, Nigel Bryers captained us. And he was the best player in our team at under 19 level. And I mean, he played some devastating innings. He's got this reputation as the biggest blocker of all time.
Indeed.
He hit the ball as hard as anyone. And he played some fantastic, not just one-day innings, but mostly one-day innings, where he would be devastating. It was whiplash shots. And I spent a bit, occasionally used to tell him, you're a better player than you think you are, Tav. You know, and I wonder, I don't think he's ever really expressed regret, but I think that's true. He was a better player than he thought, and he didn't have to block quite as much, but that's 4.
Yeah, that's going down to backward point and the boundary just by the Somerset stand.
But that's
bit
that's
of room
ancient
there.
history now. There's no point going over that.
What
have we got at lunchtime?
We have
Excitement.
Paul Edwards is going to join us.
Oh,
Vic,
right.
Who's here
Excellent.
covering the game for Cricinfo, and I always enjoy reading his match reports.
Yeah, and he's had a book out quite recently, which you better mention.
I had.
Otherwise,
Entitled, it'll come back.
That's 2 glorious shots, actually, and not necessarily brilliant balls, but my goodness me, he's picked that off his pads with perfect time. It's raced away. So the pressure's just been relieved.
Summer Days Promise.
Okay, well...
Lovely title. We'll look forward to talking to him in the lunch interval, which is coming up pretty shortly, as Somerset try to keep the lid on things here. A couple of boundaries just...
well, they're hunting another couple of wickets, actually. That's what they'd also... I mean... But he's...
it's a better line from Brooks.
The pressure's just been released a little bit.
Alderson on to 9 with that brace of boundaries. Just 11 runs behind Lancashire now, with 4 effectively, we think, 5 wickets down, because Keaton Jennings had to retire hurt on 189.
Looked like the only way Somerset were going to get rid of him. It didn't even look like we were going to run him out.
Good looking drive, but won't be a run as Tom Abel fields
another no
the
ball.
covers.
There's been a few no balls.
Yeah, so Paul Edwards delighted to have him coming in for a chat. Stay with us over the luncheon interval here on the live stream, courtesy of WPA Health Insurance. The lights have been on for the last maybe an hour, coming up to an hour. Grey skies overhead. It's a little bit brighter than at its dullest.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. We don't look to be under threat at the moment.
Didn't quite time that. George Balderson. 2 Georges in at the moment for Lancashire.
Well, if you go George or Tom in this game, you're not far off. both started to settle in. Two good shots there from Balderson off Jack Brooks, who was probably a bit grumpy with himself for feeding a couple of loose deliveries towards him. Actually, he's bowled pretty well in this innings, in trying circumstances.
1 for 70, his figures from 19 overs. Jack Brooks, 5 of them maidens.
Well, he won't have to bowl again before lunch. This will be the last over before lunch, I guess. That's a grand shot, that is.
It's not threading,
just slightly short, but
the offside field.
Yeah, he's got up on his toes. And really with just a little straight back punch, but perfect timing. So it seems like the Lancashire innings, albeit just before lunch, has reignited. Just before the break, get down to the tail a little bit, but you can see how Bell play for England 19s as a specialist batsman. I think he looks orthodox, nice time up, neat footwork. Well, there's another example. It's not a great delivery, that has to be said, but he lapped it up.
And held the pose.
Yes.
Statuesque after playing that.
Well, again, it was perfect timing. No follow through necessary. It's a long half volley, but he just pushed it away. It raced away. It doesn't matter about a short boundary there. It'll speed away. In fact, I think it's going into the tarpaulins. It might be making the ball a bit damp. So this is the least good over from Gregory, who's bowled well with this new ball. He's picked up a couple of wickets. In 1 over, the double wicket maiden. Don't get many double wicket maidens in a total of 440 for 4. Lancashire on the cusp of taking the lead.
Yes, and the elegance even shows through with a defensive push out on the offside. I haven't seen George Bell before, but he looks hugely promising.
Yeah. Kept perfectly well. Rare false shot, a little bit of an inside edge. I suppose in a way it's logical that keepers should be good batsmen because they've seen so much behind the stumps. They can see what the ball's doing whilst they're out on the field. They can get a sort of feel for the pitch and the viewing because there's so many top batsmen now who are keepers, or keepers who are top batsmen. You never quite know which way round. A little bit, yeah. Yes. Well, absolutely. They're 1 short, Somerset's total. And, well, according to the scoreboard, they've got 6 wickets left. Probably, realistically, 5 wickets left. Keaton Jennings having to retire hurt with what we think is a sort of thigh injury, a leg injury. He just pulled something when completing a relatively quick single. Gregory's taken a couple wickets. Peter Siddle 1. Which is a rarity. All the wickets have fallen actually in this match in the first session. So Somerset are still not out of the woods, but they will be heartened by the fact that they got 2 or 3 wickets just before lunch with that new ball, 2 wickets falling. Slowed the run rate a little bit, and there is the possibility if they could nick another 1 or 2 that you're down to the tail and you might be able to limit any first innings lead for Lancashire. And then there's a lot up for grabs if it stays fine. There's a lot of cricket still to be played in this match.
There certainly is. And as Russell Warren and Richard Illingworth make their way off in a decorous manner, an unruffled, unhurried manner.
I'm going to hand over my implement.
You stay here, Vic. Actually.
Good luck.
You stay put.
Oh, I'm staying put.
You are. And I'm going to ask Paul Edwards to come and sit beside you.
Okay. That's fine.
Just step over the leads there, Paul.
Right, and where are you going to go now?
I'm going to go in between. And
am I going to stay?
Give you my headphones, Paul. Just bear with us technically for a moment.
Well, I could describe what's happening here, but it's not that exciting.
we're not quite live yet. Bear with me.
Okay.
I thought we were.
Well, welcome back to the live stream. A little technical hiccup has just prevented us from coming over to you, but I'm delighted to say that we are back now. We're in the lunch interval, the game between Somerset and Lancashire. I'm Stephen Lamb, and I'm particularly delighted to be joined for a lunchtime natter by Paul Edwards, who is here with Vic Marks. And Paul, you're covering the game. I can reveal now, not exclusively, but for Cricinfo and for the Times.
Yeah.
And I've hugely enjoyed reading your reports, as I always do, for Cricinfo over the last couple of days. And you highlighted in your report on day one a magnificent partnership between Tom Abel and James Rew. That's been the highlight, certainly for Somerset supporters, of this game. It dug them out of a huge hole and was wonderful to watch.
It was absolutely. And for me, it recalled an echo of I think it was 7 years ago, when Tom Abel scored his maiden century and scored it here. And this mattered terribly, I think, because it allowed the whole ground to rise in acclamation of him. He was not out overnight.
And he'd only just come in to the Somerset side as a youngster.
He had, but he was clearly a batsman of enormous promise. And enormous love for the county, which of course he has retained. And Marcus scored more than Tom overnight and got to his 100. Hampshire were being put to the sword royally. The game was eventually drawn, but they were being put to the sword with the full hit, as it were. And Marcus got to his 100, and then Tom did. And I mean, Marcus was applauded because I think they're quite fond of him here on balance. and then, but then the response when Tom got to his 100 is something I'll never forget, because I wonder if, and as I've said often, I will say a mass for all 18 counties. And as a sidelight, I've been so pleased to see Leicestershire do well this season, for example, and just stick it to the people who, as Jim Swanton would say, to the people who thought that they didn't have a right to play first-class cricket. But I just wonder if that explosion of love and affection for one young player would ever be found in quite the same way at any other county, and I sort of suspect it wouldn't. And the part of it, I think, is this sort of intimacy of this ground that is wedged in with the town, and that people can come and do their shopping and then come and watch an hour's cricket or something like that. And you often do see this place fill up if something good is about to happen. Sometimes see it empty quite quickly too. but yes, and it was a wonderful occasion.
And you were here, Vic, weren't you?
Well, I was here too,
as well.
And as we were chatting before, and I was here. I think I was up in the top of the tier of the Caddick Pavilion with the VIPs.
How'd you do?
Actually, and Alfonso Thomas was there. Actually, and he said, and we were watching Trescothick and Abel get towards their hundreds, and I remember Alfonso saying, actually, look at Trescothick. They were having a mid-wicket chat. Everyone thinks Trescothick is telling him what to do and, coaxing him through to this landmark and using his... He said, that won't be the truth. Marcus was there saying, is my back coming down all right, Tom? And then, you're right, I think Marcus probably got his 100 first, and, it was a routine celebration probably. And then Tom got into his 90s, and I was saying all the office staff who can't see the cricket from where they sit in the bottom tier of the pavilion there, they all knew what was going on, and they all rushed out when he was, the late 90s, because they weren't going to miss the fact that Tom, who they all totally loved, was going to, get that landmark 100, in the knowledge too probably that it won't be the last. And you're right. I mean, there is that affection here. Marcus obviously had the same impact. Tom is sort of viewed in a Marcus-like sort of style now. They identify with him very. It's odd thinking about Lancashire. I remember when Andy Hayhurst was here as captain, and it wasn't a very happy time at Somerset. They were struggling. They were down the bottom. They weren't playing very good cricket. Difficult for Andy Hayhurst, and he said, I can't really believe it. Really, if this was Old Trafford, we would be getting absolutely torn apart by the members in the stand there. They would be livid with us. And down here, they just seem to come up and say, "Oh, not to worry, Andy. There's always next year." I don't know whether that's good or not. But
the point that I wanted to make, the other point that I wanted to make, of course, that sort of. That's why I wrote at the end of those last two parts as I did in my piece, was that Somerset offered two people for the post-match presser, who were James and Tom, and of course the positions were reversed.
Yes,
because Tom was the senior pro now, the only senior pro in county cricket who doesn't shave really, but nonetheless. But in that piece, as I was saying, Tom Cooper got 100. And I got a few words, and James Hildreth, my lord, got 83. Now I will take any excuse to write about James Hildreth. I share with Vic, if we had to name a player who we think should have played for England and didn't. I mean, I would bracket him with Glenn Chappell. Actually, I think Chappell and Hildreth absolutely should have played. How they managed not to, and I'm not disparaging the people who did play for England ahead of them. Good God, they've got their professional careers. But the idea that people of such consummate skill as those two didn't manage to do so, I don't know. But then, of course, they did the two pressers, and I thought this was a wonderful idea of passing it on.
Well, I like your description. You were talking about, what was the Marcus' description of his role in that partnership?
Oh yes, sorry, of course. He said he said he's never felt so much like a warm-up act.
Yes, that's right.
That was exactly right, and it was wonderfully self-deprecating from Marcus.
And days such as these reflected and celebrated, perhaps, in your recently published book.
Well, that's very kind. Yes, actually, the Tom Abel thing is one of the pieces there, because it's one of the day's reports that I particularly wanted to keep, really, I suppose. If it's a book about joy. It's a book about love, really. It's a book about somebody. It's a book of reports written by somebody who couldn't believe his good luck that he was allowed to write about county cricket for what's been nearly 20 years now.
Tell us about a smattering of the others.
Okay, fine. Well, there were four, and then you go on to favourite ground, really, in a sense. There are four, as it were, all the days of the matches, as it were, all 4 days of the games that I covered. One has a link here, of course, a curious link, in that it was the game at Sedbergh, which I still think is probably now my favourite ground in the country, which is just spectacular, and I just recommend everyone to, on the live stream, who's listening. Lancashire are playing a 50 over game this year. There, just go, just don't
drop everything.
Just do it, for God's sake. And so there's a game at Sedbergh, there's a game at Tunbridge Wells, there's a game at Arundel. I was exceptionally fortunate because Yorkshire, without knowing what the game was, this particular test match was going to be like, I went to Yorkshire and I said, would you like me to write some pieces for your website about this upcoming Ashes test? And their people met my people, and we agreed.
Your agents.
Yes, exactly. And it probably was their people in Yorkshire. And we did it. And it happened to be the Ashes test at Headingley in 2019. and I thought when it was happening, and Vic was probably in the box or in the radio box.
Well, I was in the press box.
Yeah, exactly. But in the press box, it was extraordinary because I was watching experienced journalists with hundreds of tests on on their clock, sort of yelping and putting their hands to their head in astonishment at what Stokes was doing. And I saw another young journalist telling his colleague, who was an English, not to move from where he was sitting while Stokes was batting. So there's a test match there. There are also pieces from, so I don't rabbit on about the book, but there's also pieces from lockdown when Cricinfo very kindly, as my bank manager pointed out, allowed me to write about favourite cricketers, and I wrote about pieces about people like Charlie Parker from Gloucestershire, who a lot of people do not know is the third highest wicket taker in first class cricket history, and also one of the game's few Bolsheviks, because he really was. He was a lefty, Charlie. There's no point. No reason to hide it, but he was. He was very much a socialist, and a proud one. But and other people, and I was also allowed to write about great county days. And one of the things I could write about, I don't want to intrude.
Private grief. which
Again, this is one of my favourite days, and very much about Somerset cricket, and very fondly about Somerset cricket, because I wrote about the fourth day of the game, when of course no cricket was played against Nottinghamshire.
That's right.
When Middlesex were playing Yorkshire at Lord's, and I came and sat in the stragglers, which had probably only just opened, the new stragglers, and there were people just sitting there, needing the company of each other, that whatever was going to happen over the next 6 hours, they were going to watch it together. And I felt such, and there was the Colin Atkinson was packed as well, and I just felt enormous fondness for Somerset cricket at that point.
The Somerset team were in one of the suites below us in this pavilion, having to watch it on television.
I'm not sure they were compelled to watch it. I'm not sure. I remember seeing Marcus wandering around with his kids playing on the outfield for a while. I mean, that was a weird sensation, because as a journalist, I covered that for the Guardian as well, and the game was over, but you had to come up. I remember leaving Exeter, sort of sensing what was going to happen. But by the time I got here, and it's about 40 minutes away, whichever side it was, had scored 150, as the match was set up. And from then on, you sort of knew that it wasn't going to happen, but you had to hang around just in case. Yes.
Peter Trigo has some fairly strong views on the way Middlesex and Yorkshire played that last day.
Yeah. Although, I mean, Matthew Maynard, who was our coach then, said we'd have done exactly the same thing.
Absolutely so. And the one thing, of course, that we didn't consider until quite late, because of course by that stage the press box, there were a few in the press box, because Richard Latham was there as well. But we sort of knew it couldn't be a draw, because Middlesex and Yorkshire, and though it took a fair bit of divvying up behind the scenes at Lord's to sort that out, we knew it couldn't be a draw, but there was a chance it might be a tie. And if it was a tie, Somerset would have been the champions. And it was a totally Somerset way to win the title.
Well, we would have taken that. I mean, the absurd thing was about all that, actually, in a rather boring way, is that in that first Somerset innings, they were in a sort of Lancashire Today sort of situation of absolutely dominating. James Hildreth, and they failed to get the extra batting, but they collapsed. And if they got that extra batting point, there would have been no incentive, I don't think, for Yorkshire to go helter-skelter for victory, because they couldn't have been able to get to the top. So it was partly self-inflicted by Somerset in hindsight, that if they got, I think it was one more batting point, or if not two, but certainly it might have been just one, then there was no reason why Yorkshire would go through those shenanigans because they couldn't win.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's ancient history now, but it's a wonderful those end of season games. I mean, I've watched them, and Somerset failed to win the championship at Durham when they were sort of within an ace. The trophy was there.
Yeah, I know.
And it's agonising, but it's great drama, isn't it? Even last summer.
Well,
Yorkshire again, Warwickshire, Liam Norwell. It's funny how drama comes from the strangest places, isn't it, in county cricket?
It absolutely does, and of course, I was at Old Trafford, when Lancashire lost those 3 wickets, and Nottinghamshire won the title.
Right, yeah. Well, you were at Old Trafford. I was at Durham.
Yeah, and you were at Durham. I've seen the title, as it were, won and lost at Taunton 3 times, and of course I was here for the Essex game, and then I was here when Lancashire won it in 2011.
I think
the one quick point I'd make about that game before 2016, before we go back to it, one of the great things that it produced. 2 things it produced. One, it produced there were something like, what was it, 8,000 at Lord's for that game. Yeah. And it just showed that people will turn out for county cricket. And I think one of the things that the live streams have done is shown the interest in 4-day county cricket from people who cannot necessarily get to watch the games. And I think that point should be made. And I think the other thing that it did was that it produced a lovely little book by Duncan Hamilton about that game between Middlesex and Yorkshire, of which he watched a lot, of course, and that's worth recording as well.
I always get the feeling, Paul, when you come here to Taunton, that you're especially pleased to be here. Would that be fair?
Oh yes. I think that's really Sherlock. No, absolute delight. It's one of the county. It's one of the counties where the game is particularly prized, and in which there is a connection between the players and the community. It's a much sort of overused word, probably, between the players and the community. And they do care, and they do know how the teams got on. I mean, the one other place where that is also actually true, where I found that it's true, is a very, very hellish different county is Yorkshire.
Mm.
Everyone
knows what's happening.
Yeah. I once took a taxi from where on earth was I? Doesn't really matter now, but I was going to watch an academy game on the Saturday after a T20 match at Yorkshire, and I got in the taxi, and I didn't have my accreditation on me, or showing or anything like that. I got in the taxi and said, "Can you take me to this ground?" And the taxi man said, "I don't know what Bresnan was doing bowling that last over." apropos of nothing at all. And I thought, yeah. I thought, well, I don't know what he was doing either, but I'm rather glad you mentioned it. But you do get that. You do get that at counties.
And it's something you'd have felt, Vic, as a player with this ground, because it's so central apart from anything else.
Well, it's right in the town. That helps. And I suppose in Somerset, there's the West Country. There's in the old days anyway, there wasn't the same alternatives around. It was a focal point, because if you were a sports fan, well, you could go and watch Exeter City or Bristol City, but it's hardly going to watch, the very top tier. And then suddenly we had all these great players, or 2 or 3 great players playing. And there was this bond. I mean, I've written about it and talked about it time and time again. Yeah. I'll never forget the 78 season when we didn't win anything, and we'd failed to beat Essex in the Sunday League in the last match of the season. And we were so gutted, and we thought we'd let everyone down. And you couldn't see the ground from where our dressing room was. And I'll never forget, being summoned. Everyone was summoned to go up onto the balcony half an hour after we'd lost this game. And there were 6,000 or 7,000 there cheering and cheering and cheering. And that had a huge impact on all the players there. Absolutely. You could just feel it. We thought we'd let them down terribly. and there they were. So that, I mean, and that still exists. You know, at various times. You come to a Sunday League, not Sunday League, T20 match here. You know, they're biased and they're up for it, but they love it, and they love it, and they as I say earlier on, they're far more sympathetic than some counties too. They just want to come and watch the cricket and enjoy the cricket. They like to win, but it's not absolutely compulsory. It seems.
And one occasion I've not been here for is which is apparently very riotous and very different, is an evening T20 match. When the place is also, frankly, heaving, heaving with a fair amount of alcohol, but jolly good. It's their choice, and fine, and floodlit, and I'm sure it's a terrific occasion. I've done a 50 over game here, but not an evening T20. One of the things I'd like to ask Vic is that when I was yesterday morning, I was talking to Sir Michael Barber, the chair of Somerset, and one of the things that I was asking him about was, what's a county cricket club for? What's Somerset's ideas and this, that, and the other. And he said that they felt that at the moment they felt that Somerset was they felt that they were very much the county of the West Country.
Oh, yeah.
And that there was a link between Devon and Cornwall as well. Yeah. And I made the comparison between that, and I know Andrew Hignell, the scorer and archivist and historian at Glamorgan, said that they really do feel that they are one of the reasons they go. I'm not sure they are going to Swansea, unfortunately. One of the reasons they go to places like Newport and Colwyn Bay is because they're the first-class county of Wales. Now, I know Somerset are going to go to Devon and Cornwall for warm-up games for the 50 over. But I wonder if that connection with the West Country was still as valid in your time.
Well, it wasn't so clear-cut, because in my time, Devonians tended to go to Gloucester, and Cornishmen tended to go to Notts. There was a link. I can't remember, the link with Gloucester was more clear-cut. There had been David Shepherd and Jack Davey,
who
were Devonians. Yeah. Graham Wiltshire, who was a coach.
I knew him.
Yeah. Well, I think he must have been a Devonian. But anyway, there was a clear link. Chris Reed went up there. So Somerset had missed opportunities, in a sense, because Devonians, good cricketers, there was that link with Gloucester, and they would go to Gloucester, like, as I say, like Shep. And we missed, and some Cornishmen, odd ones, went to Nottingham. Maybe starting with Pasty Harris.
I was going to say Pasty Harris,
but some since then as well. But in the last couple of decades, at least, if not more, Somerset have recognised A, it's a fertile place for cricketers, and B, it's our responsibility. If you want to watch first-class cricket and you live in Truro, it's a long way to Taunton, but it's the nearest you've got. And they very much want to harness all the talent there, and by the time we certainly got to this century, Somerset all divided up into various areas, South Somerset, North, for a committee, but Devon and Cornwall was the second largest chunk after the Taunton area. So there's a lot of support. Devon's only just down the road. Yeah. And of course half our team are Devonians. So they've really made an effort, and they should do too. And it's mutually beneficial.
Well, the man who took the double wicket maiden, Lewis Gregory.
Lewis Gregory's from Devon. The Overtons are from Devon. I mean, there's lots of them. So it's in our interest to do that, but it's also a worthy thing to do because there are a lot of people west of Taunton who love cricket, and this is their nearest place.
And it's also an indication of this is what when people disparage county cricket or disparage the first-class counties, particularly, they have no idea about, in my view, about the range of things that a county club does, which is and that range is increasing at so many first-class counties now. I mean, I've got quite close connections at Worcestershire, where they are now. People make the connection, and particularly so, it has to be said, in the case of Somerset, with the independent schools. But I know now that Somerset are sending people into the state sector, giving people taster sessions, in the hope that Because it's a good thing. It's a good thing to do in itself, but also it will encourage cricketers of promise to men or boys or girls to take up the game, and people just don't appreciate that. And one of the things when they do take up the game, one of the things that they might like to do is to play T20 cricket in front of 7,000 raucous supporters here on a Friday night, and jolly good luck to them. And one of the other things they might also like to do is to play for Somerset, play 4-day cricket for the counties. People tend to think, oh, they'll all just like T20. There is such a massive range. You know, Louis McNeice, the world is more various than we think. No, I didn't quite say that, but it was damn near it.
You convinced me.
People are okay. People are vastly more diverse than we imagine. People talk about diversity and then don't quite appreciate it.
Well, there's a lot of old men who like coming to T20, and women for that matter.
I know. They
you may not be one of them, but
quite so. And I think that quality, or those outreach projects, and sometimes in the case of Worcestershire, they go to people think about Dudley. So excuse me, they talk about Dudley, which has got one of the I don't remember the name of the area, but it's one of the 10 most deprived areas in the country, and there are people from Worcestershire taking quick cricket into the primary schools and saying, why don't you have a go at this? Why don't you just have a try? And who knows what will come of those initiatives. And if you didn't have the first-class counties, it wouldn't happen. And the people who decry the first-class counties, the kindest thing I can say about them is that they're ignorant, to be perfectly honest, because they just do not realise. And I often say to supporters, frankly, supporters of Lancashire, as much as any other county, why don't you go and ask the county you support how many teams they run, how many junior teams they run, how many taster sessions they run, how many children or schools they invite to that huge indoor school at Old Trafford. And then you'd be better able to judge the extraordinary public good that your county renders to its younger cricketers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite close to it. I'm supposed to be quite close to it, but I was surprised to get a bit closer still how much goes on in all the various pathways. It's terrific. And the independent schools are an odd debate in that Somerset prosper for having all these local independent schools who focus on attracting sportsmen. And so that happens. But it's quite a confusing debate. You see Joe Root, for example, who was one who, like lots of others, who went to Worksop for 2 years. So I don't know whether you bracket him as a public school boy, or who cares how you bracket him, but he's had a lot of input all the way up until he's established himself as one of the great players, or a potentially great player, and then he ends up, understandably, he takes the opportunity for 2 years of lovely facilities, etc. But it is the challenge here, especially, to recognise that that's not the only source. We can't just lean on the fact that we're conveniently situated with Millfield and King's Taunton, who produce all these cricketers, or if not produce them, attract them.
Yeah.
There's other ways. There's Jack Leach's. There's Lewis Gregory, and there's one or two others. But it's quite complicated to get it sorted out, because it's not going to come. They've got to get those schools linked up with the clubs, and they do that. They can do that.
Absolutely bang on. Those links with the clubs is essential, and maybe links with the schools too. And I do think I absolutely understand why people perceive it as unfair that those parents who can afford, say, 40,000 a year to send their children to independent schools get such ridiculously better facilities. I mean, I taught for 2 years at Harrow, and looking out from that first 11 ground across the expanse of northwest London, where the cricket fields just stretch beyond the curvature of the earth. You know, and I'm just thinking, yeah, okay, we got a few cricket fields. But the point I think I would make in all of this is that I do have fortunately, quite close connections with one or two independent schools, particularly Sedbergh. I've talked to Martin Spate a fair bit, and they bend over backwards to give scholarships to promising cricketers.
And Harry Brook being the most obvious one at the moment.
But Harry Brook, but George Hill, Tom Aspinall, who's also at Lancashire and is a heck of a cricketer. And I think they. And Millfield do it too. In fact, they give more than the scholarship.
Millfield would do it before anyone else.
Exactly. Well,
Jack
absolutely.
Mayer and all that. But
nonetheless.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing. Surely that's a good thing to do. I know it's you've got to weigh it against the people who are paying 40,000. And the other point that I'd make as regards the facilities, and people are talking about the state schools producing cricketers. I just wonder by how much the education budget in this country would have to increase before state schools built cricket fields with decent squares on which people could learn the game without endangering their health. Yes. And I think it might be a few billion.
Slightly beyond the capacity at the moment.
Yeah. Where would it be a priority?
When were you first smitten by the game, Paul?
Oh God. Oh God. This is
Sorry, I put you on the spot, haven't I?
Yeah, no, not really.
Probably a long time ago.
Not really. It is a long time ago. Well, the first memory is the first memory is 63, the Lord's Test in 63.
Oh yeah.
And seeing
Close and Cowdrey and Wes Hall.
Close and Cowdrey and Wes Hall, and Cowdrey coming out to bat with his arm in plaster.
High drama.
Yeah, right from the start.
I think they held back the news, didn't they?
Yes, I think they did.
Which is always
I think they did, and in those days, Robert Dougal was probably incandescent.
Yes.
But it really was. The news is totally boring, but we're still going to hang on to it. And they did. They held on to the news. So that would be the first visual memory of the game. But I was, and that was it really. I mean, that was it.
The bug bit.
Summers and books as well. I mean, I was extremely bookish little boy and probably extremely tedious and irritating. But most of my early books were about cricket.
Well,
to be honest,
it's always lent itself so well to writing, hasn't it? The game of cricket.
Well, it has, and to so many different types of writing too. And when people say, people occasionally very young journalists, they ask me for advice. I wonder what Vic's views on this would be. I mean,
I hope we've got time to hear them.
I've got no good. I mean, advice. I'm not very good on advice.
Well, when I would say
you and I have both sort of got there by peculiar routes. Probably
we certainly did get there by peculiar routes. So I suspect mine was a damn sight more peculiar.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
To be perfectly perfectly honest, from the umpires coming out, I tend to say, look, there are two things you've got to do. There's going to be loads of technical things. There's going to be loads of tedious, things with social media and videos that I know nothing about. But I just say there are two rules. One, be true to what you're watching, because otherwise you're misleading people about it. But the other thing, which I think is just as important, is be true to the writer you are. Don't try and be someone you've read, because frankly people have read them, and they know what they're like. So I think those two broad guidelines have served me quite well although people have read my stuff and wondered whether I actually attended the game that I had purported to
But that's what that is.
that I had purported to describe.
That is the beauty in that you've got your clinical reporters, and then there's this whole swathe of people. I used to love reading Alan Gibson, of course, but people whose voice you recognise and come at it from their own angle, a different angle, and there's space to do that. Great Matthew Engel in his pomp, writing for the Guardian, coming at it from their own angle and not the the regulation angle.
And Sinter at Somerset, of course, Vic and I were at Oxford at the same time, and we know that college JCRs, the morning, if Alan Gibson was reporting, you've got a copy of the Times, yes, and you read what Alan Gibson had read, in the full knowledge that it might have absolutely nothing to do with the cricket. But one of the nice things, I hope I'm not breaking a confidence here, is that I understand, my information is, that some of the collected writings of David Foote are being put together by Stephen Shaw.
That's correct.
Yeah. And published by Fairfield. And that's some of the best news I've had.
That's something for all of us to look forward to enormously. Absolutely. Well, Paul, it's a delight to have you in the commentary box. Thank you so much for sparing the time. I would urge listeners, viewers to the live stream, to read the Times tomorrow, or indeed Cricinfo, because you'll have the chance to read Paul's report.
Well, you certainly won't in the Sunday Times, because they're not taking it. It'll be Cricinfo.
Until the earthquake happens.
But you will be in print on Monday.
Well, I imagine. I'll be somewhere on Monday.
And Cricinfo every day. We can safely assume. But Paul Edwards, many thanks for joining us on the live stream. As the players emerge after lunch, and we'll see a resumption of play as there's a little bit of musical chairs. It's going to be Casey Aldridge to take up the attack.
I think I'll
have a break. Absolutely.
There's a very sprightly replacement here.
Arrow straight, insofar as it removed a bail of the stumps at the bowler's end. So lovely to chat with Paul Edwards over the lunch interval, which veritably flew by. And Ian Shepherd to join us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Stephen. I think we're going to have a double change. Trigo's waiting in the wings, and that one, if it comes off an outside edge, he's now the third man for 4, and Lancashire take the lead.
Indeed. 400, and will it be quadruple Nelson if that got to the boundary? I think the scoreboard will catch up with that shortly.
Yeah, so it brings Somerset 444 for 4. Let's hope that brings Somerset a little bit of luck, which...
We were talking about David Shepherd just now. He'd
he'd
be up and down at the moment if he was standing out there.
Yeah, he's North Devon, and again
through the slips and 4 more.
Another outside edge. And this new ball is only 7 or 8 overs old now. It's Pete Trigo.
Well, it's a shame that, Shep. You were very insightful and entertaining the last few minutes, but you didn't turn your microphone on, my friend.
I think I get confused. I thought the red button meant off, but it means on. As that's 3 in a row. That one was a little bit shorter and wider from Aldridge as he's punched it through backward point. And this Lancashire lead is now raced on to 11.
Yeah, the runs have been flown. Welcome back after lunch here at Taunton. Lancashire resuming their innings, as we've just heard, have just snuck past Somerset's total. So a tough afternoon upcoming for Somerset. And I suppose it's just a case now of how aggressive will Lancashire be and how many runs will they want in the lead before getting Somerset to strap the pads back on. Aldridge back in, who was expensive this morning, went for the bouncer ploy. And now the full ploy is the same result. Boundaries still flowing here at Taunton. Bob's moving on to 25. I'm joined here with Ian Shepherd. We're going to take you through the next half an hour, hour or so of the middle session. And Shep, I think quite an important middle session.
Well, 16 from that first Casey Aldridge over after lunch. Two outside edges and then a lovely straight drive and a square cut from George Balderson. It's a bit of rain forecast coming in around 4 o'clock, so that could potentially take the last session out of the game. 5 sessions left as it stands. Lancashire have got 6 wickets in the hutch, more like 5 with Keaton Jennings suffering that, I think it was a hamstring injury. Saw him have to retire hurt on 189. So had a Lancashire force a victory from here, Triggs, or indeed had a Somerset force a victory?
Well, I think first and foremost, Somerset need to stem the flow of runs because their job for the next 3-4 sessions will be made a lot easier the longer they can bat. But I think Lancashire are actually in a very strong position at the moment. It's actually very the Lancashire sort of way to play as well. You know, grind the opposition into the ground, make the batters spend a lot of time out there, and the difference between fresh feet and tired feet after a few hundred overs in the dirt can be a huge difference for opening batters.
Stuck to their task this morning. I didn't catch much of the action yesterday, but I think by all accounts they bowled a lot better than they did yesterday afternoon. They did try that bouncer ploy for a couple of overs. Keaton Jennings again tucked into Casey Aldridge for, I think he took 16 off and over, including a top edge that sailed into the lower tier of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion for 6. They stopped that pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think they just got that wrong. I mean, the bouncer ploy or setting a field for a bouncer, I thought was a great idea. I was chatting to the captain before play, a couple of the senior bowlers, and just asked that question: any plans, anything different? And they did talk about the bouncer ploy, which is exactly the right thing, especially with one boundary so big here at Taunton. But Vic nailed it really. The bouncer ploy is about setting the appropriate field, getting the bouncer in the head of the batter, but then still operating in and around that good length with the odd, 1 or 2 bounces per over. As soon as you bowl every single ball, a player of Keaton Jennings' quality is just going to belt it, and that's what happened. So I think the idea of using bouncers was right. The execution and maybe the inexperience in Casey Aldridge just.
To their credit, though, they backtracked from it pretty quickly after that. That glut of runs in that Aldridge over. They went back to bowling a good line and length. Difficult out there with the old ball and this pitch, which looks very benign. A couple of wickets in the first over with a new ball from Lewis Gregory put a little bit of a different complexion on the game, but these two are now looking to rebuild.
Yeah, I think, I made the observation before lunch that, the 2 wicket takers of the first 2 wickets were the 2 bowlers with the lowest economy rates. And now Lewis has dragged his economy rate down a whole run and has picked up those 2 wickets. Siddle, I thought, bowled really well in his first spell this morning. And, it might be old-fashioned of me, but it feels like they've bowled a lot more deliveries around them wooden sticks in the ground.
Yeah.
And they're reaping a few rewards. It's difficult, it is a very true wicket, playing it, bowling at good players, and they scored pretty freely. I think it's quite fortunate in some ways that Keaton Jennings has had to hobble off the field, otherwise that declaration could potentially be brought half an hour further forward, and Somerset have got 4 sessions to bat, and that's potential issue. I mean, Somerset are going to be up against it, there's no doubt about that, at some stage today and tomorrow. And no matter how flat the wicket is, when you've got James Anderson in the attack with a new Duke ball, you're going to be under pressure. And it's pretty well spoken about that the top 3 haven't really fired so far this season.
Yeah, the floodlights are on. There's a bit of cloud here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. This partnership is now on to 43, and what seems like the blink of an eye is Aldridge is in again. That's just nicely defended. But Jennings was just scoring so freely as well. He just seemed to have a single at his mercy, and he was putting the bad ball away.
Yeah, and I think that sort of speaks to it's the poor execution. I'm sure there were plans in place, but generally when you've put a plan together, it's on a flat wicket. The ultimate goal of the plan is to dry the batter up of runs. And because he was scoring so freely, there weren't only 4 balls, there were rotation of strike balls, so they were either bowling too wide or too straight or whatever it may be. Sometimes you've got to go a foot outside off stump and stick to it, but it seemed like the Somerset bowlers early on, in particular Casey, kind of got a bit carried away with a particular plan maybe, and like I said, the bouncer ploy was just, I think, a good idea, but just poorly put into practice, and something for the lad to learn from. He's got a hell of a lot of ability, that's for sure, but it does take an extra level of skill sometimes to bowl on a pitch such as Taunton.
Yeah, he is a phenomenally talented youngster, as cover out there on the point boundary. Phenomenally talented youngster, heir apparent to Craig Overton. Similar build, similar height, but you can't buy experience trees, and he'll learn from this. All the young players playing out today, James Rue will take a massive amount of confidence from the way that he's batted.
I mean, the one surprising element so far in this particular innings is Leach's figures. I don't think he's done a lot wrong, but the proactive approach, the Bazball effect, I suppose, is filtering through to county cricket. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings employing various different sweeps and using their feet against him made it very, very difficult, and a wicket not really giving Leachy much. There's very, very few times in Leachy's career you'll see 24 overs 0 for 132. So that's a big surprise, but all credit to the Lancashire batters. They've played him very, very well.
Yeah, the days of Hyderabad seem to be a distant speck in the rearview mirror. Here's Aldridge again.
Yeah, it's a shame. I'm sure there's a middle ground that the curators of the ground can find. It's exciting cricket, I think, at Taunton when you see the spinners in the game.
Yep.
Those few years where arguably it did go a little bit too far one way, but it certainly produced brilliant games of cricket. I mean, it's the same for both sides. I mean, it wasn't like the opposition didn't realise that it was going to spin, and they brought their 2 spinners with them. But when we had Bess and Leach working in tandem, I mean, Somerset looked a really good team.
Yeah, I remember probably the most Hyderabadi of all time in that final game in the 2019 season against Essex, the one that was ruined by the rain, which we somewhat controversially were docked points for. I mean, it's not, if you're going to prepare a spin-friendly pitch, you would want to do it, or I hate using the word doctoring, but you wouldn't do it if a side was bringing Simon Harmer with them. So it was very difficult for the team to get a pitch ready. If you cast your mind back to September 2019, it was very wet.
At the end of the day,
title decider.
You have to. Yeah, it's no different. Those couple of years when Durham were dominant and won the county championship a couple of times, and they had Onions, Harmison, Thorpe, a number of quality bowlers. I might probably missing out a couple of really good ones there, but there weren't docked points up there when they were playing 2.5-day games and the ball was nipping and leaping off a length and going round corners. So it was a bit frustrating because, as we know, a lot of your international cricket played on subcontinent pitches that turn square. I mean, it was, I think that sort of era, not only was the emergence of Jack Leach for the England team and how well he's done for England, but a lot of players had to have an eye on playing extreme spin conditions. So it was very exciting cricket. Shame that, like I said, a middle ground can't be found as Lewis Gregory pulls out of his run-up. Maybe that little sand pit that they're taking off from was just affecting that in his delivery stride.
I think he's okay. He's got a smile on his face. He switched around the wicket now, trying to tuck up George Balderson. Got 3 slips in. A couple of men back on that short leg side boundary. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, I do remember it might have been around that time that England went to Bangladesh and got bowled out in a session, and we were getting dock points for producing a pitch that was too spin friendly. So Doesn't seem to be a lot of logic to it.
Yeah, I think the ECB sometimes preference certain grounds depending on who's at the top of the tree in the ECB. Could be a little bit like the Conservative Party at times, can't they? So they've got a Lancashire in at the top of the tree. All of a sudden, you can do what you want at Old Trafford. But yeah, Taunton was a place producing exciting games of cricket, and as we've seen, a couple of really important key members of the England setup have been produced because of it. So, like I said, it would be nice to find a middle ground. No one wants to see really, really flat pitches with, truckloads of runs scored on them. No one really gets much out of that. So,
yeah, this one feels like it's got the potential to be a bit of a slow burner. A bit like sort of games that you play in the subcontinent where both sides bat, they score 400 or 500 in the first innings, then it all kind of comes to life in that last session.
Well, what this game is going to boil down to, in my humble opinion, to the battle of the new ball with James Anderson and our top three.
Yeah.
Because if that capitulates again, I think Somerset are in a big load of bother, the way this game looks like it's going to pan out. If the top 3-4 get in, score some good confidence runs, I think it will set Somerset up really well for the rest of the season. But if James Anderson works his magic, it could be a real hammer blow for this season, even at the early stage of Game 3.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Even though Somerset, through Tom Abel and James Roos, staged that fantastic recovery from 80 for 4, partnership of 244 between those two, ended up posting 441. If you do lose those top order wickets cheaply again, it's another sense of, oh, here we go again. And can they get out there and rebuild again?
Yeah, bar the Abel-Rue partnership, there was a bright spark with Kohler Cadmore in the middle order, getting 38, and some rearguard action from Leachy, 40 not out. But apart from that, it doesn't make for pretty reading. And it's kind of been the story of the last 2 or 3 seasons, really. Really hard-working Somerset bowling attack, not really being backed up by the batting lineup. And this season, unfortunately, has started in a similar vein. We hope it can be turned around. Like I said, challenge is going to be quite immense, I think, with James Anderson and the new ball, but it is a good surface. I don't think there's anywhere to hide as a batter now. My concern is there a bit of sort of emotional scarring from games 1 and 2 for those guys? It's going to be tough.
It will be. Casey Aldridge is going to continue. George Thomas is coming on as a sub. I think that's Tom Lammerby's going across to, I think, either a gully or a third slip.
It's George Thomas, isn't it, that's come on? Wandering out to deep square leg. You can always spot young George Thomas. He's always very much filling the bicep-tricep area of his playing shirts. He's a strong lad, as a few Somerset fans have seen. He can hit a very, very clean ball, very exciting young talent. He's on as
I find him easy to spot because he's got the non-capped baseball cap on.
Yeah, there's still that sort of element of hierarchy in county cricket. Yeah. You see the slip corner at the moment with Tom Abel, the most capped Somerset player. His cap has gone to a browny blue colour, and all the newbies have got navy blue, nice crisp caps. Remember standing in slip, seeing photos of myself, Trez and James Hildreth stood together, and it was brown and really brown. Yeah, it's the badge of honour, I think, as a Somerset player, to have the faded cap, kind of like the baggy green of the Aussies. Very proud to have worn the Somerset Wyvern.
Lewis Gregory, are you saying Wyvern to wind me up, Pete? We won't get onto that. The categories of mythical beings. Here's Aldridge again.
Are you the other side? Are you?
I'm on the Dragon side.
This is very, very new. It's a new phenomenon, the Dragon argument. I've never ever heard.
Anthony Gibson's converted me.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
History lesson of it was.
Well, I'm sure
the Somerset. If there's one man in the county that will, you can bet your bottom dollar would know about it, as that's flipped through mid-wicket. George Thomas is going to prevent the boundary, and they'll come through for a couple.
Yeah, the Wyvern is very synonymous with this cricket club. Somerset Wyverns.
Well,
Wyverns all around
the
Somerset.
Wyvern is, they were called up the Wyverns. This is, I'm going to misremember what Anthony Gibson's told me, and I'm sure were he up here, he would explain this a lot better than me. The Somerset Wyverns were called because they were the supporters club, and they wouldn't be the Dragons because the Wyvern is an inferior creature. Similar shot again. I think this one would just be a single, an inferior creature to the Dragons, so that's why they were called the Wyverns. Anyway, should we talk about the cricket before this comes to blows, Pete?
Yeah, I think it's ruining a childhood. So I went to school at Wyvern Comprehensive in Weston-super-Mare as well, so it's been bringing some sort of bad memories for me. Fascinating morning's play. It's actually really building this game. I mean, 4-day games have a tendency to sort of, you know, crescendo towards the last game, but this is very much going to be the case. It's a game of chess at the moment. Lancashire want to get on with it. If they lose a couple now, they could kind of lose their advantage. So they're being a little bit, you know, wary, I think, of playing too many shots. They've got a small lead. They need at least another 100 to make a win viable. So it's a real pivotal time. If they're careless and lose a few wickets, it brings the draw and Somerset back into the game. But if they bat smart for 10 overs, explosively for 20, Somerset are going to be right up against it.
Yeah, we've seen throughout the last 2.5 days that the danger period for the batters has been facing that new ball, which is now 12 overs old. Lewis Gregory's going to continue. He's bowled unchanged either side of lunch. Just rearranging his bowling marker, which was probably moved by the slip cordon. Looking to follow up. Oh, as I think that's Jack Leach there, who was just moving in from the point boundary. The umpire's rightly stopped play just to make sure he's in the right position before Gregory bowls. He's looking to pick up from where he left off up at Trent Bridge last week, 11 for 148 as he comes in. And it's a good job Leachy was there because he saved the single.
Superb game last week for Lewis. He just has that knack of clusters of wickets. It's definitely a Lewis Gregory trait. It's happened too many times for it to be a fluke. Don't Somerset need something like that now? Just has a brilliant skill level, moves the ball in and out at will.
Brings such a good balance to the side as well, having a guy who's worth his place with bat and ball coming in at number 7. It's full, invites the drive.
Absolutely. I'm not going to fully classify that as a dive from Jack Brooks. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Bowling workhorse, getting to the twilight of a fantastic first-class career, but he did the job. He stopped the ball.
Absolutely, stopped the ball, stopped the single.
Like Ian Holloway's post-match interview, it wasn't pretty, but we got the job done.
Siddle with a much more simple task, stopping that one at mid-off. Thought Sid's bowled well this morning.
Yeah, I did. I think the whole, the feel of the bowling unit, bar the bouncer ploy from Aldridge, looked a little bit more workmanlike. I think, you start every first innings with a bit of excitement and a bit of exuberance, and you maybe go chasing wickets a little bit. But I think this morning they've really wrapped their heads around the fact that it's going to be tough. It's going to be a flat pitch. There's not going to be heaps of movement, and they've just honed in on that off stump. And the guys that have been in and around the area the most, Sid's in particular, it was his first over, and for 2 or 3 overs he never really missed that hard length, a roundabout off stump, and he looked threatening. I mean, on any pitch, if you bash a length in a good area and there's a tiny bit of movement, you're in the game, and that's all you need to be on a wicket like this.
Yeah, Gregory following that plan to a T, in and around that corridor of uncertainty around the top of George Balderson's off stump.
And the byproduct of bowling with discipline is the run rate comes down, and you know, batters start feeling pressure when they're not scoring as quickly, and all of a sudden the theatre out there changes very quickly. There's nothing worse as a fielding group or as a bowler as seeing a boundary and over, and there's no pressure being able to be built up.
I suppose again that kind of contrast to what it kind of explains what the whole Bazball approach is about, isn't it? It's almost that fight for dominance between batters and bowlers. It's almost like poker, isn't it? You're kind of expressing your intent. You're kind of projecting that image of dominance, and it's, you know, if you're feeling dominated against, all of a sudden you sort of tense up. You think, oh, what's my options here? What am I going to do? You know, if you're bowling against Ben Stokes in full Bazball mode, or Johnny Bairstow, he's in an incredible run of form last summer. All of a sudden, you're then thinking, well, what am I going to do? What's my option again? That's well fielded by Gregory. So another dot ball. There's a few building up now. It's
about pressure, really, and the pressure and the effect pressure has on skill execution, because they're all great cricketers, bowlers, batters, respective of their skills. If you let them do their skill with no pressure, like if you're bowling at just a target with no batter there, like the lads do in bowl-throughs in the morning, they will hit the size of a sixpence time and time again. Great piece of fielding there at backward point. Dixon, I believe, diving one-handed.
Yeah, fantastic stop, and it just goes to show that fielding unit. If you're all in there as one, that's, you know, 4, 5, 6 dot balls on the trot now. It might not sound a lot, but you can't bowl 15 dot balls on the trot until you bowl 6.
You need that, but there's 2 really poor deliveries. Both of those should have gone for 4. Back-to-back deliveries, just not really finding consistent line of length. You see at the moment. Yeah, so it's about pressure, and I think the whole Bazball, the philosophy behind it is, you know, like England did in 2005. The first time someone started firing shots back at them, and they didn't like it. And you find out about someone's technique, about their character when they're put under pressure. Playing shots is how you do that. Like I said, if you're a very defensive batsman and you're facing a decent first-class bowler, he's going to bowl you a good ball at some stage.
A lovely shot from George Bell.
That's a phenomenally good shot. Another sort of searchy half volley from Aldridge. He's gone a couple of short and wide deliveries to a half volley, and he's paid the price this time. And let's be perfectly honest, this over could have gone for a lot more if it wasn't for a great piece of fielding.
So in the search for that pressure, then, would you get Aldridge out of the attack now and bring on a Siddle or a Brooks from the river end, just to try and, you know, keep that pressure going?
Yeah, you know, there's a couple of equations as a captain you have to figure out. You know, it's about bowling workloads. You can't just bowl people into the ground. At the end of the day, if you pick a 4-prong seam attack, you want to get to the end of the play and everyone's bowled a rough, similar amount. You can't just flog someone into the ground, because not only does it have effect on their performance this game, 2 weeks' time they're going to be on their hands and knees as he strays into the leg side, clipped through mid-wicket, and
that's gone for 4.
Another boundary off Aldridge, which I would imagine could be his last delivery of this particular session. Just gone searching as he did in the first morning spell, and it hasn't worked out for him. Boundaries flowing too many times, 16 overs now, and he's creeping up to the 100 mark. Just not really found an area.
It's all about experience, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, you know, you have to. I think as a seam bowler, when you're playing on a wicket like this, and again looking at the context of a game, a batch of games, maybe even the whole season, you sometimes got to pick your battles. You have to have it's doing a bit wicket-taking mentality, and you have to have a B game that is, right, I need to do a job for my team, for my captain, and it's different. I'm not going to go and take 3 for nothing. I'm going to take 1 for 20 off 8 overs, and that's a great job. You know, a great job one day might be 4 for 50 in a short space of time. But some days you've got to have a down gear where you just rely on a bit of flight and guile, a bit of accuracy to dry the batter up, set an appropriate field, work with the captain. Like I said, there are many ways. I mean, you even saw James Anderson, you know, yesterday in the first day, there was a period he took a couple of early wickets, then he went barren for a long time, but he still kept the run rate down, still did a job. That's the sign of a high-quality performer.
Yeah, what's an experience to not go searching for wickets, as you say, is to, you know, stick to that line and length and bowl dry, as they say. Has he gone? Yes, he has gone.
From Lewis Gregory, gets one to kick off a length, and he's been rewarded for a really, really good day's work. His third wicket now, 3 for 75, Lancashire. 5 down now for 469. And that's what happens. So when you don't have ball after ball after ball after hit, when you do get one that's slightly wide, you throw the kitchen sink of it, your shape goes, and you make a miscalculation. Nick through to James Rew, and all credit to Lewis Gregory, the way he's kept running. And I was actually just about to say, in terms of when it's your day and when it's not, if you notice, Lewis has got a very measured run-up. He's not charging in. I think he's realised that this is a day where he just needs to conserve a little bit of energy, and bowl areas. He's done that. He's actually got the rewards. 3 wickets today. Well done.
Yeah, it was a little bit too close to cut there. May have just jagged in a fraction off the seam. Balderson was not too happy with himself, as is understandable. Just wonder if that was potentially a moment where they decided just to crack on, try and push themselves up to a score where they can declare and put Somerset's openers under a bit of pressure today. Tom Hartley is the new batsman for Lancashire. Scores 469 for 5, effectively for 6, as Keaton Jennings has had to retire with what we think is a dodgy hamstring. Let's hope it's not too serious, because it would be quite ironic if through staying at the crease, staying at the wicket, getting all these runs, he's getting himself into England contention. He's done a fetlock and put himself out for the first test.
Yeah, that would be a shame. He's certainly, you'd imagine, part of the conversation. He's a fine player. He's got, like I said, he's got test form. He's had a decent look early on. He's come back to county cricket. He's scored heavily, which is exactly what you have to do. Start the season well. Whereas obvious replacement or person to miss out, Crawley, is not started quite so well.
No, I think they was that carried.
Genuine edge, looks like he's dropped short of third slip. Looks like Casey Aldridge is having a tough old day out there. Taking one on the thumb by the looks of it.
Never easy when they just bounce in front of you and they can sort of pop up and jar your thumb into the socket and just catch it on the end.
Really good this morning or this afternoon from Lewis Gregory. 3 for 75 now. Be eyeing up another 5 for bowling a brilliant line. Again, any batter on any wicket, if you bowl that area time and time again, it'll be a challenge.
Yeah, the famous corridor of uncertainty. You're questioning the new batter, you know, do you know where your off stump is? Do you want to play? Do you want to leave? Not giving them an easy start.
Yeah, especially you've got to look at overhead conditions as well. You've got the lights on. There's some cloud cover, so that all lends to, you know, a slightly cooler temperature. You might get a little bit of swing. Balls not particularly old. Yeah, it's a tough time to come in, and also it's like one of those like funny things that you laugh about in the dressing room. When two blokes, well, a couple of blokes have got massive scores, someone's going to miss out. Those little rumblings in the Lancashire dressing room. Someone always misses out. Obviously, Rondon was the man that's really missed out, but I think it always feels worse when you get a low score when there's a massive 100 just in front of you.
Wasn't a particularly good shot though, was it? His feet were in concrete. He just wafted it one outside the off stump. Third ball with the new ball.
So superbly skilled over there by Lewis Gregory. Really showing his class. And like I said, I feel like he's come down a gear. He's not charging in like he would with the new ball day one. He realises that it's just going to be a bit of war of attrition out there, and he's just relying on the odd one just to do enough. He certainly did that over. Casey Aldridge is persevering from the river end. Just hope that he just tightens up those areas a little bit more. Like I said, he's got so many positive attributes. It reminds me a lot, watching him bowl actually, of a young Jamie Ovens actually. Not quite Craig, he's got that sort of extra bit of pace, a little bit erratic at times, but if he gets it right over the next few years, he'll be a very, very good player for Somerset all day. Squirted out to point.
Good bit of man management from Tom Abel as well, not letting his young fast bowler stew with the memory of a pretty poor final over in his spell. He's given him the chance to redeem himself. He's now got the new batter, Tom Hartley, on strike. Looks like he's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Hartley.
Yeah, that's a good point there. Fair play. Yeah, I think Abe's would have very steely-eyed said to him, "You can have another one, but you owe me one here." So hopefully Casey will respond.
That's good. Back of the length. Putting Hartley on the back foot. Still on 0. Doesn't matter how many your team have got on the board, when you're on 0, you're still a little bit twitchy. Still want to get that first run in the book.
More than a little bit twitchy.
Oh, and that's flashed. It's gone through the slips. I wasn't sure if it carried or not. I think it may have just bounced in front of Tom Abel. I think that was gone between Abel and Bancroft at second and third.
I think that is the nature of cricket sometimes. When the game gets on top of you, those sneak through when it's your day, someone diving one-handed catch and gets you an extra wicket.
Oh, it's just, I think it's gone through on the full. It was a big flashing drive from Hartley, so I would imagine it would have had the legs to carry through. Jack Leach is chasing that one. Is that Jack Leach or Jack Brooks?
Yeah, that was Jack Leach. Another couple of runs just to salt the wound. Another thick outside edge and a no ball. So that's another effectively 4 runs, which takes Casey Aldridge to the 100. The hundreds in cricket that you don't want against your bowling figures. The gallon, as it's called.
Yeah, he's joined Jack Leach. He's gone for 100 in this innings as well. Is he going to get his revenge on Hartley? Not with that ball, just easily tucked off the hip down to Sean Dixon at fine leg.
It's a shame that. It's created an opportunity for the slips. And he's been subsequently punished with 8 runs against his figure. What a game.
It's always the way. Drop catch and 4. Technically it wasn't a boundary 4, but it was 2 and a no ball. So I'm counting that as 4. Oh, again.
Aldridge in again. Beautiful line length to Bell. Genuine nick, which in most grounds would carry comfortably to a slip, but it's just gone down to the ground and whistled past the right hand of second slip for another 4 runs. So 2 outside edges, 3 outside edges, and it's cost him 12 runs, the poor lad.
Where did this go? Oh, would have gone, yeah, right to a second slip if there would have been one there. Tom Collard-Cadmore is standing, he's standing almost level with Ruse walking in, so he's a little bit wide at first slip. But yeah, had there been a second slip in, there was a second one, 3 slips in for Hartley, the new bat. Just that one quite wide slip for Bell, who's now moved on to 31.
I think it's going to be important for Somerset for the remaining 4-day games to have a real open, honest conversation between the playing staff, the coaches and the curators. They have to at least endeavour to prepare a pitch that the players want to play on and that suits the attributes of what the team's got. And so many years I've played for this club, and there seems to be a separation. You know, I suppose Frosty back in the day, who used to win groundsman of the year for fun, but you could never take 20 wickets at this ground, and it took some real tough conversations between him and Justin Langer and Andy Hurry to get some sort of cohesion where they're going to prepare a wicket, and hence the birth of Hyderabad. It was like, we tried 15, 18 mils of grass, bright green, just made it slide on even better.
Yep.
Then they went to Hyderabad and we started winning and potentially nearly winning championships. And I think that conversation, tough as it might be, has to happen again, because having a few chats around the ground, the players get frustrated, the bowlers in particular, running in on these pitches. But this particular one could backfire if Lancashire play their cards right.
It's not just the fact that you're not... Oh, is that another no ball? I think it might be, yes.
And they're obviously producing they're making the pitch too short as well, bowling a lot of no balls.
And I think as well, it's not just about winning games, it's about these bowlers who aren't getting any younger, flogging themselves to stay in games.
Well, you get that accumulative fatigue, don't you? I mean, there's only so many games. I mean, my great mate Ian Blackwell always used to laugh when he went up to Durham and won the 2 championships. He used to phone me, and we'd be just talking cricket. He'd look at the scorecard, and there'd been another 140 over-long innings down here at Taunton, and he said that the championship winning season up at Durham, their average fielding spell was 48 overs, just because of the nature of the pitch, and he was obviously loving life up there.
I mean, Lancashire, not sure how much of a devourer of the cricket press you are, Pete, with all the magazines that come out, but Lancashire were a lot of people's tips for the championship this year. We started this game, I think, only 3 or 4 points behind them, and if you'd have said to me at the start of the season, we'll be only 3 or 4 points behind Lancashire after 2 games, I'd have bitten your hand off, but...
Well, I think looking at their overseas signing in particular, and the way that Luke Wells and Jennings played, 485 for 5 in a pretty good lick, you must say. Yes, there's been some average bowling at times, but they're scoring freely. Because my perception of playing against Lancashire, they play a very attritional style of cricket. They really believe that, like I said to you earlier on this session, they try and grind the opposition into the ground. They get in, they're hungry, they're not obsessed with strike rates and scoring quickly. They grind the opposition first innings into the ground, hoping that the opposition are tired for the second innings, and that's when they strike. And this is kind of playing into their hands very much. Like I said, Somerset at some stage are going to have to face James Anderson with a brand new Duke ball, and regardless of the pitch, that's going to be a challenge. The exciting Saqib Mahmood as well. Tom Bailey just has a knack of just nibbling the ball around. So,
de Grandhomme's no mug as well. Could be tricky.
Yeah, Lancashire certainly playing a strong hand at the moment.
I think it's got markedly gloomier since lunch. Not much wind about here. The clouds fairly stable. Gregory's in again, and that's slashed through backward point for 4. Just a little bit of width from Gregory. Hartley throws his hands through it, and it's 4 more to this already imposing Lancashire total of 491 for 5.
So I think that sort of delivery there, I think that would frustrate Lewis and the captain, because you've done a lot of work in that over, built up a bit of pressure, and then that for me is quite a searchy ball. Big boom in away swing, a big go on, have a drive at it. In this situation, really need to be just bashing that off stump and being as boring as you can.
Casey Aldridge is going to continue. Found the outside edge of both of these players' bats in the last over. Neither of them were able to go to hand. But I suppose, in a sense, if he's creating chances, do you persevere with him? Do you say that, I think he's going to get me a wicket, but he may go for 10 and over?
I think it's a gamble, to be perfectly honest, and I suppose it would just depend on how Siddle and Brooks and Leachy are feeling. I mean, maybe there's a case of a Lammerby spell here just to take a bit of workload off the main bowlers potentially, but the last thing Somerset can afford now is for Lancashire to be scoring multiple boundaries and over. Even though Casey just bowls those absolute jaffers from time to time, it's just what happens in between those he just needs to tighten up on.
Tom Abel signalling to the dressing room. I'm not sure if that's for. You're still au fait with the secret signals. He's kind of swishing his hand.
Yeah, it's like a game of
Maybe
charades, isn't it?
on.
For 100-metre charades where you're trying to get the attention. It might be a round of drinks, but I think Somerset have really got to keep an eye on the over rate as well. I don't know how true that -1 is, but you don't want to be losing points if Lancashire suddenly declare at any stage.
Just wonder if it was maybe for the helmet for James Rue, if Jack Leach is going to come on. Of course, if the spinner does come on, that run rate will improve pretty quickly. We move back to 3 slips.
Well, we hope the over rate doesn't improve. The run rate doesn't improve, but the over rate will.
Oh, sorry. What did I say?
The other one.
Oh, okay. Easy mistake to make.
I mean, I think this is why 4-day cricket is such a cherished game. You know, I think the perception is you look at the scoreboard, 441 and 492, you think, oh, it's going to fizzle out, but this game has got a lot of legs left in it if the weather stays fair.
Twice in 2 balls, Aldridge has beaten the bat. I'll recheck my weather app, Triggs, and just see what.
Don't believe in those apps.
The Met Office is saying. Well, the forecast is now set fair till about 6 o'clock, so
That should be all right then.
should hopefully get a full day's play or as close to it as we can. $50 extras as well. That's just caught my eye on the scoreboard. That's not going to help. That's really high. 50 extras.
Yeah, that is a lot, isn't it?
Just see how.
Been quite a number of no balls. They're obviously very penal, being 2 runs apiece.
32 no balls, so that'll be 16 no balls at 2 apiece.
That'll do it.
Just the 1 wide. That was from Jack Leach earlier today. Couple of byes to James Rue and 15 leg byes. So yeah, 32 no balls. Or 16 no balls, accounting for 32 runs. It's particularly with the free hit rule in one-day cricket that they found it. Well, probably for the last 20 odd years now.
Would you
It's
say
almost stopped the no ball, and I think with all these guys play a lot of white ball cricket, so you think it'd almost be ingrained that overstepping is the cardinal sin that you will.
well,
you
it's
shall not trespass.
very damaging for your bowling figures. If you happen to take a wicket on one, that's going to be a real hammer blow. But I feel like there's a connection between a lot of no balls and ill discipline with the lines and lengths as well. I think there's a connection to be made there. If I was the bowling coach, I would be looking at, because I don't know. There's a tiny little 1%ers that coaches like to talk about. Attention to detail. Overstepping is first and foremost absolutely
I think it's
paramount.
the cardinal sin. I think you can almost forgive bowling a wide if you try too hard. But
So if you're going to be mentally sloppy in that area, how can you expect to be switched on with the areas you bowl?
Yeah.
I think there is a connection to be made there, and certainly worth bringing up
that's a good point.
in the bowlers' meetings. It's not, like you say, 50 extras. Imagine this is on a wicket that is doing a bit. That could be the difference between winning and losing.
Peter Siddle has replaced Lewis Gregory from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
The ultimate pro, probing around off stump, gets a little bit of movement, catches the edge. Shock horror.
Strikes in his first over before lunch, strikes in his first over after lunch. Courtroux bowled Siddle. George Bell is gone. 496 for 7. In reality, 496 for 8. Keaton Jennings, hamstring injury. Who are we going to see next? For Lancashire. Somerset now have got a sniff of wrapping this up with a manageable lead. It's 54 at the moment, so Best case scenario be keeping it under 70. Smash 300 before lunch tomorrow. Stick Lancashire back in. Bowl them out by tea. Wishful thinking, but you never know.
Yeah, 2 for now for 71. Bit expensive, I suppose, for Peter Siddle, but
Yeah, certainly by his high standards.
well, he's not. He's one of the. He hasn't bowled a noble, so that little bit of like professionalism. I think it's probably quite an unusual stat to see someone like Pete Siddle going for in excess of 4 and over. So he's probably not overly happy with how things went yesterday. But you see quite an obvious reaction, in particular, Gregory and Siddle. You know, Gregory in particular, I think at one stage was going at 5.5 runs and over, so he shaved a 1.5. I mean, these are idiosyncrasies of the cricket game that don't change no matter what generation you play in. If you bowl at a low run rate, you're going to get more wickets and at a better average. That is just the way pressure, the game works. And Lewis has tightened up his areas, his run rate's come down, and he's taken 3 wickets. It's not a fluke. There's no magic science to it. It's just about those disciplines.
Yeah, pressure builds wickets. Tom Bailey is a new batter for Lancashire, and he just goes searching for that one outside his off stump from Peter Siddle.
Quite noticeably, a little bit of movement going on. You think the lights, the cloud covers, had an effect?
Yeah, how old is this ball now? What over are we into? So just into its 19th over. This.
Well, there's a man behind me, Shep, that would have seen every condition literally under the sun, and I think there's no better man to talk about cumulo, rhombuses and nimbuses or anything like that than Victor Marks.
I think with your rhombuses you get any your geometry confused with your meteorology. Triggs, it's been a pleasure. And it's good afternoon, Victor.
I don't know why, but it is moving more. They're in rhythm. Gregory bought a beautiful spell, but he did get movement. And Siddle's getting movement now too. On a pitch that, as Joel used to say, he's sleeping. Or she's sleeping. I think he thought pitches were female. They didn't sleep too often when Joel was bowling, but it has jagged around a bit, which is good news in one sense, because there is the possibility of limiting the damage. But it also suggests that when Anderson gets the ball in his hand, it will move for him too.
If it will move for anybody on this planet, Vic, it will be Jimmy Anderson. Just wonder, yeah, it's into its 20th over. Just wonder if they just kept one side shiny and the other side's gone a little bit dull. This is the sort of period that can happen in. Siddle again.
Soft hands. Too, races away, doesn't it, down to those short boundaries. Yeah, I mean, he got swinged, didn't he, from around the wicket, Gregory, away from the left-handers, and he's got a little bit, they both got a little bit of movement off the pitch, which we didn't see much of yesterday.
No, but it's tough to see how they can win from here, though, isn't it?
Somerset.
Yeah.
It's a strange game.
Well, it is a strange game.
And it would have to, I mean, it's been a strange game so far. 80 for 4, 440 for all out, 300 for 1. What have they done today? 200 for 5 in essence, or plus the absence of Jennings.
Yeah, that outside edge from Bailey has brought up the Lancashire 500. 500 for 6. The lead up to, what's that, 59 now. Aldridge is coming again. He's got a long spell after lunch.
Yeah.
Unchanged.
And he got some move. He's beaten the back more often in this spell than at any other stage, and he's found that outside edge, but he hasn't. He's deserved. I think he has deserved a wicket. It's been a chastening time for him, but
or part of the learning curve. Yeah, caught the outside edge a couple of times, 2 or 3 overs ago.
He's also got the less favoured end. Has he?
You've got to earn your stripes to bowl from this end of it.
Well
shot,
well fielded. Lewis Gregory there. Just
most nonchalantly just stuck out a paw and in it went at.
He must be still loose from bowling, I think.
Or he's still stiff and he couldn't quite get down.
He could only get one there, but he went straight into his hand.
Aldridge is down on his knees, pleading with the umpire. I think he may have just got outside the line.
Maybe a little nick too. They didn't look totally convinced behind the stumps, did they? That is the least favourite end. I've never regarded it as uphill, but Pete Trigo was saying, "Oh, it's uphill." That end, I never remembered that bit, but.
Quite sure I just saw that one. I just saw the LBW on the replay. It didn't look. It's a pretty good shout, unless he did get a nick.
Well,
maybe a bit high.
Maybe, but it's, it was on the right line, I think.
It certainly was.
But I think it was why it's the less favoured end, mostly, is that there's those slightly sandy patches just in front as the bowler takes off, and Peter Siddle was clearly unhappy about it. Yesterday, didn't like that end. Ooh, that's
It's come off the thickest outside edge. Jack Leach will do the fielding down at third. Yeah, you can kind of see it almost puffing up as they run across it.
So I think the senior citizens, if they have a preference, they would prefer. Gregory's bowled this end all the time, more or less. Siddle's definitely preferred this end. And I think Jack Brooke probably prefers this end. They feel just more stable when you get to a certain age. You want a bit of stability.
You certainly do, Beck. You certainly do. That's half volley outside off stump. It's got the treatment.
Yep. Well, it's chastening. He's got great potential, and he will have days where those nicks get caught, and they don't play and miss so often. But just looking at the stats, it doesn't look great, but doesn't mean to say that he's not a cricketer of great promise.
I think he's bowled better than that.
Yeah,
he's definitely bowled better than that. Cuts a quite forlorn figure there at slip with the double teapot.
Well, that's the trouble too with these modern scoreboards. They give the bowling figures. Well, years ago,
it's not quite big enough to just put in brackets. By the way,
no,
he's bowled a lot better than that.
No, actually, the way it works out in that wickets column, it looks like he's gone for 1,190, but it's only 119.
Well, only 119. Siddle then to continue from the Marcus Trescott Pavilion end as Tom Bailey tries to smash that into the shirt factory. Does not make any contact whatsoever. Sails through to James Rew. But you're right, but he is a cricketer of great potential, and you are learning. As long as you're learning from all these setbacks, as long as you're using them, you're taking on the experience, you'll come out the other side a better player.
And the other thing you'll glean is, I mean, this is it has moved a bit today, but essentially this is a demanding track to bowl quick on. Once the ball gets a bit older, it's done very, very little. So therefore, you've got to think, when I do get on that pitch that zips around, unfortunately I didn't get picked at Trent Bridge. When I do get on a pitch that does a bit, I've got to be on top of my game, make the most of it.
Lights are on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. They're not taking great effect. You can just see very slight shadows from the players. Looks like Jack Brooks is he's getting loose at mid-on.
I think he's going to have to come up from the river end probably, because Siddle's only just started his spell. So
no Leach as well since lunch, which is it's not surprising with the ball only being 20 overs old. Whew, you see there, makes the point about the sand. Is that one?
Great piece of fielding down there from that looks like, is that Jack?
I think that's Jack Leach.
Yeah. It is amazing how he's improved the non-specialist bits of his game, isn't it? Over the years, he's become, well, we know that he can bat, and he's expanded his repertoire as a batsman, but he's also improved as a fielder. He's fitter and stronger than ever he was before he went off to play for England, I think.
Always catches you unawares because he throws with his right arm, of course bowls with his left. Slightly wayward line from Siddle. Well taken by Rue. I think he's had a very, very good innings with the glove so far.
Yeah. And that's included a fair bit of time standing up to the wicket to some of the seamers. Especially when Jennings was batting yesterday. He was using the crease a lot, just to defend half the time.
Final ball of the over then, and that's big shout. They pulled out of the appeal. Must have got an inside
I think he got some bat on it, but there was hope there for a minute.
Vic, it's been a pleasure. I'm going to make way for Stephen Lamb, who's going to talk you through hopefully the rest of this Somerset bowling performance. 3 or 4 quick.
Yeah,
I'll
three
put my teeth back
wickets will
in.
do it.
Yeah, 3 wickets will do it, and get them quick, please, Stephen.
Well, Casey Aldridge is having a break. Jack Brooks is back. Three wickets needed before we get to what will be a critical part of the game, which is Somerset Fair in the second innings, third innings of the match. A lot of, well, anxious batsmen perhaps in that Somerset lineup. There's a few who've yet to get that reassurance of a big score this summer.
Yes.
The game situation is interesting. There's still quite a lot of time left if we don't get rain, and we've been lucky avoiding the weather so far.
Yes, I know that Triggs doesn't particularly fancy weather apps, but I did have a look at mine, and it's indicating that we may just about get through.
Well,
there's still rain on the way.
Yeah, I'm not so dismissive of weather apps myself, and of course you can often get quite a variation of forecasts depending on which app you go for. I'll keep searching around for the one I want. But you're right, the one I've seen suggests possibility of a bit of rain around 6. But they started doing that yesterday, it never happened.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's too bad for tomorrow.
The other issue is the light, of course, which
they came off last night.
Yesterday, didn't they? Yeah.
It was pretty dark when they came off last night. It was nowhere near as. This is much lighter. That's a bit of a heave, and it's going for 4. He's dangerous, Hartley, I think.
Going to flash hard.
Yeah, well, it's sped away behind point there.
Yeah, they'll have a reading as well, the umpires, won't they? Because they took one
last night
when the players went off yesterday evening, and they stick with that for the remainder of the match.
That's right. But just to the naked eye, it was significantly darker than this.
Comfortable single. Just gradually extending that lead up to 75 now. It's becoming significant.
Yep. Well, it's significant, but not entirely surprising given the state of play overnight. I mean, Somerset had a more fruitful few hours in the field than yesterday, but the runs have still come at a rate, and once it gets to 3 figures, it's not doom and gloom, but it is a significant lead. Runs have come pretty quick in this match, of course, especially when Lancashire have been at the crease. But
they've been better with the ball, though, Somerset, today.
Yeah, I think so. They've had spells where the ball, the ball's just early start when they tried the short pitched tactic, where the runs gushed again. And Lancashire losing Jennings, injured, obviously made a difference. Suddenly had 2 batsmen on naught at the crease who took a while to bed themselves in. Lewis Gregory's got the ball to move nicely. Siddle's looked good today. And there has been a bit more movement. As I say, it's overcast. I think it's also the bit of confidence, a bit of zip that, hang on a minute, we've got a chance of bowling them out here suddenly, eventually. Just looking, how many overs? 101, 102 overs, 520 for 6. I mean, this is England cricket territory.
It's a fair old lick, isn't it?
So they're still going at about 5 and over, which is fast. I know there's a short boundary away to the Somerset stand, but that's quick, and it will dismay Jason Kerr and co.
Still to be Peter Siddle, who's bowled as well as anyone today.
Yeah.
He's going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Tom Bailey. Had 2 Georges earlier, now we've got 2 Toms.
Yeah.
Hope, certainly for Keaton Jennings' sake, that the injury isn't a bad one. Being forced to retire on 189.
It's going to be quite bad to leave the field on 189, because once you get that far, you think batting's quite a simple operation. He did make it look a simple operation.
But in terms of
all
his
the time.
England aspirations, it may have come at a bad time.
Yeah, well, it depends how bad it is. I mean, I'm just trying to think. I think the first Test match is right at the beginning of June against Ireland, and then they come quite
Jack
soon
Leach
after.
will open, presumably. His record.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, we
Vic.
looked up that game yesterday, and I'd forgotten some of the details. Ireland had a first innings lead of 120. They bowled. That's a grand shot, that is. You're not supposed to be able to do that to Peter Siddle. He just stood tall and smashed it through the line. Perfect timing. You'll remember that one, Tom Bailey. Yeah, that Test match against Ireland, England were bowled out for 80 odd. And Ireland were then bowled out for 200. Whereupon Jack came out to open the batting with over or 2 to go. And helped, top scored, as England got 300. Burgo a leader of about 180, game still on. Ireland bowled out for 38. I don't imagine it'll happen like that this year. It's a 4-day test. And a sort of dress rehearsal for the first test against Australia. Australia's dress rehearsal, although perhaps we shouldn't call that, will be the World Test Championship final against India at the Oval.
Plenty of Test cricket to come, and thick and fast it's going to be.
Yeah, well, it's all going to be over by August, so we can all watch 100.
Travesty.
I mean, it may not always be like that, judging from what the new regime have been saying.
Yeah,
I think. But
Richard,
that's where we are at the moment.
Richard Gould was one of our guests in the West of England branch of the Cricket Society.
Oh, good.
He'd been booked before he got the job.
Oh,
in fact.
right. And he turned up, of course.
He did turn up. It was felicitous, but he didn't come across as a great fan of no Test cricket in August.
No, well, I think they've reiterated that too. Since they've, I mean, it's one thing to say that when you're not in charge, and it's another thing when you actually inherit situations which you can't always do a great deal about. But I'm pretty sure I've heard him, possibly Richard Thompson, but certainly Richard Gould saying that, you know, we recognise that you cannot have August as a test-free time in England.
Pick up a single here down to third man.
And you also don't want August to be a county championship free time either. And I think they recognise that, but it's not quite so straightforward to rectify it. Now then, there's an awful lot of helmets coming out. So does this mean... Yeah, it means that the experiment of Jack Brooks at the River End is not really an experiment. But I think all the bowlers, and Casey Aldridge has had to endure this more than I feel a bit uncomfortable. The seamers coming up from that River End. Also, the runs have been gushing. And so Leach is back. And he'd love to pick up a couple of wickets after the hammering he's had. I think he will correctly be pretty conservative in his field placement against a fellow left-armer, Tom Hartley, who likes to give the ball a bash.
Yeah,
and is off and running now with 29 in a mere 33 balls. Both these two, why shouldn't he play with freedom looking at that scoreboard?
Absolutely.
So I don't think Jack will be worried how he got his first wicket. If they're caught on the edge, that'll do fine.
Yes.
And there's every chance that might be the way. But there is going to be a bat pad and a slip. So he's got some attacking fielders. He's got a sort of in-outfield slip and a bat pad. And then there is a long on, a long off, a deep point. And a deep mid-wicket. So there's 4 men on the boundary, 2 men round the bat, and 3 men hovering between 20 or 30 yards. It's probably enough detail.
We'll bring a single, the first ball of the new Leach spell, just eluding the right hand of, I think it's Cameron Bancroft at short leg. Brightening up a bit at the moment over the county ground. Slight field adjustment, mid-wicket being pushed out.
Field now. He's got all his leg side fielders apart from the forward short leg. Actually, who's taking his helmet off. Where's he going to go? They're assuming that Tom Bailey is eager to open his shoulders and give it a whack. It's just a slip and then a selection of fielders on the leg side on the boundary.
Talking about Richard Thompson and Richard Gould, it suited them rather well when they were at Surrey that they were both called Richard, because they were interchangeable amongst many of the Surrey members.
Oh, right.
2 Richards in charge, 2 Toms batting here, and one of them picking up a single out to deep mid-wicket. Will take Tom Hartley on to 30. Creeping up towards 3 figures, that Lancashire lead. This time straight into the hands of Bancroft. Sweep for 4. Nailed that.
He nailed it. They hit these shots so hard. And this, again, it's taken him just outside off stump. More or less a length ball, but beautifully struck by Hartley.
He's up to 34, Tom Hartley. Just short of a runner ball. 37 faced.
Well, they've got freedom and they're using it, and why not? Hartley looks, well, he's potentially a dangerous batsman because he strikes the ball with vigour. And Bailey's played 2 or 3 impressive shots. Saqib and how keen Jimmy Anderson is to have a bat, I don't know.
Here's another look at the sweep, which he really middled
Absolutely.
earlier in the over. guess those are the two still to come. They'll both be padded up, presumably, unless
I'm
James
not-
Anderson
of course
knows something we don't.
It doesn't take so long to put the pads on there as it used to. You know, it's just a bit of Velcro. I can just remember the buckles, and you know, it took a bit longer. And I'm not absolutely certain that Anderson will be. He doesn't seem to enjoy batting as much as he used to. I saw him he got, I think, an 80, didn't he, in a test match? And he's always been able to bat a bit. He likes the reverse. He likes sweeping, big reverse sweeper. It's almost one of his favourite shots. But I think it was in a test match against India. He got 80 on a very flat pitch. Unless my mind's gone completely blank, but he certainly got runs.
I think you're right. And he had that remarkable record of not being dismissed for a duck for a...
Yeah, I think that's gone now.
Yeah, it's been gone a while. So I don't know whether we'll see him. Studied defence this time, and Tom Abel in action. We've mentioned that Browning cap of the captains. Has this always been a feature, Vic? Was it when you were playing? Did caps gradually go brown? Was it a different texture
I
now?
don't think so. I didn't wear a cap that often. Well, I think some players, a bit like the Aussie baggy green, they like to stick to the original. I presume that's obviously it's the first capped player's cap, and some players just like to stick with the same one, just to remind perhaps people of their longevity. I don't know. I think, and I've seen teams, England do it actually. Right, lads, we're going to go out. We're all going to wear our caps for whatever reason. But I don't think I remember Brian Rose saying that. And so there were a lot of floppies around. I cannot remember, for example, the haircut wouldn't permit it with Both. I can't remember Both fielding in a cap.
I'm not sure. I
can't remember batting him. He used to bat in a floppy hat sometimes.
He batted bareheaded at times.
Well, he did when he got. I mean,
81.
Because when he got his runs at Headingley, famously, you know, we've all seen the videos. He was bareheaded. I think. It's Ashes Headingley, 1981, when he got his 100 at Old Trafford that season.
That was a great
Floppy
innings.
hat or bareheaded. He only really wore a helmet against the West Indies. He did wear one then. That's another wicket. Well, let's have a look.
Bit of a mo.
It was a bit of a mo. Good zippy delivery. Mo. Another wicket for Ruse. Actually got quite a few now. I'm trying to keep up.
I like the way he's been celebrating dismissals recently, James Rue, hurling the ball aloft. We'll have another look at that in a moment. But he's had a good day behind the stumps. He's had a good match altogether.
Well, yeah, so far, and it's only just over halfway.
Here we go.
Round the wicket he comes. And, well, it's a bit of a mo from it wasn't quite short enough to cut, it wasn't quite full enough to drive, but had a bit of width. He went for it. And that's probably one of the more straightforward of the catches Rue's taken. They've all been relatively...
He got out of shape.
Orthodox, and as I say, off he goes.
He didn't bother to look behind.
No. But good pace off the pitch. I mean, he's been much more rhythmical today. Siddle, Gregory also.
You mentioned James Rue's catches. Just looking at the scorecard, 6 of them behind the stumps.
Oh, right. In this innings?
In this
well,
innings.
This is the only innings of the match. Yeah. He's had a chance to do this. Yeah,
yeah.
6 out of 7.
Yep. Bohannon, Vilas, Bell, de Grandhomme, Balderson and Hartley.
Okay, who's the odd man out?
Wells. Caught by Bancroft off Brooks. That was yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that was off the... That's right. So we've had 6 edges and 1 Wells was caught off the face of the bat. Saqib and Mahmood. Now we'll look over to the Caddick Pavilion to see if I can see an Anderson. Can't see the players very well here. They've got a little balcony on the first floor of the Caddick Pavilion. But I think the windows are when they're shut. Hard to tell. Whether Anderson is going to come in bat. In a way, Somerset will want Anderson to bat if they get another wicket now, because they'll want another bowling point.
Yes, with Keaton Jennings having retired hurt, it would read 8.
Yeah, I don't think that counts then.
No, sadly not. They're going to have to take the remaining 2, aren't they?
Yeah.
At the end of another successful over for Peter Siddle, 3 for 85. His figures. He's bowled well today.
Yeah. He got a wicket with the old ball. That first ball didn't seem very helpful, really. This one's done a bit, seems to have done a bit more. Now, can Leach get his first wicket? He'll be. I mean, he will be disappointed with the outcome of his efforts so far, but it would cheer him up if he got a couple in the last column. I imagine that. We'll see what whether Bailey launches at him. He can't have that.
That's very optimistic.
No, but I understand the frustration. He's in his 26th over. He's looking for the first wicket.
It's almost a third of the way down the wicket.
Yeah. Yeah. He needs it to turn for a stumping, really.
Yeah, talking about caps, I remember Steve Waugh's Australians, always there was a rule that they wore caps for the first session of a test match.
Oh, it's spooned.
Again, there's a puff of dust, sand on the outfield as it lands.
It was quite a good piece of bowling because I think he saw him coming down. This time he tried to go wider and he more or less toe-ended it. Over cover. I think Bailey's going to hang around now. I'm not an expert on Saqib's batting. I don't think he's hopeless, if you see what I mean.
I'm not sure whether Shane Warne bought into the baggy green before.
Well, him and Steve Waugh were not blood brothers, I don't think. Oh, that's going to be that. That went to bat pad and he ain't got one.
He was usually to be seen
Steve Waugh and Justin Langer, they talked a lot about the baggy green, didn't they? Oh, the baggy green. Whereas I think Steve Waugh, Shane Warne, who loved things Australian, but he just happy in a floppy hat though.
Yeah, the late lamented Shane Warne. He's the one man, Vic, who mid-interview has offered me a cigarette. I think he was doing it out of politeness because he was going to have one himself.
Oh, right. Was this a one-to-one interview?
It was.
Yeah. Oh, right. That's rather.
It was,
and I bet it was a good interview.
It was an absolute thrill.
Yeah. And he would give you a good interview.
He did.
He was a very entertaining, open, quick thinking in terms of cricket person, wasn't he? And he loved the game, so he'd love to talk to you, I suspect.
Yeah. And he just published his autobiography.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, well, that helps a bit too. But he would love to talk cricket anyway.
Yeah. Yes, we were sat in one of the stands at Headingley, and suddenly he produced this packet of Bensons.
Oh, right. Did you take one?
No. Politely declined.
Well, you could have put it in a little cabinet.
Probably should have done. If I'd thought more resourcefully.
Yeah. Well, those Aussies, they were... one of the testaments, I think, is someone like Shane Warne, who played cricket up in Bristol, didn't he?
He did.
And I think I'm right in saying that, he never forgot that. And when on subsequent tours, he would make contact with the team he played in at Bristol. And like Gilchrist would go back to, I think he played at Richmond, and he'd go back to see everyone there. They understand the notion of your roots as a cricketer, just as they would go back to their grade sides in Australia and keep in touch with them.
Another Australian in action at the moment. Peter Siddle.
Well, he's just banged one in. And he nearly got something from it too.
I don't think Peter Siddle was quite a contemporary. I think Shane Warne had retired by the time Siddle came on the scene. The late noughties.
Yeah, Shane Warne retired after the 2006-7 tour, and Siddle certainly played in the next
2009
series.
here. Yeah.
And he played in the next series, probably in Australia and whatever that was.
Pushed out to backward point.
Yeah, he was playing in the series that England won, actually, when Strauss was captain, I think.
Yep. Still an excellent bowler.
Absolutely, yeah. Amazing appetite for the game, apart from anything else. Hard work bowling.
Especially on
As
wickets
he
like
does.
this one.
Yeah, especially on wickets like this. And he's actually going to come out of it. He's got probably the best figure now, 3 for 80. 6.
Still a substantial chunk of cricket to be played today. 49 overs to be almost precise, including this one. Be some tired shoulders.
Well, they're not playing in the next round. They'll have a bit of time to recover. They'd like it to warm up, I'm sure. So they will have a bit of a break.
Still pretty chilly, even though it's we know it's April and April can be, but the crowd that are here are wrapped up pretty well.
Well, I a piece of the cricketer that will come out very shortly. And one of the observations I made in my, trying to be a sage, is I'll just wait for Siddle. Is that cricket should only ever be played when there's leaves on the trees.
Yes.
And I'm not sure there's many leaves on the trees on the second, third, or in the first week of April.
Yeah, well, I think they've grown a little bit since I was here for the first game.
No, 20 odd of April. And I don't think there's many leaves on the trees come September the 25th or something. So this is I think the umpires should not only have a light meter, but they should have a leaf measurer. And if there are no leaves on the relevant trees, you have to pick the appropriate make of tree, which I'm not very qualified to do. And if there are no leaves on there, sorry lads.
Yes, there's one behind the Lord Botham stand, which is markedly more advanced.
Yeah, they're starting to come out now.
The others.
They are starting to come out. So I think it would be okay to play now.
Possibly less advanced than some other Aprils when it's been warmer.
Yes. Well, there was a heat wave, wasn't there, during one of the COVID Aprils?
The first one.
Yeah.
We weren't allowed to go very far out of it.
Weren't. He's got a wicket. He's got a wicket. He looked round anxiously to mid-off, where I think that's Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, well done, Jack Leach.
And he's a good fielder, Casey Aldridge, by all accounts. He wasn't going to drop that.
One
but
for
he looked round
138.
anxiously and said, you've got to catch that for me. You've got to catch it. Now then.
Are we going to see
James Anderson or not? I suspect not, the way the umpires have sensed, I think, a declaration. Because Richard Illingworth, but the batsman, Tom Bailey, is resolutely staying in the middle. Richard Illingworth is heading off to the boundary for some reason or another.
But he's not being joined by Russell Warren.
No. So we await the arrival of His Majesty.
Have another look at the wicket.
He came down the pitch, but then lost conviction, really. And he ended up pushing it gently to mid-off. Well, this won't be a memorable innings for Jack Leach, but at least he's got something in that final column there. He's also got Jimmy Anderson to bowl at, which will be quite interesting. Anderson almost certainly will reverse sweep his first ball, I think. Well, I'd be prepared to, you know, place that bet.
Well, yes, and that's a reason why Somerset will possibly be glad to see him emerge from the Andy Cuddick Pavilion.
What Richard Illingworth, I think, was doing was summoning his light meter. We look away to our left, it's actually got darker. And of course they made their reading last night. You can tell, you look at the shadows of the players, and once the lights create that sort of quadrangular shadow, where everyone's got four shadows when the lights are on. And once that becomes very prominent, that's a sort of sign to the umpires that it's getting dark. So at the moment, I don't know whether Illingworth is actually taking a reading, but he's certainly fetched his light meter. Now then, Anderson's left-handed, of course, taking guard.
He's on his walkie-talkie at the moment. Richard Illingworth, I think, talking to Polly Rhodes, who has responded in the box next door to us. Polly is
he wants to know. He wants to know how many balls are left, probably. Does he? Anyway, I don't know. I'd be thrilled if Anderson opted for the reverse sweep. If he doesn't do it the first ball, I'm sure he'll do it this over if he's on strike. Let's have a look. Oh, very boring.
Got three more opportunities, potentially. Studied defence.
The trouble is, now they're England teammates. I don't think he wants to get out to him.
Playing a miss. Nicely taken. Yeah, England to England. Two players who will almost certainly be taking part in the Ashes series coming up.
There he goes.
Nicely fielded.
Oh, I promised you, though.
Yeah. He did it at the last opportunity of the over.
Well, Jack Leach has finally got his wicket. You could do with it. He'd like to have another one. Peter Siddle's got his sweater off. He'd like another one. Why wouldn't he?
And Lancashire, meanwhile, would like another 3 runs to take that lead into 3 figures.
And Somerset would like one more wicket within the next 2 overs to get their 3rd bowling point. Such excitement. Actually, the real excitement comes, if we're honest, is when Somerset start their innings, because that will dictate the pattern of the match. Struggled so much in the first innings, particularly against Anderson, of course. It's dark at the moment. I don't know whether I've seen the reading taken, but I'm sure that's why he's got these light meter now, Richard, anyway.
Taken neatly down the leg side by James Rue. Just having a look at the popping crease, Richard Illingworth, and a word or two between him and Peter Siddle.
I think he's smiling, Peter Siddle. He's been out there a long time.
It is as gloomy as it's been all day at the moment. Well bowled, Yorker. Dug out well. It's an easier decision, isn't it, to make with a light meter in your pocket? Because
Yeah, we just trust them. Well, once you've made the initial decision, which they did last night, and it was getting pretty dark last night, just occasionally you groan as a spectator or media man when on the first day they decide to come off and you're looking at it and think, it's not that dark. But that's the standard that's set for the rest of the game.
down to long leg.
But I didn't feel that last night. It felt, mind you, it was getting cold and it was getting late. I thought it's actually got quite dark and it's perfectly reasonable to set that standard there. Very often it's actually the fielders who struggle to see the ball rather than the batsman. So Anderson against Siddle.
Good to see.
I mean, normally now when Anderson plays against Australians, it'll happen this series as well coming up. They just bowl bounces at him. I'm not sure Peter Siddle will start that way. It's not a very quick pitch. He's not as quick as he once was. We'll see.
He's reinforced the offside field.
I think he's looking for the outside edge probably.
Crab-like defensive push. Got 3 men in the ring on the offside.
I think in the last Ashes series down under, when Australia thrashed England, about 95% of deliveries Anderson received from the pacemen were bouncers.
Defensive mindset at the moment.
Well, he may be thinking, I'm not giving you any cheap
A cheap bonus point, yeah.
And that's perfectly legitimate. I mean, that's... And once we get past 110, I'll have a swish. This is the last ball of the 109th over. They're giving Anderson one. I think he might take it if he has the option. Yep, why not?
Just poked down to the third area. 5:40 for 8. So Anderson is off the mark.
Siddle and Anderson have a little chat. Anderson pats down the wicket. Is it going to be Jack? You can't take him off now. What I would do actually, if I was able now, is I would try and entice Anderson to play a few shots if you like. So I wouldn't have an ultra defensive field because it might, Anderson might think if they're all out there, I'm just going to block and then maybe take a one. Whereas if there's the enticement to play a shot, he might get out, and that bonus point might accrue. Let's have a look what he's doing. They're all taking their time.
We've got, well, the deep fielders are at backward point. Mid-off is set back, not quite to the boundary, but some way towards it.
Yeah, well, I might bring him back up a bit, mid-off up a bit, I think. Looks like there's going to be a second helmet, so he is going to have possibly 3 men round the bat. Richard Illingworth is in conversation with his colleague, but I don't think it's to do with the light necessarily. I think he's got a little notebook there. Everything's stopped. Got to get a box for the man who's probably going to go to either leg slip or silly point. So he's going to have 3 men round the bat. So he is inducing Anderson to play a shot or 2, crowd him.
It is going to be silly point.
Yeah. Tom Abel there, I think, is at silly point. So it's all remarkably attacking field given the total. But this is the last over that Somerset can get their bowling point.
Reverse sweep.
Sweeps that and he just misses the stumps.
2 in a row against Leach.
Yeah. Well, know your man. First slip is on red alert for some sort of catchment or reverse sweep. That's a good shot there. That's why you can do that all the time. It's a lovely cover drive. You're right, right. That reverse sweep.
Warmly applauded, generously applauded in the James Hildreth stand, which is where it was headed, just to the left of it, in fact.
Beautiful shot, that.
Thoroughbred.
Well, he's capable of thoroughbred shots.
And then just defensively dropping the ball in front of him. Paddled away. Might get 2 for this.
Yeah.
And a long leg. Does get 2 for it. I wonder who first invented the term silly for point or mid-on or mid-off.
Isn't it?
Tried it in the mists of time.
Yeah.
Quite appropriate.
Leading edge there to mid-off. Well, this is the last opportunity for Somerset to get their 3rd bowling point. Anderson's played with some discretion. The odd reverse sweep, of course. He's got there.
So no bowling point number 3.
No, and there's a certain justice in that. I suppose one could argue that if the opposition had got 546 for 9, do you really earn that 3rd bowling point? I don't know. Anyway, they don't get it. Siddle, nonetheless, would like that last wicket. Anderson's looking in prime form.
He's got another opportunity. He'll be bowling the 111th over of the innings.
Yeah. Well, we'll forget bonus points now because they've done and dusted. The significant figure now is currently 105, which is Lancashire's lead.
Be a single here, comfortable one, with mid-on set back. So that will bring Anderson onto strike once more. Anderson 7, Bailey 18, and just extending the 3-figure lead, Lancashire. 106 it is now. Down the leg side and neatly taken.
Afternoon, Stephen.
Hello, Triggs. It's a
Flurry of wickets. It's
flurry
been,
of wickets, and yeah,
every time I go off comms, we take a few polls.
Peter Siddle. A single down to 3rd man here. I think I'd say Peter Siddle's been the pick of the bowlers today.
Yeah, be a toss-up between him and obviously Lewis Gregory. I just think the 2 of them have bowled in a very professional manner. Lancashire are playing beautifully. 550 for 8, no doubt about that. They're in a very strong position, but it's been a good fight back from the Somerset bowlers. They've kept at it. And like I said, the 2 senior bowlers in particular, Lewis and Peter Siddle, have really stood up and been counted.
Yes, they can share the accolade, perhaps, because Lewis did have that double wicket maiden earlier on. Up in the air, and it's going to fall safe, I think, behind the slip cordon. It's gone all the way, in fact, to the Lord Botham stand. 4 more, helping to extend this Lancashire lead. Already 3 figures, 113 now.
Will we see Keaton Jennings? I suppose that is the question. Looks like. I'm not sure my eyes are that good. There is someone in whites on the balcony, as you can see. Across to my right there, but I'm sure the Somerset bowlers would be happy, or way happier if he doesn't. Tom Bailey having another swing and a miss at a short ball from Peter Siddle. Lancashire in a very commanding position. I suppose they've got the 100 lead, or 113 lead now, so anything is gravy from here on, and then they can let Anderson et al. Have a go at the top order. In these gloomy conditions, that would be a concern of mine. I think Lancashire would be quite happy at the moment if they did get bowled out. Their hand was forced, you know. Gloomy skies, lights on. Not a great time to open the batting. Peter Siddle taking a few physical scalps though along the way, maybe trying to unsettle Tom Bailey, because he'll be a key factor in the bowling lineup as well.
Yeah, and as will the man who's out there with him, of course, James Anderson.
It would be worth a lot more than a wicket if Pete Siddle can tickle a few rib cages, take a couple of bowlers out the attack. He'd be the hero of Taunton.
There's a man, Cameron Bancroft, being taken out of the slip cordon, put in at short-ish mid-wicket. Another swing and a miss.
Great engine from Peter Siddle. Brilliant athleticism, character, courage. Still steaming in his 23rd over. Peppering Tom Bailey. Unlucky not to get another dismissal there. 3 for 97 for Peter Siddle. As the umpires come together and have a little discussion about the light quality, I'd imagine that would be the nature of the conversation.
Well, yeah, we saw Richard Illingworth go off and come back with what looked like a light meter. So presumably they would have taken a reading yesterday evening when they came off early.
And that sets the precedent, I believe, for the rest of the game. So
all he needs to do is take out the light meter and check the reading, I'd imagine. And in fact, they are going to go off. So I think he would have had a look, Richard Illingworth. And that is going to be probably an early tea.
Yeah, I thought so. Hopefully a bit of this cloud will move through. I know that Peter Siddle did a very abrupt walk from deep square leg to get off the field as soon as Richard Illingworth intimated they were going off for the time being. Covers are coming on as a precaution. It does actually look, if you look closely to the dark windows over on the Botham stand, there's a little bit of drizzle in the air as well, and the sensible decision is made. So an early tea here. Lancashire 554 for 8. 111 overs have been bowled. Will we see the resumption of this innings, or will Lancashire do the positive Ben Stokes-esque move and declaring?
Be interesting to see. We will have a little bit of a break along with the players. And the other question is, will the light improve enough for them to come back on? It looks pretty grey around the place at the moment, but that might change. Let's hope it does. And that you can join us for the last session of play.
Top up that cup of tea, slice a piece of Battenberg, and we'll see you, hopefully, in about 20 minutes' time.
Lancashire posted 482 for 8 declared. The posts only made 149 in their first innings, and then following on, they were all out for 63. So Hampshire won that one by innings, 270 runs. Third game is at Canterbury, where Essex made 451 for their first innings. Kent trailed by 280, 71 to 1.
You're really dedicated. Shut the camera down. Simply not true. You just open the door, isn't it? You got different photos, Robert. Pitches fixture. What a great job. Imagine coming out now, staying in till the end of the day. Who's going, are they? Sarah Connolly, who's lift going. Oh, right, yeah, not she's over. No, she's over. And I remember going to one, they were always outside on the field. They didn't put them inside. Oh, yes, they did, yeah. I've never been in the multi. I've literally been in the multi with Joel and those guys. I'm amazed. I remember going in there. It's really good. Yes. And then you get cocoa, and they were like, who wants to try chocolate things? I was like, well, yeah, I have a chocolate thing. Really bitter as I've eaten it.
Welcome back here at the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. The umpires are in the middle, closely followed by the Lancashire batsmen and the Somerset fielding team. There has been no declaration. I'm joined by Vic Marks for this elongated evening session.
They've had tea. We've established that.
Well, I'm assuming
they've had tea.
It's just a wild assumption at this stage, but
I'm assuming they've had tea, and I'm slightly surprised. I thought they might declare, although you've been reminding us how Lancashire like to play, not attritional, but they'd like to just dominate and get as many runs on the board.
Yeah, they like to put the opposition in a position where they feel hopeless, lost, tired.
Yeah.
And, you know, it lends for that awkward length of session as well a bit later on today.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of cricket theoretically left if the weather permits, and there's still, I don't know if the scoreboard's caught up with the rain delay, but it says 44 overs remaining. There's still lots of options in this game, but a critical moment will be the first hour against the new ball, Anderson, Bailey, Seki, and a flaky top order at the moment, or a top order lacking confidence, let's say, or an opening. Sean Dixon, I mean, to be honest, the focus will be on Sean Dixon, who's got 3 ducks, I think, and not really fired yet.
Yeah, I'm sure
he's out
of the mind.
Well, what a waste of time that was. Reverse
Jack Leach has got his second wicket. First ball, James Anderson goes for the reverse sweep, failed. And it's time to get your bowling boots on, Mr. Anderson. And yeah, Sean Dixon will be rather nervously running towards the dressing room. James Anderson, with inclement weather, the lights on, a brand new Duke ball on a pair. That probably is the multi-factor. I can't think of anything more horrendous, put it that way.
Well, it's not an emerald green pitch. He knows Sean Dixon and all the other batsmen for that matter. If you can get in on here, just deaden that new ball a little bit. There are runs to be had.
Vic, you know how it feels to walk out there on a pair.
I do.
He's thinking about one run and one run only.
Okay, but he needs a few more than that, if we're honest. So I mean, this is when cricket becomes a weird game, because, especially you and I, we know that they're going to be suffering these agonies of confidence, the knowledge that I've failed in the last few innings. I've got to get some somehow. And you feel like a voyeur up here watching people go through this sort of this painful process. But
I feel for the lads. I used to bat a little bit lower down the wicket, but even Lewis Gregory's bowled 20 odd overs. He's just going to be thinking, please let me have a sit down for an hour.
Yeah, please can I wait till tomorrow to have a bat?
There are so many fascinating mindsets. Lammers, Dixon, Bancroft haven't fired. Abe's, that's almost a tough situation, having so many runs under your belt in the game. Are you slightly too relaxed?
Well, no, I don't think he'll be too relaxed, not Tom Abel. But
not if he's in the third over.
Well, you doomster. But he will feel that responsibility. I mean, this is what I sense at the moment, and was half the case last year, that Tom Abel could get into a scenario where he thinks, well, he never says, I don't get you, you're striking. Because he sort of carried the batting last season, because he's now the best batsman. He's played one of only 2 significant innings this season. It's a hard burden to carry that. If you allow that to become your burden, that, God, if I don't get any, we're struggling at the moment.
Knowing Abe's as I do, from a very young man, even when he made his debut for the club, I think he's always felt that way. So I think that's quite a
It's up to me. I've got
It's a very natural thing for Abe's to be the man to feel like. Well, personal failures, I think, affected Abe's quite considerably as a young man. He always carries a burden, which I think is a great thing for a batter, because it keeps him hungry, keeps him honest, and that's why he's such a fantastic player and leader. I mean, like I said, you go down we could create a little story for every 11 players. Everyone's going to be feeling very, very, very different. There's certainly a high amount of pressure on the top 3 in particular. Abe's in a great space coming back from an injury. You've got Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's no doubt one of the most exciting batters, probably in world cricket at the moment, but he hasn't proven it in his new club. Dixon's going to be feeling that same way. Yes, he scored plenty of hundreds previously, but you go into a new environment, you want to show your new teammates that you can play. So many different factors, but I suppose the main thing is Somerset need to get their batting season up and running as a collective.
And they've got to get 300 plus in this innings to have a good chance of not losing this match.
Yeah, exactly.
They've probably got about for 3 sessions, haven't they?
Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, like I said, it's the James Anderson show is the obvious one to go for, but Tom Bailey, Saki Mahmood, very exciting bowlers, slightly different trajectories, but Tom Bailey's very much in that Rushworth, Porter mould. He hits good areas, very rarely bowls poor deliveries, and he'll be a challenge.
Yeah, well, it's never easy. I'm fascinated actually, because looking back before they all come out, but it must have been quite an interesting experience. You were still in the dressing room, senior citizen, when Tom Abel was made captain. 6 years ago. 6 years ago, probably. Anyway, but how did you find that? As a, there were some senior players there, and there's Tom made captain at the age of like 22, 3. Was that easy to cope with, or did it soon become an autumn? And he struggled, of course, didn't he, in that first season with his own performance. How did that work?
I mean, sitting here X amount of years on, Tom is the right man for the job, no doubt about it. At the time, I put my name up for that position. I felt like I'd earned it, deserved it, and I felt like I had leadership qualities that had been unexplored. I had captained the team in tourist matches, and always got a pretty
the Gregory wickets and all that.
Leading by example and all those kind of things. Sometimes actually, when I did captain, I got so obsessed with making sure everyone else was okay and ticking along, you kind of neglected your own game. But anyway, so Tom got appointed, and I felt like it was an inevitability that Tom was going to be a great Somerset captain. Did feel like it was a year too early, maybe 2, because, and this
hadn't
is
quite established himself as a player.
a number of reasons. A, because I knew the lad was a great player. He hadn't quite found out his game. He was a very young man at the time. And also, what I said previously is he took personal failure so heavily. Throw captaincy as a young man on top of that was, I believe, a bit too much for him at his age. And it turned out that he had a really poor season and ended up dropping himself, which was a really hard thing. Testament to his character that he was man enough to do that. Again, that's why he was an inevitable leader for Somerset, but I just felt the timing wasn't quite right, and it maybe set him back a little bit. But
he did well to survive that year, didn't he? He actually came back at the end of the summer, partly through someone got injured, and he had to come back in the team anyway because we were running out of numbers, and then we dramatically avoided relegation.
I felt like
didn't
it was a situation that he didn't need. It wasn't like he was the only option. That's what I'm trying to say.
But it must have been quite hard for you then to sort of. You'd have to make that mentally, because it's a big thing to be club captain. So you'd have had to have kind of swallowed and got on with it yourself.
Yeah, I was bitterly disappointed. I was really disappointed because I felt like I'd always
were ready,
my
sort of
heart
thing,
on my sleeve, and it was something I would have been a dream come true to have been the official sort of club captain of this great club. And but managing that disappointment was very easy because it was Tom Abel.
So
even as a young man, he had a tremendous. I always sensed that, regardless if it was the right time, that's kind of by the by. But it was easy to swallow because it was Abe's, and he was. You could tell he's a proper sportsman. Loves his football. Brilliant rugby player. You could tell that he was a games player. He played the game to win. Passionate about the club, even from a young age, you could see it a mile off. So it was very easy.
And he hadn't been manoeuvring himself to be captain. He just happened to be made captain. So logically, you couldn't take anything against him.
Oh no, that's I suppose maybe one of the pros for me getting that position is it was never about that. I just felt like I was the right person for the job at that
even
time.
if it was only for a year or two,
Well,
to hold the fort. Anyway, that's ancient history. But it must have been quite difficult to cope with. There you are. You got 15 years of experience or whatever it was. But you're going out and then you're watching poor Tom, who I remember that summer. I mean, he was batting in the top 3.
It was hard.
Wasn't getting a run.
It was really hard.
Trying his, he's such a 100% cricketer and selfless in many ways, but he couldn't do he couldn't get a run.
That year, I remember it quite well actually. Tom changes right opposite me in the dressing room, and he had a run of low scores, an extended run of low scores, and he just progressively was more and more broken to the point where he dropped himself. So, but like I said, it was an easy pill to swallow because it was Abe's. I mean, I can't speak high enough of him. He's a brilliant leader, exceptional leader. Got the command of the dressing room, the respect of everyone. I'm just really happy that he's getting England recognition, and he's our premier batter. He's taken on from Trez, and that's it's no easy shoe to fill that. I mean, he's doing a brilliant job as the Somerset batters step onto the field. Tom Lammonby, Sean Dixon to open the batting here for Somerset. The third innings is about to get underway. Remaining 41 overs in the day. Lots of cricket. And this, if you're a cricket fan, tune in. This is going to be fascinating, not just for this game, but maybe even a little series later on in the summer to see how Jimmy's going to bowl. Nearly, he's over 40 years old and he's still one of the best around.
Yeah, well, all sorts of struggles here and opportunities, I guess, but Tom Lammonby, unlike Dixon, Tom Lammonby is not looked particularly out of sorts this summer when I've seen him. He's looked comfortable enough, and he's got out. Sean Dixon, who I haven't seen much of before, but I've watched, I just watched 2 balls at Nottingham when I switched on to the stream, and I saw him miss a sort of full toss stroke long half volley. That's the first ball I saw, and the next ball he was shuffling, he was LBW, and I thought, oh, it's a cheap wicket. And then it was similar actually in the first innings. So he's a good player, but he hasn't quite found it yet, and that is going to be painful for him.
Yeah, I mean, playing against him in particular and bowling at him in the nets this winter, he's a player that likes to get onto off stump. He likes to try and maybe get outside the line. So if he's not in form, that's an issue because you're in front of your stump.
He's obviously not seeing the ball. I mean, when he was at LBW at Nottingham, it was a big shuffle. I don't think he was outside the line, but it was a straight ball, which he was hitting through the leg side and missed it.
Well, I think guys that bat with that as a tactic, they know that they have to hit the straight ball. Anything that hits the pad, they are going to be in trouble. It's one of the cons of getting outside or over
shuffling
to off
that way.
Yeah. He is very strong through the leg side.
Yeah.
I did notice that when I did stray on to sort of middle, even middle and off, he was able to get that through mid-wicket. I actually said from a game plan point of view,
Trot, didn't you?
bit Jonathan Trott in terms of how he, or the areas he looks to score.
But you've got to be in good nick, that's the trouble. The other thing I remember, and I don't know if it applied to you probably not, but when you're not in nick and you are struggling, one of the, if you like, traps I would fall into, I mean, but I used to score a lot square on the offside with slightly open face, and that was a big area for me. But if you're out of nick, you think that's the only place I can possibly score.
And also,
and therefore,
like
if you're Dixon, you think
someone like James Anderson will study you. I mean, again, we spoke earlier about it. Every ball of first-class cricket, one-day cricket, is videoed now. So these guys, like the Lammonby situation, is fascinating for me. Averages 75 in his first season in the Bob Willis, and they conventionally try to swing the ball back to him, and it's like bread and butter for him. Second season, they took everything away from him. Because again, you've got that extra level of understanding, the analytics that go into it. So if you perceive your strength area, that's going to show up on a stat somewhere, and they will not bowl in that area. That's the challenge of the modern day sort of game here. But we've got a real fascinating contest here. Any cricket fan, whether you're Lancashire or Somerset based, will be intrigued to see how this contest goes. Lammonby's had one good score so far, I believe. At least he got an 80-something.
Well, he got significant runs in the second innings against Warwickshire when Somerset sort of limped to the draw, but they had to bat out a couple of sessions, didn't they?
Yeah, he played really well.
And he was not out at the end.
He played beautifully from about 30 onwards. He was quite frenetic early on.
I didn't see the start. I didn't see that.
Shots, and but as soon as he settled, he played really well. Got an 80-something not out. Tough place to open the batting, no doubt about it. So a couple of lean scores, but I suppose Dixon would be the one that's struggling the most.
Well, that's why I'm sort of. Oh, it's going to be. Here he goes. He's taking guard.
Middling off, by the looks of it.
Is this notion that if you're struggling, you get into your head. Where do I score my runs? It's through mid-wicket. So you almost want to put every ball through mid-wicket. You don't rationally.
And it feels like
you just instinctively.
There's 14 fielders out there. No one's bowling me a bad ball.
Yeah.
It's interesting there. I mean, looking on the live stream there, he's quite clearly taken a middle and off stump guard.
And he's just hang on. He's just hang on a minute, Mr. Bailey. I just want to get this right. It's a big moment this for Dick's new club. Doesn't matter how many runs you scored. You just want to show the new club what you can do.
You can hear as well. You could almost hear the Lancashire fielders making him fully aware of his situation. They wouldn't only know that he's on a pair. They'd know that he's gone on a string of low scores. I mean, they'll be all over him, especially knowing the Lancashire team as I do. I'm surprised. It won't be long until Jimmy stood a yard away from him, chipping at him.
Even that first delivery, he just patted it down on the offside. He was scurrying down. He's on a pair as well, of course. There was no run there. I'm just wondering who's captaining Lancashire. Is it Dane Villas taking over, do you think? It's obviously Jennings.
That would probably be the obvious decision. He is captain previously. Bailey into ball. Straight on that. That's front shin, but he's up the mark. And I tell you what, he will be breathing a lot easier now. That one run doing the world of good. We hope that's the catalyst of a sizable innings finally in a Somerset shirt. Sean Dixon off the mark.
It'd be also interesting to watch his footwork, whether he does that big shuffle. You know, if you're not in nick, it's a dangerous position to get in.
That's interesting you say that, because I don't recognise him playing well doing a shuffle. He just stood in an off-stump position and stayed still.
Yeah, well, when I watched him get out at Nottingham, when I watched him in Nottingham, he took a big shuffle, and then
maybe that is a sign of something that he does when he's not quite feeling it. As Lammers plays a great drive through the covers, massively on the up. You'd say that was probably quite a high-risk shot, but the modern game. Lammers off the mark with a boundary through the covers.
Shot. It's a lot of width. He's just put his foot down the pitch. Ball's about 18 inches from it. That doesn't matter too much if you get the bat in the right place, and it's sped away.
Yeah, that's one of those shots that if you nick it, it doesn't
look
quite
great.
so
No.
good. That is the game. Small margins. He clips a slightly straight ball off the stumps down to Saqib Mahmood.
You can't become too old pro-ish because you managed to keep your freedom with the bat pretty much all the way through. To your credit, you know.
Do you know what? I tried every single winter. Right, I'm going to work on being more selective, and just got worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you reverted.
Some people are just ball strikers. They want to see ball, hit ball, keep it simple.
Exactly.
Haven't got the intellect to bat for hours.
It's nothing to do with intellect.
Pete Robertson used to say to me, he said, don't worry about leaving the ball. If you can somehow manage to bat for a session, you'll get your 100.
Yeah. Whereas some poor fellas have to say, if I can bat for 2.5 sessions, I might get 100. But you've got to know what your strengths are, and you did that. You see, that's because you didn't impose restrictions that would have made you a lesser player.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of soul searching, a lot of practice, and like I said, we've all got our attributes. As Bailey comes in again to Dixon, rather dangerously thrusting that front pad down the pitch, but he's got a couple of sort of half edges onto pad to those balls. I think that is an area they'll look to target. Certainly is one of those strength-weakness areas. Yes, he plays well through the leg side, but he's also a bit of an LBW candidate because of it. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, yeah. And it's, you know, a lot of players are LBW candidates, but once they're in, they just never miss. The Jonathan Trott example is a clear one, that if you came across him first time round, you think, oh, God, he's an LBW candidate, this man. But if he's in form, you discovered that he's desperate for you to bowl straight, i.e. a middle stump. For him is meat and drink, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right.
But if you're not in Nick, anyway, this is the duel that is
Well, I
interesting.
think this is a problem for someone that plays with that tactic, is facing someone that has that subtle ability to go in and out. So that's in a way that he's flashed hard and nicked over for a slip. Very close for a cut shot, but he's got away with it.
Well, if you're going to flash, you might as well go hard. Zip through, and again, not much foot movement.
Not a
Top edge, I suppose.
You'd say the ball probably did deserve to go to the boundary. Maybe not in that area, but
Well,
I think this will be Jimmy's. This will be 3, 4, 5, maybe 5, maybe a ratio of 5 to 1, ins to outs. Just keep toying with his mind.
yeah, I mean, the one that got him out in the first, well, the one that's been getting him out is the ball that's, you know, starting on line and just swinging slightly away, isn't it? But you can sort of sense the adrenaline. It's not quite panic, but he's on edge, clearly. Sean Dixon, no matter how long he's played the game, it's never that simple. And he's kind of jerky in his movements too, but let's not.
Well, he's got a two-footed press, so if you look at a slow motion of him facing up to the ball, he probably bats with his toe on maybe middle stump, but when he does a double press, back foot then front foot, he then puts his front toe onto off stump. So the umpire will have a very keen eye on anything that hits the pad. But like I said, it's a tactic. It's very allowed Jonathan Trott, like I said. The point of impact there, he's way across him. But yeah, he's scored a fair few runs during his career so far.
Of course. And it only takes one knock in your back.
Well, you look at Steve Smith. I mean, he was probably the modern day, and someone like Shandapur maybe, where it's very much throws the coaching thought process from, is this a game of technique or is it a game of method? Because ultimately, you've got those anomaly players that don't have conventional techniques that score so many runs you can't ignore what they're doing. And Steve Smith in particular, and Shandapur, so unusual.
Well, you would never encourage people to play.
You'd never coach it, would you? But the fact is, I think it's really opened or broadened the horizons of every coach, really, because actually, if it's a method that scores a volume of runs, you probably should
stick with it.
pay it some attention.
Oh yeah.
It's always good when it's going well in most sports.
But there's no top coach, I would have thought, who will say to a professional cricketer, this is the way you must play. The top coaches assesses the player's strengths, knows the player.
Top coach, is the important thing. Though there's a lot of people that aren't top coaches that try and I think they have a limited viewpoint of what makes a good player from a technical point of view, and then they try and mould everyone back into that box, which I think is
it's obviously
very tough way to.
Well, it's obviously not a good idea, though, partly because of the people you've already mentioned. You know, you're slightly freakish. Steve Smith.
I remember early on in the 2000s where everyone was being taught the low arm load like Brett Lee, because he biomechanically had the best action, but I couldn't ever swing the ball away so I was, you know me, Vic, was like, I'm not trying this rubbish. Created a lot of bad relationships with bowling coaches that I worked with.
They were so dogmatic that that's what you had to do.
Yeah, it was like low arm load. Look at Brett Lee.
I mean, there's an even better example when he's out there at the moment, which is Jimmy Anderson.
Well, he fans his arms out to the side, and Brett Lee was all about straight lines, elbows tucked in, and Jimmy's quite rotational in a lot of things that
But
he
they
does.
tried to change his action significantly way back in, because they thought he had an action that was prone to injure him.
I mean, that last delivery there that we just saw on replay, that's the
area.
The bowling bread and butter for Bailey, just nibbling the ball around. He's a line bowler, a bit Siddle-esque really, just not a big swinger of the ball. Looks to nip the ball off the surface and doesn't give you much to hit. So, I mean, it's very much a game of individual qualities. The ground staff below us are starting to hover around our covers. So they're obviously seeing something on the radar that looks a little bit dark and ominous.
That's a good shot.
Beautiful shot there from Lammonby. Punch down the ground. Half a hand on it from Tom Bailey. That just stops it going for 4, but he picks up a comfortable 2. I mean, that's the fascinating thing. It's something that I wish I'd been more interested in when I was a younger man. As I got older, having those little conversations with other players about how they saw the game and how they saw turning talent into runs and wickets, which is what we're paid to do. Some fascinating conversations, and really opens your mind. It's something that the coaches try and encourage young cricketers to have a word with him and chat to him, and you can pick so many great things up by talking about other people's viewpoint of the game. But I suppose, you know, in this analytical world, people are less likely to give away their secrets because you might use it against them one day.
Well, maybe. And the fascination is, though, with cricket, it's such a weird game, isn't it? Is that ultimately you can talk to your coaches and you get lots of advice, perhaps from a batting coach especially. It's a weird process. It's ultimately up to you, the player. You've got to take responsibility about how you really think you can flourish.
Yeah,
So you can't be a cipher for the coach and just go out and do what he says, because you have to take responsibility for how you're going to go about your business, especially with the bat.
Something that always resonated in my ears playing the game, practicing, was again one of my first coaches, Pete Robertson. End columns, lad. End columns. Wickets and runs. That is your currency as a professional cricketer. How many wickets, how many runs, doesn't matter how you get them. Yeah. Fascinating. And here's a man that's got quite a few in the end column. Way over 1,000 first class wickets. His 54th first class 5 foot in the first innings of this match. Will he be energised enough to try and sneak a few more into the tally? The wind's picked up here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. There's a little bit in the air, I think, not enough to concern the umpires at the moment, but the lights are still on here. Perfect seam bowling conditions, would you say, Vic?
Yep. Well, pitch is a bit brown, but aside from that, it's a good time to bowl. Ooh, got that very fine. Scuttling back the 2.
Interesting.
Leg slip.
Leg slip being put into play. I mean, that is quite unusual. Stephen Croft, I believe that is.
Well,
leg slip. Brilliant slip fielder as well, so he might be disappointed with that.
Well, they had a leg slip for Tom Abel, actually, who kind of gets offside of the ball. And I've seen Tom Abel get out, and you sometimes think, oh, strangle, but he does get out, caught down the leg side, and they obviously see Dixon in the same light. Just a little bit of movement away, just opened him up. But
I mean, bowlers of the experience and quality of someone like Anderson, and I think Siddle was very much the same once he got it right in that second innings. Then they keep themselves in the game. Any sort of slip up in technique or concentration, their balls delivered are always in and around the danger zone. I think that's what the quality bowlers do. Even their bad balls have chances to get wickets. He's hunting
that's
that
the one,
but he's flipped that away from, I would suggest, probably a roundabout off stump, and he's got that through square leg for 4. Dixon started positively.
yeah, it'd be great to see a replay of that. And you know, I think we've just seen one there,
I'd hazard a guess to say that's
and
outside
that's
off stump.
probably hitting. Well, or it's probably hitting stumps anyway, isn't it? If he misses it. Anyway, it's just full in length, and he's got his bat on it, and it's whistled away, and he's in double figures. A lot of work to still do, but
I would say you probably feel like he's into his innings now. As soon as it hits anywhere near those boards, I think there's going to be some big teethy appeals from James Anderson.
probably going down. It helps when the ball goes square on the leg side. The umpires are less interested when the ball trickles out on that leg side.
You see that bit of wiliness there, Jimmy having a good little chat to Russell Warren there, walking past him, just getting it in his head. Anderson to Lammonby, beautifully played, straight back down the ground, and that'll be 4 runs. So Lammonby, a crisp on drive from the very stylish left-hander.
Well, they've come out. I mean, it's not. You've explained to us. This is not obviously a good time to bat in that the ball is new, the cloud is low, the lights are on. Situation not perfect. Match situation. They've actually come out in quite a bristly way. We've seen one flat bat cover drive from Lammonby to get off the mark, I think. Dixon's flashed one over the slip cordon. He's whipped one away. That was a half volley, which is beautifully put away. But they've come out in a very positive manner, haven't they? Which I'm not decrying.
The more I watch, not just Somerset's lineup, but even the opposition teams, I just think it's the only way that a lot of players play now. I think the block leave is dying a slow death. Even the sort of sedate players are still scoring at like 50, 60 strike rates.
I think it's got to a stage now where you have to be a very, very brave cricketer to be a blocker.
Right, you're not going to.
Because you've got, I mean, people notice hundreds, but if you're essentially a defensively minded crease occupier, it's going to take you 4 to 5 hours to get you 100. That's a lot of hard graft, and you could easily get the good one.
Well, you're asking to get.
I mean, in your vintage, Nick Compton would be the best example of someone who set himself and did it incredibly well for Somerset. Sets himself to get, if he's going to get runs, it's going to take him 4.5 hours to get 100, by and large.
Yeah, and I think.
And that's brave to me.
Yeah, well, another factor is, it was a conversation I had during a round of golf a few weeks ago. It was, we all play county cricket, or we all start playing cricket, become professionals. Our major aspirations to represent our country. And in the current climate, someone. I mean, one of the great conversations is Ben Compton, who's scoring a volume of runs for Kent. Is that style of batting going to get into the McCullum team? Because and Dom Sibley, known as a guy that's just going to accumulate block, not block, but he's an accumulator. He's not a stroke maker. Duckett, who's
he's a dasher, obviously.
He takes his chances, but he's scoring big runs and he's scoring them quickly. I mean, you're limiting your field of working a great deal if you are the Chris Tavares of the modern era.
Unless you're very, very good. I mean, it's a big hypothetical, but I cannot believe, for example, if Alistair Cook was 25, he would be in our test team under the McCullum era.
Yeah, but
I suppose he's an exception.
You're picking
he's
up
an exception.
someone who's in the top 5 or 6 test run scorers of all time. So, but someone, I can't think of an example off the top of my head. But
Jennings might be an interesting one, although he scored pretty freely here. But
he played beautifully this game. He's clearly developing his game to have more scoring options. The game is played on the front foot these days, as we see now, and it's fair to say that Lancashire at the moment are on the front foot. They haven't got a breakthrough quite yet. Number of player misses, but Somerset have come out positively. The movements by the batsmen are crisp. They're taking a few chances here and there. They've picked up a few boundaries, and I think that application of pressure back onto the bowler is exactly what Somerset have to do. You can't let someone of Anderson and Bailey's quality just bowl at you, because they will get you. Put them under pressure, ask them a question, can they still perform under a bit of pressure? That's the job of the Somerset batters for this evening, in my opinion, as he plays a big drive. Full delivery.
Bailey, he started around the wicket to Lammonby, and I don't think that's a good idea because Lammonby's outside edge is where he tends to get out, and he's gone back to over the wicket, and I think that's a better angle against him. And the fascination, I mean, I've got a big fan of Lammonby's, but he's got to, and it looks like he's trying to do it, he's got to find a way to score on the offside to deter people from just hanging that ball 2 or 3 inches outside his off stump. There have been phases, and he's trying to do the right thing, where he's been totally becalmed. And they don't even bother to try and aim for the stumps, because they know if they pitch it middle and leg, he's absolutely mustard at taking it away. If he could find a way to... Woohoo! Inside edge.
With a inside edge down to fine leg, picks up a single.
Once he starts scoring on the, if he can find a way to score a little bit on the offside and get the bowlers to bowl a bit straighter, he's in clover.
Well, I think left-handers, real heavy run-scoring left-handers on the offside, I mean, in your era it would have been a Gower or someone like that, they score squarer than right-handers just because of the angles that are created by the majority of bowlers they face, which will be right arm over. Lammers, I think, shapes up to hit very straight, which actually, if you think about the angles,
it's not quite straight.
It presents the outside edge a little bit more than you think.
Yeah.
So, for me, like when Alistair Cook's playing really well, or Strauss plays really well, or Trez, when they drive, it goes through more of an extra cover, and they cut brilliantly. They wait for, I think they're a bit more patient. They wait for the ball from a length point of view, whereas Lammers, as we've seen already today, goes after balls with big drives, where you'd say the bowlers have bowled a good length, you know, that nickable length. So I think that's probably the only difference. I mean, aesthetically, he looks a super player, no doubt about that.
Well,
but it's a challenge, Vic. At the end of the day, we get tested. It's that second season syndrome. You know, people see you, they work you out. You've got to go again.
He's gone beyond that. He's in his 3rd or 4th.
Well, you've got to develop, haven't you?
Yeah, well, he is. I have faith there. I'll leave you to it.
So do I, Vic. I think he's a tremendous talent. As Somerset have moved on to 28 without loss in the 7th over. Lammonby 13 not out, Dixon 14 not out. Joined again by Stephen Lamb to take us through next little passage of play. Fascinating passage of play. You've got an aggressive on the front foot Somerset opening pair against 2 highly skilled Lancashire opening bowlers. And that is an absolute beauty. Welcome to the crease.
Absolutely. It's compelling viewing at the moment, isn't it? One of the finest bowlers of all time, in action in conditions that are presumably helping him a little with a new ball. And they've got a bit of a base, Somerset, already. Calculated leave from Lammonby. That deficit, it was in 3 figures to begin with. It's gone below that now, 85 behind.
That's a good start. I mean, I think there are a number of little passages of play here. You've got change bowlers that come on. You've got that initial new ball that's very hard, or the lacquer on. You can get a little bit of nip, a bit of skid off of the surface. And then there's a period, I think, where James Anderson becomes a little bit more dangerous. When the lacquer comes off the ball, one side starts to shine, and then there's a little bit more swing about. He's bowled a couple of balls over that look like they've swung away from Lammonby, and I think that's where Jimmy becomes very dangerous. That sort of 5th, 6th, 7th over of his spell. I think that's when he is at his best.
Another boundary for Sean Dixon. Just helped
Dixon
on its way
one off of his
down the leg side.
I think that was off his thigh pad down to the fine leg boundary. Bailey just creeping in a little bit too tight. I think that will be a plan. You know, attack the stumps. They know the stats would say that Dixon's an LBW candidate. It's also a strength area for him. So a nice little bit of cat and mouse going on here.
defended firmly enough. Both these two are into double figures. Sean Dixon, who I saw pre-season, there wasn't very much cricket pre-season, but he did make 80 against MCC Cardiff University. Hasn't done a lot since though.
Yeah, he's a quality player. Like I said, sometimes I suppose when you move clubs, there's that little bit of added pressure and anxiety. I'm sure he just needs a score to get himself going. He looked $1 million in the nets this winter. Like I said, he got a sizable score in pre-season. But there's no doubt about it. You know, they've come up against, you know, quality opposition. You know, the Notts bowling attack last week, the first game, Hannon Dolby, Rushworth. You know, these are very, very good operators at this time of the year. So, hasn't been an easy start to his Somerset career. But we hope this 14 that he's got to so far, as Somerset moving to 32 without loss, can be a bit of a catalyst for him. Nice bit of confidence to move him into the championship season.
Playing a miss outside the off stump.
Walking down the wicket and having a bit of a loose one. I mean, I think a lot of his movements just suggest that he's not really confident of where his off stump is at the moment. You know, that I think by the time he got down the wicket outside off stump, that was probably quite a long way outside off stump to be sort of fiddling at, as it were.
Wasn't a confident looking shot. He waits for that and plays it comfortably enough under his eyes. Tom Bailey shares the initials of a late great Bailey who used to play for Essex in England. Trevor Bailey was another T.E. Bailey. He was a summariser with Test Match Special when I first fell in love with cricket. Did it very well. Another
Maybe just a
defensive
little
push.
bit, but before my time.
Used to say, Trevor Bailey, good bowlers will take wickets and good batsmen will score runs.
Yeah. It's one of the more obvious statements, I guess, but yeah, it's how you deliver those lines. As we see the brilliant facilities here at Taunton on the screen, we've got the floodlights on, giving a bit of extra light here at the Cooper Associates County Ground to get as much cricket as we can in these 4 days. It's pretty gloomy. It's got that sort of misty look to it. Grey skies. Like I said, from an overhead perspective, really good conditions for a seam bowler. If this was a Headingley green top, you'd be in an awful lot of trouble. Anderson to Lammonby, plays smartly out to the offside.
Yeah, left it
Plays
late.
with nice soft hands.
Anderson into his 5th over now. 0 for 15 his figures. Really quite gloomy here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Quantock Hills in the distance, rather enveloped in haze. Must be close to the borderline, I imagine, of being playable.
Yeah, I'd say from our vantage point, it looks like it's probably a little bit gloomier than the early tee, but maybe it was the drizzle that was the deciding factor in that decision. You can see the multiple shadows every player is casting from the lights here. That's normally a sign that the artificial light is starting to take over. Lammonby clipping into mid-wicket and picking up a single.
Dane Vilas with the rolling stop. So 14 apiece for the 2 openers for Somerset.
Yeah, I don't think this is the real sort of danger time. The ball's not quite sort of shone up and the lacquer's still on. Like James Anderson with the ball, if it starts to offer swing, that's when it becomes a real handful. It's just starting to offer. It's a great length there, but very smartly played by Dixon. Up on his toes, solid back foot defensive into the covers. Another single.
Yeah, didn't try to hit it too hard. Just nudged it into the offside field.
Anderson to Lamby, and a beautiful cover drive there from Lamby. Over pitched, a greedy in nature delivery, and beautifully played through the covers for 4. Tom Lamby on to 18. 37 without loss in the 9th over here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Myself and Stephen Lamb commentating from the WPA Health Insurance commentary box. We've nestled in for the afternoon, and Somerset have started their second innings brightly.
Comfortable single out to deep square leg this time for Tom Lammonby to complete Jimmy Anderson's over. 0 for 21. He's been the more expensive of the two. He and Tom Bailey. 5 overs completed by Anderson. And that total 37 without loss. The deficit down below 80 now. 78.
I think a lot of the Somerset bowlers will be looking at the performance of someone like Anderson and Bailey, normally so miserly with their runs per over, but even those performers are leaking 4 and over. Easily done here at Taunton.
Looks like we're going to have an early... No, it's still to be Bailey for the moment. Or is it? There is a change, in fact. It's Saqib Mahmood is coming on at the river end. So Tom Bailey off after just 4 overs. 0 for 12, his figures. In fact, it's George Balderston who's coming on at the river end. So, first change of the innings.
Balderson into the attack. A little bit expensive in the first innings. Tipped the cap, notched up the gallon. We're looking for an improvement on that performance. I think looking at the attributes of Bailey, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if he followed Anderson's spell. I think a nip bowler is always a bit more effective from this pavilion end. The swing bowlers and the skiddier bowlers generally had a bit more joy from the river end. And be just whipping across a straight-ish delivery. I'm assuming that would have pitched outside leg stump. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that.
Wonder whether there was an issue about height as well with that. Have another look.
Probably inconclusive from that angle, but it looked like you were right there. Outside leg stump and a touch high. Nicely played from Lammonby. To affect a LBW, you've got to be swinging the ball back towards the left-hander to have any chance of hitting the stumps. Yeah, outside the line, going over the top. Not a lot going for that, really.
Apart from that, it was plumb.
That's one thing you'll know from a Lancashire team. You'll always get a wholehearted appeal from everyone, including the supporters, if any have travelled.
Good early call from Sean Dixon, seeing the possibility of a leg bye and getting it comfortably. Lights on the scoreboards shining very bright in the gloom.
Yeah, only the real truest of county cricket supporters remain. There are some dribs and drabs out there. All the players in the middle no doubt appreciate your support. Hopefully a few of them have got the new in-ground radios that we're sporting nowadays. You can hear a bit of commentary, watch the game. Hopefully mine and Stephen's chat is at least warming the hearts if the weather isn't doing the same for you.
You can pick them up in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. Giving away, I gather.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great move on from a technology point of view from Somerset and the media team here. Anyone in the crowd, give us a wave up here in the Trescothic stand. Anyone listening, give us a wave.
Yep, there we go.
We need a cheer up too.
Top of the James Hildreth stand.
There we go.
Well, an umbrella's being waved.
I think you need to turn that umbrella the right way. There we go. You're back in the James Hildreth stand, giving us a wave.
Terrific.
I hope you're enjoying your day up there.
Hope you're keeping warm as well. It's a pretty chilly day today in early April. Another wave. There we go.
The faithful crowd here at Taunton enjoying a fascinating passage of play with England's greatest bowler on show, James Anderson.
It's an important session of this game, isn't it, here, right in front of us.
Looks like the light has just been being checked, or is it a bail being swapped over? Not quite sure which. Russell Warren, I think. Have a look at what's going on. It is pretty gloomy.
New over from Jimmy Anderson. There'll be a single straight away. Finding the man at the square leg. So that'll bring the right-handed Dixon onto strike.
So going by that way, I think we've got one. We've got one person with a mic on so far.
Although there may have been one or two others who are harder to see.
Well, I was just drawn to the yellow umbrella. It looks like a SpongeBob SquarePants umbrella. I could be wrong, but that's my guess. Looks very, very snazzy.
Yeah, we've got as clear a view of the James Hildreth stand as anywhere on the ground, really.
Yeah, when the wickets are that side, that's a brilliant place to watch, especially when the sun's shining and the coffees and the ciders are flowing, or whatever your tipple may be. Had many a great afternoon bowling me over and then disappearing off down there to chat to the supporters, who were probably telling me how to bowl a little bit better than I actually was. Anderson into Dixon. Another solid back foot defensive.
He's put a leg slip in for Sean Dixon. Or quite a wide leg slip.
Yeah, you'd probably say it's a speculative fielding position, but as a knacker, you know, those little subtle field changes can sometimes more affect the mentality of the batter than actually be a threat. But he did present an opportunity earlier on in the innings. Somerset 41 without loss in the 11th over. Anderson wicketless for now.
Yeah, the deficit is 72 now, just chipping away at it. These two Somerset openers. Finding the middle of the bat. And just gently pushed out on the offside.
In fairness to the opening batters, you know, that early period against the new ball, you know, it's not really a reflection of your quality if you get out to a good ball from an opening bowler. But I think we're almost at that stage now. From now onwards, you know, you really start to show your quality. You've got yourself in. You've given yourself that opportunity. You know, Dixon's very well known for getting some pretty big scores himself. So, I mean, I don't think he'll be ever more hungry than he is this particular innings to really turn this start that he's got into something substantial.
Yeah, he's on 15 not out, Sean Dixon. Tom Lammonby leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end at the moment is on 20.
It's a very Vivian Richards sort of stance Lammers is posing there, very cool and casual.
Another Anderson over is completed, his 6th. 0 for 23, his figures. We've got another wave from another radio listener. Excellent.
Oh, that young man looks like he's well and truly wrapped up warm. Good on you, my friend. Hope you're enjoying the game and enjoying the commentary.
Terrific. He's suitably attired for the rather chilly conditions. A mid-pitch conference between the umpires.
Yeah, either going to watch Taunton, Somerset versus Lancashire at Taunton, or scaling Mount Everest or something like that. He's definitely been to,
I think they're going to go off.
Mountain Warehouse or something like that. And that looks like it brings to a close this particular session of play. I don't know how catastrophic this break is going to be in terms of the day, but the two Somerset openers will be breathing a sigh of relief, leaving the crease with their wickets intact so far tonight. Lammonby 20, Dixon 15, Somerset 41 without loss, and have played exceptionally well. They've put the onus back on the Lancashire attack. It includes the great Jimmy Anderson, and they've looked very, very assured, haven't they, Stephen?
They have indeed, and it's been a much, much better day for Somerset. When we were looking at the scoreboard at the close yesterday with just the 1 wicket down, over 300, you wondered whether they might get 6 or 7, Lancashire. In the end, it was 554, and the deficit now, with Somerset 41 without loss, has been reduced to 72. So these openers have, as you say, Triggs, done a very good job.
Yeah,
They've,
effectively, 250 for 8 from a bowling perspective. I thought, in particular, Peter Siddle and Lewis Gregory just went back to that professional, disciplined mode of bowling. Took 3 wickets apiece. I thought that was quality. Leachy got a reward at the end. And in fairness to the Lancashire batters, they played the left-arm spin of Jack Leach very, very well. There wasn't much assistance for Leachy, but they certainly cashed in on that. And from a batting perspective, the start that Somerset have been hoping for all season and have finally got in the second innings of Game 3. Somerset 41 without loss.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory included a double wicket maiden in his 3 for 81. Jack Brooks wicketless today, got 1 yesterday. Peter Siddle 3 for 97. And Jack Leach had to wait a long time for a wicket, but in the end he got 2. And the last 2, including Jimmy Anderson, who Vic Marks was predicting would deal mainly in reverse sweeps. He duly fell LBW to one of them. That was the last wicket to fall. So it's looking... Well, it's just been looking gloomy all the way through this session so far, and the umpires, as you can see, are still up there. You can see one of them at least. I can assure you there are 2.
They look hopeful. They're watching the hardest workers at the ground, the groundsmen, popping the covers on. Yeah, it's normally a pretty good indication that you've got a good chance of getting some more play if they stay out there. The smarter umpires would be off in a jiffy and have the kettle on by now, so there might be a chance that we'll be out there pretty soon. But what do you make of the innings so far as it stands out? I think a real sort of conscious decision to be a bit more positive, or have Somerset batters just played their natural game?
Yeah, I think they've made the most of their opportunities. If they've got a ball that's slightly off a length or given a bit of room either side of the wicket, then they've played their shots, which is reasonable.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. The ball hasn't darted around. There's a couple off memory from Bailey that have nipped sharply across. There was a thick edge early on off of Anderson from Dixon that flew over first slip.
Yeah, I mean that could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? Really, it could have gone into the slip cordon, and that would have been that. But it didn't. It went over the top. But I'm sure everybody around the ground is willing Sean Dixon to make a score in this innings. It's been a difficult start, but as we were saying earlier, batting can be difficult in April.
Yeah, sure you can. Absolutely. Lots of people scurrying around. A few supporters. We've lost the lady with the yellow umbrella, I believe.
The two umpires deep in conversation with Scott Hopkins, the head groundsman, out there in the middle.
I'll tell you what, Stephen, while they're deliberating in the middle, we'll take a little break and we'll be back to you 5-10 minutes before the resumption of play, if there is such a thing.
Plenty.
The kind folk waving from the James Hildreth stand will sign off for a few minutes. We hope we get back on, but if not, we'll see you here tomorrow.
Cool bag. We're not feeling as like absolute. Maybe like an average. You have to be a bit more prepared. I'm gonna get. Yeah. When I go to the Ashes, I'm gonna be wide. Ready? Ready? Oh no, you need to get the old one so top.
Welcome to Wrexham, player. Yes, big night again. Wrexham against Yeovil. I've got to say, the build-up's been really tense for a game which, if it was played at any other point of the season, I think we'll be very relaxed about, because we know full well 2 wins and we've finally got out in the National League. And so this game, which on paper looks comfortable, is one which is making people sweat. It's a must-win game for both sides. Something's got to give, and Wrexham just need to make sure that they do what they normally do, I would argue. But accidents happen. This is the last team that's won at the racecourse, admittedly a year last October. Phil Parkinson's getting a big round of applause from the fans. But there's a proper atmosphere building up now. Wrexham are ready to go. Yeovil are in a huddle. I can barely hear you two because the noise is amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's absolutely amazing as we're about to get things underway. So the ref blows the whistle and immediately loads of players run in the centre circle. Now we are able to get underway, and the ball's knocked long immediately by Yeovil, down the throw to O'Connell, who heads clear. Record throws the ball back into the Yeovil half, and then when Record comes forwards, he's well tackled by James Jones, and that's a great ball down the right. Mullen, Dolby struggling to get in the middle for him, so Mullen will have to cut in, takes on Staunton, drills the ball in, Wilton clears, Ford hits it, brilliant block. Oh, that was a chance, but very well defended as Lee is flattened. Free kick to Wrexham by the corner flag.
Why did he? No need to do that at all, had he?
No. Over eagerness, is it? It was a great ball, wasn't it, by Jones down the line?
A beautiful ball in, yeah.
And Mullen did well to cut inside, but when he pulled it back, yeah, Ford's shot was really well blocked. Wrexham's defence, thankfully, are just focusing on the job in hand. Mullins just pointed something out and put a man on the man in front of Foster. It bobbles across the face and Foster grabs hold of it in the goal mouth. Now, can he release early? The Yeovil player's standing in his way. I think the referee's given a free kick for that. Well, you should book him. That's an automatic booking, isn't it? Foster wanted to release it early because Mullen and Dalby were running up the pitch. Griffiths, who stood in his way, didn't get booked and still isn't getting booked when he won't go back 10 yards. So Wrexham have it again. First time Wrexham really starting to dominate possession and force Yeovil back. Ball down the flank is another good one by Jones. Dalby's got there ahead of Record by the corner flag, taking him on. Feeds a nice ball in. Mullen back to goal, sets it back. Cannon hits it. Oh, just wide. I thought that was in. Gotta be honest.
It beat the keeper, but beat the post as well. Wrexham going forward, we are looking deadly, but I must say Yeovil look good going forward too.
It was another good ball down the right by Jones. Dalby did well to pull it back. Mullen couldn't find the angle for the shot, rolled it in the path of Cannon. 25 yards out, really nailed it with his right foot. Must have whistled just past the right post. Keeper dived at full stretch. Staunton, who's moved to the right side of the three, feeds it inside into the feet of Griffiths. Poor touch, good strength by Griffiths, but he rather hacks at Lee. Free kick in the halfway line. Great chip by Lee, a quick free kick. Finds Mullen on the right, he cuts inside. Can he hit this edge of the area? Drills it two straights. It was nice, pleasant play, but he didn't get the right contact on the shot. Easy save for the keeper. Zolabori plays a nice ball out to Griffiths, who pokes it inside. Wernzer breaks in the box, takes a shot. Foster saves well, low to his left, and grabs the loose ball. And there you are, that's how dangerous they can be. Here now come Wrexham, it's pretty end to end. Got Dalby on the keeper, the ball is slung in to the far post, free header, and it's badly headed over by O'Connor.
And you say he did have a free header, didn't he?
Totally free header, 6 yards out, got it completely wrong, headed it miles over. That's the best chance of the match so far.
Yep.
And it wasn't even close, I'm afraid.
This is very tense.
It really is, isn't it?
And to be fair, the crowd are doing all they can to make it not feel tense.
Absolutely, usually it's the other way around, isn't it? So Buse bots the ball up. Fans starting to go now for refreshments, they think. The half-time whistle's imminent.
Yep.
And it is, there it is. So, half-time, and Yeovil have done well. Goalless at the break, and, well, quite a bit for Phil Parker's the duo over there, I would say. Shall we restart? Toes it. Stands it up towards the left-hand side. Dalby can't get to it, though. Bowles for a throw to Wrexham. He sprints in, flings a flat one to the near post, flicked on beyond the keeper, followed an overhead kick, blocked on the line and hacked away. Wow, but that was a good start by Wrexham. Barnett now, first chance of the second half, an attacking position, hits the goal line, stands up a good cross. And I think it might have been headed away from the Wrexham players, brought down though. Cannon hits it, takes a deflection, goes wide for the corner. Jones to Mullen, 25 yards out, chips it to the far post, a slip allows Lee to get it, he sets himself, deflection, come on! A big deflection helps, but Wrexham get the breakthrough.
We needed that. We've been knocking on the door. Yeovil have been very, very good defensively, and it was a great strike. Wow, what an atmosphere.
What a noise.
I can't even hear you. I can't hear you.
Who it was.
Was that Ford, I think?
It was Ford?
I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was Ford.
Ford, yeah.
There was a slip at the back. Mullen, ambitious pass, a slip at the back, allowed Ford in, and this time he got it on the right foot, and he drove a shot which took a deflection but sent it flying over the keeper into the top left corner. Lee feeds into the halfway line. As Dolby goes to ground but plays it back towards Lee. Down in the box, no penalty. Mullen hits it, deflected to the roof of the net.
That's a shout for a penalty there.
It's a shout for a penalty. Yeah. I thought it was more of a block tackle, but I don't know. But then great effort by Mullen. Bounces all the way through to Mullen, who flicks it inside cutely. Dolby's done brilliantly to help it down and square it on. Jones sets himself, works it wide. Barnett in the box, takes a touch, hits the goal line, chips it over the keeper, and it's dropped loose, driven back in the goal after scramble. An amazing save. The That's the goal. 2-1. There's that incredible save by the keeper, but he couldn't keep out the rebound. It was half volleyed in. And Wrexham take a 2-0 lead. Jones deserves it, frankly. He's had a really good game, I think, in the middle of the pitch. And he took that well, came in a half volley, drilled it. Absolutely drilled it. Tozer dinks it into the box. Staunton intercepts, stops loose. Mullen! What a save! What a save!
What a save!
It was a terrific snapshot on the turn. And somehow Buse stuck out his long left arm and managed to hold on to it.
Well, it was less than 12 yards for him to get down that quickly. Very impressive save.
Dolby turns and carries on playing, and Wrexham are driving forwards here. Cannon with Mullen ahead of him. Ford in acres of space. He squares it. Lee, first time, miles over the bar. That is such a poor finisher. But it's starting to look like things are caving in on Yeovil a bit now. The ball's picked up in midfield by O'Connell. Good ball out wide. Chance for the cross on the left now. Dolby cutting inside. Will he try a shot? He feeds a great ball to the edge of the box. It just didn't fall in Jones's path. He pleases the Barnett, who's got the full-back isolated. Hits the goal line. Shoots to the far post. Headed back over the keeper. That's a great goal! A terrific header! Yes! Wow! Well, what a cross by Barnett, and a beautiful header back across over the keeper. That was a beautiful contact. Yeah, about time he joined in. Yeah. Lovely header, got up really well, and just looped it over the keeper.
I think the floodgates could open now, can you guys?
Say again?
The floodgates might open now.
Yeah, I think they have, to be honest.
Yeah, they have.
But Barnett has stood one up, keeper's coming. Will he get there? He claws it away. Wow, that's spectacular. Tozer picks up left flank, cuts inside, beats his man. He can hit this. He does. What a save! Wow,
Tozer, what a shot.
Tozer hit it like a rocket, and Buse did brilliant to stretch up and touch onto the bar. This is his second senior game. This kid's tasty, this goalie.
He's had a brilliant game, hasn't he?
Oh gosh,
I've got to say.
He's made some fantastic saves.
Is he young as well, is he?
Yeah.
Wow. There'll be plenty of sides looking at this, wouldn't they?
That was something else, that shot.
Wow.
His short corners, cute, young, back, to Mullen, driving down the line, drills a shot, another good save. Mullen heads it back towards goal, and over onto the roof of the net. Mullen's suddenly really keen to get things happening, isn't he?
Yeah, Wrexham have just turned up, moved up another gear, haven't they? They're really turning the burners on now and putting Yeovil under all kinds of pressure.
Ball ricocheting around. In the end, good ball forwards by Tozer. Palmer, good strength, holds his man off. Oh, and gives it away really sloppily. And Young tries a shot, which Foster saves brilliantly. That was brilliant by Young. He's in the centre circle, span and hit a shot. And Foster was way off his line, as he should be.
If that would have
lunged and made a brilliant tip around the post.
If that would have gone in, that would have been one of the best goals, the race goals this season. That's saying something.
Yeah, brilliant. Well played, Aidan O'Connell has a problem with that. Shot comes in.
Save.
What a save by Foster. Linton nailed that. And Foster stood up and got a brilliant block on it. Great. O'Connell just slept.
What?